you belong here. Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search army jobs.
To fire that ball into Palmer's feet, get it into Enzo's feet, get it into Pedro Neto's feet, get it into João Pedro's feet. And I've got to say, the way Bernie set up, they were good. They were really good.
Mike,
but we didn't help ourselves.
You still there, Mike? I remember, right, to go, when I played midfield, obviously with some decent players when I was at Spurs, and I remember, I never forget it, playing with Robbie Keane. He was up front, and I was young, but I was playing well. But I was getting the ball, I was moving it, I was keeping it, I'm moving it sideways, didn't want to give the ball away, trying to find my feet. After about 10 minutes, Robbie King come up to me, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, right, and he pulled me and said, if you pass...
Careful.
Yeah. He said, if you don't look to pass forward into my feet, the next time you get the ball, I'm going to have you in the dressing room. Stop passing it sideways. And that, and that was from and then all of a sudden, your first thought then is, when you get the ball in the half term, play forward, look forward, because you've got a centre forward and people there saying, give me the ball. The problem you've got in these modern days, centre forwards just allow it to go sideways and sideways and sideways. If I'm a centre forward, João Pedro or someone, I'm screaming saying, oi, give me the ball. Stick it into my feet. I'm standing. I'm not just going to keep running across the pitch. I'm only playing one up front. What do you want me to do? Just keep running? Keep running one side, run the other side?
Jay, there's an urge. Once you have too many touches, that moment past that with your feet may well have gone. It's a malaise, and it's too easy to have another touch and go backwards. Another touch, go sideways. And watch it all the time. It's not just a Chelsea problem. We were like that. It's a modern day football thing.
Football problem.
But move. If there's a chance to pass the ball forward, can you try it?
You feel like, though, the modern day football gets away with being a crab. Like, honestly, if you were a crab, right, back in when I played, when you played, you'd actually get banned in training. Oh, here he is, crab's here. Here we go, sideways Sally. And now it's almost like it's just what you're expected to do.
It's all about possession.
Oh, it's so
it is. It's about, if you've got the ball, they can't hurt you. Possession-based football. And that encourages the backward, sideways passing. It does. I watched the best I saw last season was PSG, right? You watch them put that ball either into the front man or out wide early. And they don't care what block they play. That's the best I've seen in the modern. Klopp was brilliant. Under Pep, a couple of seasons ago, they were brilliant. They move the ball quickly. There's a touch, and once you have a touch, and then you have another touch, the picture changes in front of you.
Yeah.
Completely changes.
Right, listen, we've had a little rant there. Hope we cleared that up for you of sideways football. Frustrating for Chelsea for sure. Right, let's do this now. It's family.
O'Hara and Cundy's weekend winners and losers.
Yes, that part of the weekend. We pick out weekend winners and losers. Where are we going?
Right, we've got to start with James Milner. Well done. A little ripple for him, by the way.
Well done, James.
That's an incredible achievement. Most appearances ever in Premier League history. The ultimate pro. Feels like he's been around forever. Doesn't he? He has. So congratulations to him, the highest Premier League appearance maker of all time, and still doing it. And to do it at the level he's been doing it, it's quite remarkable. So well done to him.
Yep.
Stack the free kick for Leeds.
Yeah, great goal.
Yeah, you see the keeper just kind of cheating.
Yeah, had a little cheat up,
and he's gone bang, whipped it. Brilliant free kick. So well done to him. Couldn't quite hold on. Phil Parkinson as well.
Oh, what a job he's doing!
By the way.
Unbelievable.
Incredible stuff. 5 goals. They've crept into the playoff places. Remarkable that he has done what Phil Parkinson's done there. 5 different goal scorers. That's impressive. And to do it against the side that people fancy, and probably still do fancy, to get promoted.
Yeah.
Against Ipswich. So well done them.
Parkinson. Wow, unbelievable.
Stack, Milner and Parkinson. The losers.
Stack and Milner.
Losers.
Stack. Right, losers.
Oh, Chelsea.
Hold on.
Chelsea.
Hold on. What's
Chelsea.
Less than half an hour from getting underway. With all the details, here's your match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Well, in his press conference in the build-up to this game, Pep Guardiola said, "I didn't speak for 1 second about the title race with my players. There are 12 games left. I couldn't care less." Well, he makes just one alteration from the last league game, the 3-0 win over Fulham. They played Salford last Saturday in the Cup. There's a lot of changes from that outing, but it's back to the full league team today. The only change is Foden slipping out for Omar Marmoush, who scored twice in that League Cup semi-final second leg here against Newcastle United. Donnarumma is the goalkeeper. The back four is Matheus Nunes, Ruben Diaz, Mark Guehi and Ryan Aït-Nouri. Then it's Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Nico O'Reilly in midfield, with Marmoush and Semenyo supporting Erling Haaland in attack. Foden is on the bench, so is Reinders, Stones, Cherki, Gonzalez, Savinho, Kusanov and Lewis. What about Newcastle United, whose record here is awful, and that's just being kind? It's 11 years since their last away win. That was a League Cup game. They haven't won here ever in the Premier League. Rolando Aarons and Musa Sissoko scored that night. Alan Pardew, TalkSport's Sunday night host, was in the dugout. They make just the one change from their midweek trip to Karabag. Nick Pope is their goalkeeper. Is Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four. Willock, Tonali and Ramsey in midfield. Ilanga, Voltemada and Anthony Gordon in attack. Barnes slips to the bench, which also includes Joel Linton for the first time in a while. Osula, Murphy, Ramsdale, Murphy, Shahar, Neve and Ruddy are also amongst the replacements.
And who better to have alongside Sam and myself for this one than the man who played for Newcastle United and went on to manage Manchester City. Stuart Pearce, good evening. How's tricks?
Evening, gentlemen. All good, thank you. Looking forward to this one tonight, Dan.
Yeah, it's fallen into our laps rather nicely, this, after what happened at Molineux on Wednesday. Look, we've had a free week for Manchester City, Stuart, whilst Newcastle had this 5,000-mile round trip to Azerbaijan. What significance do you think that all that's had on team selection tonight, how this game might pan out?
Well, I think that the result that Newcastle managed to get in Karabag will be really helpful, because the game isn't in the balance. So his team selection of next week will be whatever he wants it to be. So he's gone heavy today in this game, you know. How much of that journey's in their legs, we don't know. First class travel, so not too bad. Last time they were here, I was looking up the game we covered, which was the League Cup, Carabao Cup second leg. I thought Newcastle were outstanding, but they missed some real gilt-edged chances. If they can convert those chances and create as many, this could be an interesting one.
Do you know what? I said exactly the same to Jamie and Jason about 45 minutes ago, and that was that we were here that night. And when you go back and you look at the chances that they had, James Trafford had a brilliant night in goal, produced some superb saves, and they missed some absolutely criminal chances, which they really should have taken. And actually, if you look back at the two legs of that semi-final, in the first leg, Johan Wissa misses a chance in the first 5 minutes of that game, which would have changed the whole complexion of the tie. So look, I think Newcastle will think that there's going to be opportunities for them tonight. What they have to do, which was what they didn't do in those two matches, which was take them.
What Manchester City didn't do here last Saturday when I was here for the cup tie against Salford was do to Salford what they did a year ago. They scored early, but they only won 2-0 in the end, Stuart. And all right, that's 7 changes that Pep made that day, but Carl Robinson made 7 changes as well, and Salford were well in it. I'm not quite sure where City are at the minute. Are they this juggernaut that's going to steamroller everybody, or is there still a bit of fallibility there?
I see the fallibility, I've got to say. That's why I've been strong on Arsenal and have been consistently for the last few months. I think they'll win the league. I've not seen Arsenal drop off it. Probably Wolves' second half was the only time I've seen them. Even in games they've dropped points, like Brentford away, we covered that. I thought they played really well, but I thought Brentford were outstanding. Man United, they played really well. So I see more chinks in the armour of Manchester City at the moment than Arsenal in regard to who's going to win the league. And to be fair, I think the acquisitions have probably helped a little bit, steadied the ship a little bit. Semenya and Guehi, definitely.
I think they're coming into form, especially defensively, Dance. You look at the back line, Guehi and Diaz coming together. We've seen them the last couple of weeks. They look a completely different outfit to the one that we saw in the early part of January, when they were really struggling to keep clean sheets because Max Elaine was having to play. No disrespect to him, but he'd been playing the first half of the season in the Championship. That back four now of Nunez, Diaz, Guehi and Aït-Nouri in front of Donnarumma just starting to look a little bit more solid. It's one defeat now in 14 Premier League games for Manchester City, and they love the end of the season.
They certainly do. What I would say as well, I'm a little bit disappointed. We think that Gordon's going to play on the left-hand side.
I was about to ask you about this.
I wanted him to play up front for the sake of probably Newcastle and their threat tonight, but also as well England. I think he could be a real asset in the summer playing as a number 9 if anything happens to Kane.
Well, let's contextualise this, because that's the system that Eddie Howe deployed in Baku against Karabakh, with Voltemada playing as a 10 behind Gordon. But you both suspect he's going to go back to a 4-3-3 tonight,
and at Villa as well last weekend, and at Tottenham Hotspur. You know, this is something that they've done over the last 3 or 4 games now, as they look to try and find a way of winning points away from home. I'm a little bit surprised, I've got to be honest with you, that Harvey Barnes and Jacob Murphy are on the bench tonight, because that trio of Barnes, Murphy and Gordon cause so many problems with their speed in behind. And if they do have a vulnerability, Manchester City, it is speed in behind their defence.
Yeah, and if you've got your speed on the width in Elanga and Gordon, both of those individuals are going to have to drop back when they're penned in by Manchester City. The good thing about having a speed merchant at the front end of the team in Gordon at the middle, he can stay furthest up the pitch, and that counter-attack, turning defence into attack. With Voltemada, you can't do that. He can't run in behind and get away from anyone.
But let's not prejudge it, Dance, because although it looks like that on paper, Eddie Howe has been pretty cute at changing different things in game, and I wonder whether or not he might play Elanga and Gordon as a sort of narrow 2, with Voltemada dropping deep into midfield, as he did in that game against Aston Villa.
Well, we'll keep an eye as soon as the game gets underway here on TalkSport in less than 20 minutes. I suspect, gentlemen, we'll have 1 or 2 Arsenal fans tuned in tonight to our coverage.
Why?
I don't know. If, sales of loo paper might be going up and up and up in that particular area of North London.
I think they need an early night with the derby coming tomorrow.
Sam will be there tomorrow for Game Day Live. 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Sam's got all the goals covered in all the Premier League matches, including North London derby at 4:30. But if they are going to, Stuart, hope that Newcastle do them a big favour tonight, you get the sense that Newcastle can have to score more than 1, because their clean sheet record at the moment is really poor.
Yeah, and especially on the road as well. They've not been as convincing. When the chances come, they've got to take them. But I'll make you about right there. I think a 1-0 victory won't be forthcoming for Newcastle to get over the line this evening.
They miss Ben Botman, don't they, being at his best. He doesn't play enough games of football. He's just on a brand new long-term contract, and Eddie Howe actually said he hoped there would be better news about him today. There isn't. He's still not available for him, and he's a proper defender. They need someone of his stature there. As well as Dan Burn has done, he hasn't got the speed that Botman has got over to cover the ground, doesn't read it the same. He's obviously been brilliant, but I just think they look more robust with him. And obviously Tino Livramento, Dance. I mean, poor old Kieran Trippier, 10th start in a row now. He's been forced to play every single week.
Talking about speed, the speed with which Antoine Semenyo has settled into life here at the Etihad is... Well, there's a lot of things that deserve a round of applause for what Antoine Semenyo has done, Stuart. Kept on playing at Bournemouth when the deal had been agreed. Many other players would have sacked it off and said, no thanks, I want to prevent injury. Scored with his final touch as a Bournemouth player to win a game. Comes here, and it looks like he's been here for 3 seasons.
Yeah, I've got to say, in the modern day game that we're in at the moment, it's an absolute pleasure to see individuals like him, akin to probably Declan Rice as well, that knew that a move might be in the offing, conduct themselves in the right and proper manner. And because he didn't destabilise himself at his club that he was sold from, I think it made it seamless coming here and settling in at City.
He has been a revelation. Phil Foden's an interesting debating point at the moment. Just right now, Sam, a plethora of attacking English midfielders trying to find consistent form to catch Thomas Tuchel's eye. Where are you with him? Because he's more goals and assists this season than he did in the whole of last campaign, but nowhere near the levels of the season before that.
But those 6 goals in a span of 4 Premier League games earlier in the season have sort of masked what has been a real downturn in form ever since. He has failed to score in his last 15 appearances for Manchester City. He's looking still for his first goal of 2026. He just hasn't been able to consistently perform over long periods of time. And actually, we were talking about this off air. You know, who is he a rival for when it comes to the squad? Well, he has to be a rival for Rodgers. Rodgers scores more goals. He has to be a rival for Jude Bellingham. Well, Jude Bellingham scores more goals and affects games in a different way. And who's the other one? Probably Cole Palmer. And he probably doesn't score enough goals in comparison to him either. So, you know, he's up against it, I think. He's going to need a very strong end to the season in order to book himself a place on that plane.
Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team here at the Etihad Stadium, alongside me, Ian Danton, members of the Tunnel Club, down beneath the pitch side, getting their photos behind the velvet rope as the City players trudge off the pitch, having completed their warm-up, and the Newcastle players too. So a quarter of an hour from getting underway here on TalkSport for our exclusive game day commentary. Let's get the odds with our friends at Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18+, gambleaware.org.
And we say a very good evening to Joe Dyer, who joins us from Betfair. What have you got for us tonight here then, Joe?
Yeah, I'll give you a snapshot of the odds. Obviously, with Arsenal wobbling in midweek, this is a huge chance for City in the title race, isn't it? Thankfully, some City fans, or I guess anyone else cheering them in the title race, Spurs fans, essentially, the Betfair traders say it's going to be 3 points for the home side. So you can get 4-9 on a City win, 4-1 on Newcastle pulling off the upset, and 11-4 on the draw. All those bets come from our 90-minute guarantee match odds market, which means we'll pay out on your winning bets at 90 minutes regardless of what happens in added time. A note on that, there's more than 23,000 Chelsea bets were saved by the 90-minute guarantee today. Just a quick look at the stats. One that leaps off the page is the fact that City have won their last 16 in a row at home to Newcastle. So it's understandable why they're so short in the market. Regarding the goals in the match, the Betfair traders again are confident that we'll see plenty. Over 2.5 is 4-9, so the same odds as a City win. And if we're thinking there's going to be goals, we have to look at the players that score them. And surprise, surprise, it's City players dominating the top of the market. And Erling Haaland, of course, is the man at the top of that list. 4-7 simply to score today. 11-4 for 2, 10-1 for a hat-trick.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. There's all the latest odds for you ahead of kickoff. Thanks to Betfair, 18+, gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So from our vantage point at the back of the bottom tier of the Colin Bell stand, I can see that the temporary goals after the pre-match warm-ups are being taken down by the ground staff. All the Premier League paraphernalia has been placed on the pitch, and the flags are ready to welcome the teams in just over 10 minutes' time. Exclusive national radio commentary on the way of Manchester City against Newcastle United. Stay with TalkSport.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue, unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Oh, Mo? Mo?
Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stopping you. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
Discover the world of Dobble back in McDonald's Happy Meal. Race through the worlds of music, sports, space and more. How quickly can your little one spot the match? Dobble's bursting with fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 5th of March 2026 from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Double range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then... substitution. His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim.
No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the free pull-out goals. Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers. In-depth tactical analysis. Unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action.
I think you've said it all there, Clive.
Sorry, Jim.
Not to worry, I was reading my copy of Goals anyway.
Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in the Sun.
In 10 metres, take a left at the pile of washing.
Sorry, what?
At the Valley of Toy Dinosaurs, approach the kitchen with no room to cook. Turn right at the Floordrove. You've reached Chaos. Recalculating. Suggest immediate course correction to IKEA for fitted wardrobes, children's storage and cupboard organisers.
Find your way back to calm. Discover smart storage at your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
It's a mighty Monday night of live Premier League football on TalkSport.
Goes for goal! Everton clash with Manchester United.
Belt and braces build up from 7. Spine-tingling live comms begins at 8.
It's a stunner!
Unmissable. Big ticket back of the net Monday night football on TalkSport, yeah.
This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. Just gone 10 to 8 Saturday evening. Ian Danter, Sam Matterface and former Man City boss and Newcastle fullback Stuart Pearce with you ahead of this 8 o'clock kickoff with an awfully big bearing on the title race. Manchester City entertaining Newcastle United. The light show is very much well underway here at the Etihad Stadium, and that nearly completed family stand away to my left hand side is filling up nicely, as indeed are all areas of the ground. Good sizable contingent of the Toon Army that have travelled south and west to come here as well. A reminder of this afternoon's football headlines for you. Villa left it late to grab a home point against Leeds United through Tammy Abraham. Chelsea's 8th red card of the season went to Wesley Fofana, with Liam Rosenior's side 1 up, but the Blues could not hold out for the win against battling Burnley, who earned a late point through Zion Fleming, and the Clarets could have won it too. Big 3 points on the road for Brighton at Brentford as James Milner, 40 years young, became the Premier League's record appearance maker for the Seagulls. 2-0 victory at the G-Tech, and it finished 0-0 at tea time between West Ham United and Bournemouth at London Stadium. In the Championship, I nipped up to the Hawthorns at lunchtime on my way here to see leaders Coventry City comfortably win 2-0 at West Brom. Only 1 point clear of the bottom 3 now, the Baggies. Eric Ramsey, their manager, apparently under pressure, as Leicester earned a point at Stoke in Gary Rowett's first game in charge of the Foxes. Second place Borough were held 0-0 at the Riverside by second bottom Oxford, and Wrexham won a thriller live on TalkSport 2, 5-3 against Ipswich to get back into the top 6, as teams around them like Hull, Millwall and Derby all lost. League One leaders Cardiff got walloped 5-2 at improving Plymouth, and that means Lincoln are just a point behind after the Imps stretched their unbeaten run to 15, winning 2-0 at Mansfield. And at the top of League 2 tonight, Bromley's lead cut to 2 points. They were held at second bottom Harrogate 0-0, whilst Cambridge, they won at the bottom side, Newport County. In Scotland, Hearts edged out Falkirk 1-0 at Tynecastle. That means they're 5 clear at the top of the SPFL. Rangers in second, Celtic in third. They both play tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. And Sam Matterface alongside me here will keep you updated with both of their games during the course of Game Day Live. He's on air from 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Rangers go to Livingston, Celtic host Hibs. And in the late game in Scotland, Motherwell are a goal up at St Mirren at the moment, and they're about to get the men's curling final underway at the Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina. We'll keep you updated with what happened there. England humbled in the Six Nations against Ireland at Twickenham this afternoon. And I think there might be a guard of honour about to occur here for some very famous Manchester City players as we approach, the 50th anniversary of the Manchester City victory against Newcastle United in the League Cup final. The likes of Willie Donachie, Peter Barnes, Tommy Booth, Asa Hartford, The man who scored an incredible overhead kick that day, Dennis Stewart, Kenny Clements, Colin Barrett, and members of Tony Book's family are all being introduced to the crowd pitch side at the moment. That's one of the first League Cup finals, Stuart, I can ever remember back in 76. Well, how could you forget that Dennis Stewart overhead kick? It was a beauty.
Yeah, as I say, I'm just looking down the roster of individuals here. Willie Donaghy was here as a coach when I first arrived in my last playing year as a player. I played with Peter Barnes at Coventry. I remember passing it to him and it was about 6 inches away from his feet. Refused to run and said, "Feet, son, feet." Asa Hartford was here on the coaching setup, and Dennis Stewart was on the board of directors when I was here with Kevin. So, yeah, some great achievements back in the day for them.
So they've had their introductions to the crowd, and we wait for the players to make their entrance. They're waiting in the tunnel, and they are on their way out now. And those Manchester City legends are standing as a guard of honour for the outcoming players and the referee here at the Etihad Stadium. Well, here we go then, the final third of the season. Sir Alex Ferguson called it squeaky bum time. Steve Bruce, who's with us on TalkSport Monday night at Everton Manchester United, calls it the tickly bit. Well, who's got the minerals to see their way to the Premier League title this year? Arsenal have to wait till tomorrow to take on Spurs in the North London derby. How close can Manchester City get to them tonight as they take on a team they love to play here at the Etihad, Newcastle United? We're ready for the off here on TalkSport. Stay with us, you won't miss a kick, in the company of the former Newcastle left-back and Man City manager Stuart Pearce, alongside your match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Dance. Good evening, everyone. Yes, welcome to the back of the Colin Bell stand at the Etihad Stadium. We're just left of the halfway line, and we're sitting just in front of the Tunnel Club, where the great and the good start to pour out to fill their seats ahead of what could be a pivotal night in the title race. Well, these two are getting to know each other quite well, aren't they? It's a fixture that is becoming probably English football's most lopsided rivalry, really. Manchester City and Newcastle United meet for the 4th time this season, and if you are counting, there's a 5th one coming up in the FA Cup. The last time these two clashed this often was back in 1994-95. They played 5 times that year too. Back then, Andy Cole and Peter Beardsley were tearing up the Premier League, and City were, well, a very different football club. 30 years later, the power dynamic has certainly shifted. Pep Guardiola's side sits second, they're chasing Arsenal, and tonight they have the chance to pile on the pressure. By the time we leave here, the gap at the top of the Premier League table could be just 2 points. Anthony Gordon arrives fresh from scoring 4 goals in Baku on Wednesday night. Erling Haaland hasn't played for 10 days. He was rested against Salford last weekend because of a little knee problem, but he returns tonight hunting his 30th goal of the season, and he's achieved that milestone in all 3 previous seasons at Manchester City. But here's the thing, he hasn't scored against Newcastle United in 8 attempts, his worst record against any opponent. Well, Arsenal will be hoping that that trend continues tonight, and that Newcastle United do them a massive favour. Here are the two teams. The home team, Manchester City, in light blue shirts with white shorts and light blue socks. And they start with Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Gay and Ait-Nouri as the back 4. Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Nico O'Reilly are the midfield trio, with Marmoush, Haaland and Semenyo in attack. For Newcastle United, who are in their change strip of dark blue with orange trim, they start with Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Byrne and Hall, then Willock, Tonali and Ramsey behind Elanga, Voltamada and Anthony Gordon. Referee is Tom Bramall, VAR is James Bell, and Tom Bramall actually relatively lenient on the card front, but has got form for awarding penalties. He averages 0.36 per Premier League game, which is quite high actually. Tomorrow we'll take you round the grounds on a pivotal day with the North London derby from 1:30. Monday night football is Everton against Manchester United. We're back in the Champions League next week and the Europa League and Conference League too. All the football, all the time. You know it makes sense. It has to be TalkSport. It's Saturday night. let's get going. Newcastle United shooting from right to left in the first half, City from left to right. And Stuart Pearce, the former Manchester City manager and former Newcastle player, is here. No better person to call this game. Can Newcastle finally break their Etihad curse tonight, Stuart?
Well, time will tell on that one. If they play the same way they did in the Carabao Cup game but convert their chances, they'll have a chance. Will they get those chances, though, in this game? City at the moment have been buoyed up by Arsenal dropping a couple of points in the week, and the title race is up and running.
Here is Semenyo picking it up halfway after Newcastle just threatened at the other end in the very early exchanges of the game. We've played 40 seconds. The ball is high up inside Newcastle territory, wide on the left. Aït-Nouri sends it into the centre. Rodri lends it to Bernardo Silva, then gets it back and then shuffles it back into the path of the new signing from January, Mark Gay, who just gets harassed a little bit by Joe Willock over on that far side and Jacob Ramsey, just nudges him to the floor and gives away a free kick just short of the halfway line. I thought he looked a little bit vulnerable there. That was a bit of a soft free kick, Stuart.
Yeah, he did. He didn't have a pass on. He turned away from play, and basically I think he ran out of ideas on where to play the ball and just drew the free kick.
Play continues with Rodri over on the far side. Back into the centre circle where Ruben Dias, back in the team, his 250th appearance today for Manchester City, sends the ball perfectly out to Aït-Nouri, who's galloping down the left. The low ball into the near post, looking for Marmoush, steered away by Malik Chow, gets there in front of Marmoush, the Egyptian, and his goalkeeper, and puts it out for the first corner of the game to Manchester City. It's 0-0. We played a minute and 43 seconds.
Yeah, they are just looking at this set-up for a corner. Newcastle have left Gordon up and they've left Elanga up, two speed merchants, and it's 2v2 at the back. That'll be interesting if the goalie can get his claws on this and launch it.
Here is the corner in towards the near post, steered away by Hall, but only as far as Nico O'Reilly. He then gets dispossessed and Jacob Ramsey tries to funnel it forward into Gordon, but Matthias Nunez, who's pretty rapid, clips it forward down the right instead, and then Byrne befuddles himself with a missed kick and then manages to recover, but then loses out to Bernardo Silva. A little trick to play in O'Reilly down the right side of the Newcastle United penalty area. O'Reilly trying to bundle his way past Byrne. The two number 33s collide and the ball spills out behind and away for a corner kick away to our right-hand side. 2 minutes 30 seconds gone. Sell out here at the Etihad tonight in the rain in Manchester. Really good atmosphere for what is a key game as we approach the final third of the season. Bernardo Silva short to Matthias Nunez, who comes running from right back to get into a wing position. Back to Bernardo Silva, who dribbles towards the edge of the box. Willock goes across, poor challenge. Silva continues. Gordon's come back to help out. The shuffle behind for a third corner for Manchester City, and we haven't played 3 minutes yet.
I've got to say, he's one of my favourite players in the Premier League, Bernardo Silva. He does everything right, and when he's picked the ball up there, it was like going back to the early 70s and Eddie Gray running at you. He was absolutely fantastic, and it's a cat and mouse at the moment. Newcastle trying to leave two players up, City saying we'll go 2-on-2 and then spring off you.
Well, the corner has ended up going all the way back to the halfway line where City are looking to build again. Rodri, who Pep admitted actually in his press conference this week he'd been brought back a little bit too early into the Manchester City side. They were desperate to get him playing again, and he said actually that was a mistake. Here is Semenyo capitalising on a Hall mistake into the centre, flashes past Haaland, goes through the other side of the penalty area and is recovered by Aït-Nouri over on the far side. 0-0 the score. Here is Rodri once again, back to Ruben Dias. Manchester City doing all the running in the opening exchanges here and looking pretty menacing coming forward as Silva goes down the right. The ball just about stays in. Voltemada's got it now. Newcastle United have got to find a way of getting high up the pitch here.
Yeah, they've given the ball away a couple of times in their final third, once with Dan Burn, once in with Hall, and you can't afford to do that. City have started extremely well on the front foot.
Motherwell chasing a European spot in the Scottish Premiership. They lead by 2-0 away at Falkirk at St Mirren tonight, and the ball is sent forward here by Newcastle's back line up towards the far side, and it goes straight out of play and away for a throw in deep inside their own territory. Manchester City had a rare free midweek. Newcastle were in Azerbaijan. Eddie Howe and his team returned at 4 a.m. on Thursday morning from Baku. He was pretty clear, though, Stuart, with the players that there was a necessity to recover, yes, but the idea of being at your best for a game against Manchester City is a sobering thought. and that in itself focuses the mind. No excuses, you've got to go there and do a job.
Yeah, and in some ways you're probably better off having an away game after a journey like that with all the fatigue that comes into it. You're better off being away, because all of a sudden the onus is on the home side to create.
Gordon speeding down the right-hand side after dispossessing Rodri and doing brilliantly to drag his team up the pitch. He didn't manage to get enough help as he took the ball over towards that far right-hand side. It's an interesting setup here, because Gordon is playing further forward tonight, and I just wonder whether or not we were right in our assessment earlier on that actually he will be almost like the point man tonight. We'll keep an eye on his average position, but at the moment he seems to have a bit of a free role.
Yeah, and Willock playing on this left-hand side where we thought probably Gordon would play. I think that's a better formation, I really do. They're trying to get Elanga and Gordon as far forward as possible.
Here is Voltemada tricking his way down into the right wing position, produces a cross into the centre. Not the best of clearances by Diaz, but he gets it towards COYI, and then Semenyo picks it up and looks to escape. He's being challenged by Ramsey. Good challenge by Ramsey as well, who's going to be important in that engine room. And it goes all the way back to the halfway line, and Hall manages to keep hold of it for Newcastle United. 6 minutes gone. This is TalkSport. Welcome to the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. It's been a busy old day in the Premier League and beyond today. Aston Villa drew with Leeds United. Late drama in that game. Brentford beaten at home by Brighton 2-0. James Milner broke the Premier League appearance record today. Chelsea stunned by Burnley in stoppage time. 1-0 they were leading for such a long time in the match, but they went down to 10 players when Wes Fofana was sent off, and after that it was one-way traffic, and there was a 5:30 kick-off as well. That finished 0-0 between West Ham and Bournemouth, as West Ham inched another point closer towards their rivals, who were trying to beat them in that race to avoid relegation. Ball clipped over the top for Joe Willock to chase. Matthias Nunez pushes him in the back. He goes down. It goes out of play, and the referee gives a goal kick. Nothing more than that. Willock is glancing in Tom Bramall's direction and asking for a free kick, which is not forthcoming.
Yeah, I don't think it was a free kick. Just got to be a little bit stronger than that in that situation. And as we said, I think what we've got is Gordon playing as a number 9, and Voltemada just dropping off, getting around the deep-lying Manchester City midfield player.
Well, we mentioned it in our build-up that Eddie Howe has been very cute in terms of changing his tactics. He was accused of playing the same way and not getting the best out of this group of players. They've won 3 straight away games on the trot now, and he has just manipulated the formation. He's had to change things because of the lack of personnel that have been available to him, and Anthony Gordon going through the middle has certainly helped, it seems like, and he's doing that again tonight. Here's Trippier on halfway, heading the ball forward into the inside left channel. Willock was a little bit on his heels there, and Matthias Nunez gets it back to his goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma, who's wearing highlighter pink clothing tonight. I was going to say Stuart Pearce wouldn't have been seen dead in that, but if it was free, definitely would be.
Given.
A bit of wrestling match going on between Byrne and Haaland. Haaland wrestled Byrne first of all to the ground, and then Byrne wrestled him back. Haaland is saying that is the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Erling Haaland is very good, by the way, but he was 8 yards inside opposition territory, wide on the right-hand side. His next action was not going to be a goal-scoring chance. Yellow card for Dan Byrne, that's all.
Yeah, I think the reaction of the City fans probably induced that yellow card, I've got to say. Dan was certainly all over the top of him, there's no doubt about that in a wrestling match. I think he was the aggressor between the two, and it's a dangerous game to play, leaving Haaland one-on-one with anybody.
Bernardo Silva to take the free kick from inside the Newcastle United half, 12 or so yards inside it, on the wide right, back to the halfway line to Ruben Diaz, and then Bernardo Silva just shaped to drop that in behind the defence, but then noticed that there weren't too many options making a run for that, so went into the centre circle, and Ruben Diaz, who has room to try and clip the ball forward. It's not a great ball by him, it's going to go straight out of play, and it's out for a throw in the right full-back position for Kieran Trippier. With Arsenal dropping points at Wolves on Wednesday, Manchester City can cut the gap at the top of the table to 2 points tonight if they manage to get a victory. And under Pep Guardiola, boy do they come on strong at the end of the season. They averaged 29 points from their final 12 Premier League games of a campaign. In the last 3 seasons that Arsenal have been challenging, they averaged 22 from their final 11. It's far from over. Here is Bernardo Silva being harassed by Tonali, edge of the area. He wriggles out of that tight grasp and gets it back again from O'Reilly, but his ball into the box is a little bit loose and it's cleared away by Dan Burn. That took a deflection. Newcastle can't escape. Marmoush wins it back. Now Semenyo takes over. They're trying to force their way through with brute force, really. But across comes Hall to take it wide towards the left-hand side. There's a foul by Marmoush and a free kick is given to Newcastle United down by the corner flag away to our right-hand side. We played 10 minutes. You're listening to Talk Sport. Manchester City second in the table against Newcastle United, who started the weekend in the top 10. And it's still 0-0. And in the Winter Olympics, Team GB's gold medal match against Canada in the men's team curling, which we were watching quite intently before we came on air here tonight, is taking place in Milan Cortina. And it's anyone's guess as to how the contest will go. Both teams tied at 5-all in the 8th of 10 ends. And when the result comes through, you'll find out here on Talk Sport. Thank you very much for lending us your ears. If you're driving back from football tonight, remember the Sports Bar Weekender is on air from 10 o'clock. 0371722 3344 is the number to call if you want to speak to the boys when we finish. You might have quite a lot to say about your team's performance today. It was quite a fascinating phone-in with Jamie and Jason earlier on today. The ball's loose inside the centre circle. Forward by Trippier for Newcastle United. It's going to go straight out of play, is it? No, Nunez is going to keep it in. It's flicked on by Marmoush after a volleyed clearance, and then he sends it towards the far side. Rodri nods it into the path of O'Reilly, who's just over the halfway line, and then it's motored on into the feet of the Spaniard and out wide to the left, and now Aït-Nouri, who's about a yard in from the left touchline. Back into Bernardo Silva. Rodri again, and then Silva. Midway inside the Newcastle half. Overhit by Silva. That's going to go down the throat of Nick Pope.
Yeah, as I say, Newcastle have got to play this game of cat and mouse. Yes, you've got to defend deep against Man City, but you've got to have an outlet as well that stays reasonably high up the pitch. Otherwise, you'll never get out against City and they'll strangle you.
Tonali dropping deep and giving the ball almost to Nico O'Reilly, and now it is going to reach O'Reilly because Trippier wasn't quick enough to get on the end of it, and he apologises for not reading that pass. And it goes back to Gay, and Manchester City will build again. Their form is strong, Stuart. 1 defeat in 14 Premier League games, 32 points from an available 36 at home. Top scorers in the league, 54 goals. They're the only Premier League side yet to win a point when trailing at half-time, but they rarely trail at half-time. They've scored in the first half of 11 of their last 12 Premier League home matches. Just having a look at the Newcastle bench behind Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe, and it is threadbare, although Joel Linton is back, which is a massive bonus. Don't have too many options, so many out.
Yeah, certainly have. And while you mentioned Joe Linton, and we're talking about, you remember in a previous life, Joe Linton was a centre forward until they dropped him back a little bit and he became one of the best midfield players, I think, in the Premier League. And then all of a sudden, the same might apply to Gordon now, you know, switching to a forward role.
And Voltemada as well, dropping a little bit deeper as Marmoush tries to poke the ball forward to O'Reilly, edge of the area. He's got some space, he hits it brilliantly into the corner, past Pope. And Manchester City have taken less than 15 minutes to open their account at the Etihad Stadium. It's a brilliant drive from Nico O'Reilly, his 5th goal of the season. He puts them in front in a crucial match in the title race. Just a little bit of sloppiness on the edge of the area from Newcastle United. It was poked in his direction by Omar Marmoush, and Nico O'Reilly smacked it low. He smacked it hard and out of the reach of Nick Pope, down to his right and almost into the side netting inside the post. And Manchester City lead by 1-0.
Well, what an impressive finish by this young man O'Reilly. They freed him up. Trippier went chasing the ball, which he shouldn't have done. And then O'Reilly's drilled it into the near post. And I'll tell you what, the goalkeeper will not be too pleased with his work, I don't think. Didn't get his angles correct. He's got a fingertips to it, but the pace of it just was past him before he knew it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Pope probably will feel as if he should have kept out Ouattara's winner against Bournemouth a couple of weeks ago. That one was probably even more that he should have kept a handle on. They play on here with Gordon going in behind, but the referee eventually blows his whistle because the offside flag is up. Gordon was looking to get in behind the defence, but Hatzidakis was very quick with his flag. But Eddie Howe will be absolutely furious about that, conceding the first goal after 14 minutes. Nico O'Reilly, who has seamlessly become a fixture in this team. He's started 21 Premier League matches this season. Scored against Bournemouth, scored against Fulham. He actually scored a goal against Real Madrid not so long ago as well. And he scored a crucial goal here. He does like a long-range effort as well. That was from just on the edge of the penalty area, wasn't it?
Yeah, Trippier was guilty there of just coming off his perch, tucking inside, trying to have a dabble at the ball. Once he didn't get it, it left O'Reilly outside him, acres of space. But I've got to say, it was still a wonderful finish by him.
Yeah, I think Trippier's been caught on a couple of occasions in this run where he's had to play a lot of games in the absence of Livramento. There's no Bruno Guimaraes tonight as well, no Botman, no Wissa, no Livramento as I mentioned, no Cher, no Miley, no Kraft, who's a good useful squad player. Ball over the top for Gordon to chase. He's got Gay for company. Oh, he's headed that down beautifully into the penalty area he goes. Willock is joining inside the area. He cuts back on his right foot, shoots, it's saved by the goalkeeper down low to his left, and he just had to check back because he'd taken the ball a little bit too wide and Willock wasn't really open for him in the penalty area, so he took the shot on. He forced a save from Donnarumma, but it was a save that the Italian was always going to make, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, that was the tactical approach of Newcastle, looking for that forward ball. Off went Gordon, but the recruitment of Gahey stayed with him, and that was so important, and that shows what an acquisition he's going to be for Manchester City on these counter-attacks.
Here is Ramsey on the far right edge of the area, gets challenged by Aït-Nouri, cleanly according to the referee. Semenyo picks the ball up centre field, now sends Marmoush away, and he scampers at pace out towards the left edge of the area. He cuts back on his right foot, he shoots violently towards goal, it's saved by Pope, and then Semenyo's rebound was a little bit awkward. He volleyed into the ground and it went wide of the upright and out towards this near side. It's cleaned up by Pope. Eventually Manchester City lead by 1-0. We played 17.5 minutes on TalkSport. Whenever they come forward, especially down that left-hand side, where I think there is a little bit of vulnerability between Chow and Trippier, they look deadly.
I'll tell you who's doing a good job for City, Semenyo. He's just tucking in off his perch when he has to, when his team are defending.
Marmoush trying to set up Bernardo Silva, who's not going to get on the end of that. It's just a little bit heavy for him, and it runs through to Nick Pope once again. But every time they get that ball in the midpoint of the Newcastle half, they spring into life. There's a little bit of extra urgency about them. The adrenaline starts to throw, and the City crowd get on their feet. They believe that there are more goals in this for them. They only got 2 against Salford last week.
I think they're starting to show that confidence, aren't they, City? That swagger a little bit's come back into their play. As I say, Semenyo just coming off his perch a little bit in a more central area and picking up and then driving with the ball, feeding it wide and then getting in the box.
Ball funneled out by Donnarumma into midfield for O'Reilly, and then back to Aït-Nouri, and back to Donnarumma again, who travels up towards the edge of his penalty area, tiptoes forward, looks up, he's looking for an outlet to kick the ball long here. He's going to go to Haaland on the right hand side. He does that. Haaland is beaten initially by Byrne and then escapes behind, and Nick Pope comes out and shovels the ball out into touch. Quickly taken throw, Matthias Nunez onto Haaland, into Rodri, bursts into the penalty area, Marmoush at the back post, across comes Jacob Ramsey, snaffles the ball up and clears it high into the stand away to our right and out for another corner, but that was quick thinking from Haaland.
See, what City are doing particularly well, they're playing the ball around at the back, which is drawing a man-to-man press on from Newcastle, and it's leaving 2-on-2, and one of that 2-on-2 is Byrne and Haaland, and Dan Byrne knows he's got to get first contacts. If he doesn't, there's a problem on hand.
Well, they've had a few problems already tonight. They trail by 1-0. We played nearly 20 minutes. You're listening to TalkSport. Manchester City 1, Newcastle United 0 on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Here's O'Reilly, back to Bernardo Silva, left edge of the area, ball to the far post, punched away by Pope, who comes and reads that and gets a good hand on it and sends it out towards the far corner, and it hits the corner flag and goes out for a corner kick over on the far side. They've racked those up in the first half of the game, and it's still 1-0 to Manchester City, and the corner is sent in towards O'Reilly, edge of the penalty area, or a mistake, which has given the chance for Willock to break now, and he bursts over halfway. He had a big chance in the Carabao Cup semi-final they didn't take. He sends it wide onto Elanga. There's not many options in the centre apart from Gordon. He bounced forward though. It takes a deflection off of Aït-Nouri, and it's out for the first Newcastle United corner of the game. 5 corners at one end, this is the first at the other, and Newcastle have just got to make the most of it whenever they do get an option like this. Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, they have. As I say, they're dealing on scraps at the moment, Newcastle, but once in a while when they do get good secure possession at the back, it's got to go forward quickly into Elanga, into Gordon, and then it's a race.
Well, that chance that Gordon had when he raced away in behind the defence, he just took the ball a little bit wide. He needed to drive closer towards goal, I think, but I think it was Gay's presence that stopped him from being able to do that. Corner taken and sent in by Trippier. The header by Voltemada just is ticked over the top by Donnarumma, and Chow and Voltemada almost got in each other's way actually, and I wonder whether or not Chow was the one who got the final touch on that. They both went up for it. It was Chow who got the final touch on it, and he's been pretty good actually aerially for Newcastle United. Scored quite a few goals. He's the joint top scoring Premier League defender this season, Malik Chow, and he came closest to levelling things up. Here's Tonali with the corner away to our left. It's a flat delivery, not a great one, but it falls nicely for Ramsey. Then back to Hall, strikes it, takes a deflection, it's snuck in. Lewis Hall celebrates, and Newcastle United have an equaliser. He only really ever scores against Manchester opposition, and he's done it once more. They needed to take their chances whenever they have come, and that one took a big deflection on the way through off the boot of Lewis Hall from the corner, which wasn't very well hit at all, but it snuck in past Donnarumma, and Newcastle United are level. It's a goal that will be cheered in the North East and in North London, because it's Manchester City 1, Newcastle United 1.
Yeah, I think there was the deflection en route, if I'm not mistaken. Did it smash off a Newcastle back?
I think it might have been a City back actually.
There was certainly a heavy deflection there. Yeah, I think you're right, and it's ended up in the back of the net, and as I say, it wasn't much of an opportunity, was it? But it took a wicked deflection that wrong-footed Donnarumma.
Well, Lewis Hall, whose last goal was in the defeat to Manchester United in May 2024, on his 100th club career appearance, scores the goal that levels things up. It did take a flick off Aït-Nouri, I think, and Manchester City are pegged back at home against Newcastle United. Now that is fascinating, Stuart Pearce, because it looked for all the world that Manchester City, after taking the lead, were going to run away with it, but Lewis Hall has popped up with a goal from a speculative shot from the edge of the area, and all of a sudden it's game on again.
Yeah, it is. As I say, Manchester City have probably been the side in the ascendancy in these early interactions, but Newcastle have managed to get themselves level, and that will give them a big lift.
Well, 22 minutes gone, and that ball was converted by Lewis Hall, so we had 2 goals in the first quarter of the game, which sets us up nicely. I was a little bit worried that it might be a cagier affair tonight. Well, I'm pleased to say that it's not like that at all. I've seen Manchester City a couple of times just sort of shut the door and become quite sort of mechanical. I'm pleased that they've been opened up a little bit, because it means they've got to go for it again and gives us more entertainment. I'm sure the Manchester City fans will not feel like that. I'm sure that the Arsenal fans will be sitting there celebrating every Newcastle chance, because they want them to drop points. And Newcastle have had problems actually against the top sides in the Premier League, Stuart. They've taken just 2 points from a possible 24 in the 8 games that they've had against teams from 3rd to 7th in the league. Villa, Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool and Brentford. They simply cannot beat the sides around them, and they never win when they take on a team away from home that has started the day in the top 2.
I'm just looking at Pep Guardiola's body language there. When his team are building up from the back, he's giving
Here's Marmouche taking the ball towards the edge of the area. A right-footed shot which takes a cannon off the back of a defender. It scoops into the air. It's headed away by Dan Burn and recovered by Rodri. Actually, it was fascinating in the huddle. We'll come back to that Pep Guardiola discussion in just a second. In the huddle after the goal, Dan Burn was going around just having a word with everybody just to make sure that their mentality was right. Now they've got something to hold on to here, and it will require a lot of effort to be able to see this one through. 1-1 the score, 25 minutes gone. You're listening to TalkSport. You were talking about the build-up play that Pep Guardiola wasn't happy with?
No, Donnarumma's got the ball at the back and they're looking to build up Manchester City. Newcastle have gone man for man, and he's signalling to Donnarumma, play the ball out to Marmouche. He likes the Marmouche TL sort of interaction. So he's not looking to play that ball into sort of Dan Burn and Haaland. He'd prefer it to go into Marmouche. He thinks that's a better trade-off, I think, looking at his body language.
Well, his hands are firmly squeezed into his pockets of his combat trousers, black combat trousers with a black hoodie on tonight. No rain jacket at the moment as Haaland is poked down the right channel. He scoops across towards the far post. O'Reilly is there and he heads it across the goalkeeper and into the net. It's a super move, and Haaland comes up with an assist for O'Reilly, who gets his second goal of the game. And Newcastle United are behind once again, just moments after equalising. This goal constructed by Haaland down the right side of the box. A beautiful flighted delivery, and arriving just in the nick of time was O'Reilly to make it 2-1.
I'll tell you what, all the talk before the game is the new signings and the acquisitions and one thing and another, and someone who's come out the academy system is ripping it up today. Brilliant play by Semenyo, releasing Haaland. Haaland standing one up like any good winger would, and basically O'Reilly was too powerful for Trippier at the far post.
That's a brilliant header.
It is a fantastic header.
Such a good header, because as it comes in, he gets up high, he sees where the goalkeeper is, he goes right back the other way, heading it back from whence it came, and that meant that Nick Pope, wrong-footed, could not shift his weight back to his left foot. He was never going to have a chance to reach it, and it rippled the corner of the net. Haaland jumps into the arms of his teammates in celebration, and Manchester City lead by 2-1.
Well, we saw some footage pre-game of Niall Quinn scoring headers, and he would have been proud of that one, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, that fella as well, we talked a bit about Phil Foden and what he has to do to get into the England squad going to the World Cup. This fella's got to be in and around it, hasn't he? I mean, he's played left back, he's played left midfield, he's played centre midfield, he's great at arriving into the box. What a player to have. Thomas Tuchel's got to be thinking about including him. He did obviously include him in the autumn. He's definitely on the list for March, I would have thought.
Yeah, and you say, you know, what has Phil Foden got to do to get in the international squad? Well, what's he got to do to get past O'Reilly in this squad?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier on. You know, the fact is he's not even playing games for Manchester City on a regular. And whilst that is the case, it's going to be difficult for him. But Nico O'Reilly, brilliant. And twice tonight he's shown his quality. There's a challenge there by Hall. Nunez has gone down rather dramatically, suggesting that he was kicked on the back of the ankle. And Stuart will tell you that doesn't mean anything until we've seen a replay where we can tell whether or not he's been actually kicked. And we just have to speculate that it's possible.
Yeah, I think what he's done is put his foot across Hall, drew the contact. What a cross by Haaland. We're just looking at the replay. That is as good as any winger. Well, it's as good as he would want, let's say.
Yeah, he would love that to be dripped onto his head, wouldn't he? There's a beautiful delivery by the big Norwegian down the right side of the box. He just clipped that up beautifully for O'Reilly, and he came powering in with a header, and it's 2-1 to Manchester City, live on TalkSport as the title race kicks into gear again. And those Arsenal fans that moments beforehand were cheering that Lewis Hall goal at the other end, banging their fists in frustration once more back in London and beyond. Here's Willock, formerly of Arsenal, bouncing the ball forward and then scooping it out towards the left, looking for the run of Ramsey. Newcastle's Ramsey gets up towards the left edge of the area, attacking the Manchester City goal. Good cross into the box, header forward by Willock, away by Rodri, and that's a dangerous one. Donnarumma should catch it and does. And it falls out of the sky and into the big Italian's arms. And it's 2-1 to Manchester City. And the latest odds from Betfair available, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get Manchester City to win the game at 5-1 on. Here's Gordon, right side of the area, right-footed shot, which is saved by Donnarumma. The draw is available 11-2. Newcastle to win the game are out to 11-1 now. That's all thanks to Betfair. You can play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18+. BeGambleAware.org. What Eddie Howe be thinking now, Stuart?
Well, he'll be a little bit disappointed. I mean, his team got back in on level terms, that is for sure. But they're just being pulled around a little bit by some really good play. I've got to say, sometimes you've got to turn around and say the opposition are doing well. Semenyo, like he's done now, look, he's gone and played right in the middle of the pitch when the ball's on the opposite side. That is a real danger sign if Newcastle are in possession of the ball, lose possession, because he is there to drive with the ball.
Whose responsibility is he? If the move breaks down right now, Newcastle have got the ball over on the right-hand side. Semenyo standing sort of almost just about 5 yards back from the edge of the centre circle. Obviously, it's expected that he's playing on the right-hand side, so Hall would pick up. Who's got to pick him up now?
Well, the biggest problem he's got, Tonali's getting treatment, so you would think that Tonali would level off a little bit and get somewhere near where he is, I would suspect. But he's been very intelligent with his play. Instead of playing out wide, out of possession, he just tucks in a little bit, and I think he's seen plenty of the ball. He was integral in the second goal, that is for sure, in the build-up play.
Well, he signed from Bournemouth on January the 9th. Tonali getting treatment over on the far side, by the way. Semenyo scored on his debut after his £62.5 million move. He's never really looked back, has he? He's got 5 goals in 9 appearances before tonight for Manchester City. And he looks a danger, but they do have dangers, don't they? And one of the things that sort of I think Pep Guardiola was a little bit upset about in the first half of the season was the lack of goals from other players that weren't Erling Haaland. Or Haaland actually has dried up just a little bit, really. He's only got 4 goals in 13 since the turn of the year. He's been suffering a little bit from a knee injury. But with Semenyo in the team, O'Reilly scoring goals, Bernardo Silva scored at Liverpool the other week, which was an absolutely crucial goal in the title race, and I think that was the announcement moment, wasn't it? It was, we're not finished yet. That goal that he scored at Anfield, he decided really, he scored it, then picked the ball up and encouraged everybody to get back and start fighting. They ended up winning that game, and they haven't looked back since. They lead here by 2-1. Tonali's still getting treatment over on the far side. They can't afford to lose another midfield player.
No, they certainly can't. Say Tonali, adequate replacement for Bruno.
Ball picked up on the halfway line. Haaland trying to get past Byrne. Byrne fends it away. O'Reilly heads it forward, and then Haaland gets up once again and heads the ball into a channel. There was maybe just a little bit too much physical contact between him and Malik Chow, who's gone down in a crumpled heap, and it's going to be a free kick just short of the halfway line. Scores Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1 on TalkSport with Sky Sports. And don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Spurs versus Arsenal tomorrow. Live, search Now Sports. And after this game, stay with us. We'll bring you all the reaction from the tunnel tonight. Adam Catterall on Fight Night this evening. And remember, tomorrow, Sunday game day, live from the North London derby, Mickey Gray, Alex Crook, Perry Groves and I will take you around the grounds on what is a huge day in the Premier League. Loads of 2 o'clock kickoffs tomorrow as well.
Oh, it'll be a brilliant day of football tomorrow, that is for sure. The Liverpool Forest game reminds me of the first televised Premier League game, wasn't it?
It was, yes. First day of the season. Was that first day of the season? 92-93, yeah, I think it was, yeah. First Super Sunday. Yeah, Teddy Sheringham.
That's it.
Yeah.
Scored a wonderful goal.
Yeah, remember it. Those were the days, weren't they, eh? It's not that long ago. It's only 34 years, Stuart. All our yesterdays. Malik Chow still upset about the challenge that was perpetrated on him by Erling Haaland. Tonali still getting a little bit of treatment, has now just wandered onto the pitch again. Kieran Trippier now pleading for it. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall not happy either. They're a little bit furious that Chow's got to go off the pitch here, bearing in mind he feels he was fouled by Haaland, and the referee concurs with that because he's given a free kick.
Yeah.
He's actually holding it. Looks as if he's got a tooth missing or someone's whacked him in the tooth. Malik Chow. 2-1 the score in favour of Manchester City in the Etihad Stadium. 10 minutes to go before half-time. You're listening to TalkSport. The ball is pumped forward by Nick Pope, high into the air, flicked by Byrne, drops on the edge of the D, and it's cleared away by Haaland and out towards this near side. And Kieran Trippier's got to be a little bit careful because you can hear the thundering hooves behind him of the Manchester City players, and it goes out of play and away for a throw-in eventually for Lewis Hall away to our right-hand side. Every one of the last 9 Premier League away wins that Newcastle have managed to pick up have been against bottom half sides. Winless in 10 away against top half teams. Winless in 37 away at sides in the top 2 since December 2001 when they beat Arsenal. Traditionally, Arsenal and Newcastle not the best on the road against the very, very best, and they're behind again here. Marmoush trying to beat the offside trap, brings the ball down inside the area. He's gone beyond Hall, sends it to the far post, and O'Reilly coming in at that far post, trying to complete his hat-trick. Miscues as he slips, diving into the 6-yard box. It wouldn't have counted anyway because the offside flag was up, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, it's a great ball by Gahey, just off.
That was tighter than Superman's underpants.
Yeah, listen, I find it quite intriguing, really. The linesman didn't put his flag up for that one, and he did up this end here for Gordon's one.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. Where's the correlation there between the two?
It's probably best not to go into it because we had. Do you remember the VAR situation we had last week involving Aston Villa and Newcastle?
Indeed.
And the situation there with the assistants and the communication with the referee wasn't great. Let's just say that.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yes. Let's just move on. Here's Ramsey on this near touchline into Lewis Hall. Back to Ramsey. Oh dear. Just on different wavelengths and didn't stretch properly to reach it, and it was a bit behind Ramsey and goes behind and out for on the sideline and away for a throw-in to Manchester City, who lead by 2-1, scoring through O'Reilly twice. In between time, Lewis Hall got Newcastle back in the game, but Newcastle eventually succumbing to yet another Manchester City attack, and it remains 2-1. In the curling, the men's team curling gold medal match in Cortina, it's been a disastrous 9th end for Team GB. Have conceded 3 to Canada, who now lead 8-6 as we head into the 10th and final end. Looks like they're second favourites now. Newcastle's second favourites here now as City come forward again with Nori up towards the left edge of the area, sends it down the side of the box for Semenyo's low cross into the near post. Is too close to Nick Pope, who pats it down and is able to clear for the visitors. And again on the starters block, Salanga trying to spring in behind. He puts a low cross into the area. Gordon is arriving. He's just a little bit too wide, but he could pull that back to Ramsey. Doesn't do so. Goes to Willock instead. He tries to bend it towards the far corner, but it's a routine save from Donnarumma, and Alanga's not happy about that because he had more room over on the far side.
Yeah, I thought it was a great ball by Trippier. Slid it up the wing to Alanga. Alanga's got onto it and he's played it across the face of goal. I think he's got to take that himself. I think he's played it too early. Gordon wasn't in position to tap in the middle of the goal.
Why would he take it so early? Because he was always asking too much of Anthony Gordon in that area. Is that lack of confidence?
That's probably what I'd put it down to. I think the right thing to do would be to take that and then see Frank Gahey up, give Gordon the opportunity to get in, alternatively try and take him on and beat him.
Well, one of the things that Newcastle would have noticed, I mean, it hasn't happened so much in the last couple of weeks, but certainly it is something that's been a bit of a theme of 2026, is that Manchester City have slowed up in second halves of games. It happened in the Carabao Cup game between the two here, and they will certainly hope that that continues, that trend here tonight. We're just approaching 6 minutes before half-time. It's 2-1 to Manchester City, and City are on the attack with Rodri, who's 5 yards outside the box, sends it into the centre. Burns sort of flicks at it. It goes out towards the corner flank. Matthias Nunes chasing with Lewis Hall. The ball ricochets off Hall and goes out for a throw-in down by the corner flag away to our right-hand side. Busy old day in the Premier League. Aston Villa scoring a very late goal against Leeds. That game finished all square. Chelsea all square with Burnley who scored in the 93rd minute of the game against 10-man Chelsea, who've had 8 players sent off this season alone. And West Ham drew with Bournemouth, and Brighton beat Brentford away from home in the Premier League. Great win for Portsmouth in the Championship. Borough dropped points. Coventry won away, worrying West Brom. Here is O'Reilly down the left into the penalty area looking for Haaland, who heads it backwards rather than forwards. Voltemada gets it clear, and Anthony Gordon is asked to race upfield, and he knocks it past Diaz and then tries to go on the outside. Diaz brings him down. That's going to be a yellow card for Ruben Diaz, who gave himself no option really, because Gordon, stuck on the afterburners, was burning past him at rapid pace, and Ruben Diaz had to take emergency action.
Yeah, good play there by Gordon. He's just took it first time, made it a foot race, and Diaz used all his experience, just got the arm across the chest, pulled him down and took the yellow card.
And it was taking the yellow card, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think if the referee didn't book him, he'd have walked across to the referee, picked the pocket of him and booked himself.
Just give it here. Just give it. It gives a free kick to Newcastle United, and they have already caused a problem from the set piece. Tonali's poor delivery into the box ended up at the feet of Lewis Hall, and he smacked it beyond Donnarumma and went into the net. Tonali is about to take this free kick, which is just 2 or 3 yards in from the left sideline, midway inside the Manchester City half of the field. It'll be Tonali to take it, right-footed, arcs it towards the penalty spot where Dan Burn is arriving, and Dan Burn is scoring for the second time in the game. Newcastle have scored from a set piece, or have they? The offside flag belatedly goes up from Kon Hatzidakis. Burn was celebrating, and then 2 or 3 seconds after that, the flag went up. Let's have a look at it, Stuart Pearce. Was he?
Yes, I think he just was, if that's him at the near, but yes. Just offside. The grimace on Eddie Howe's face looking at the screen in the technical area probably told you the story.
Well, Jason Tindall is having a go at him and saying to him, why did you go early? That was a great free kick. The VAR has checked it, the offside has been confirmed, and Newcastle United have missed a great opportunity. Do you know what though? I mean, there was a push there by Diaz that pushed him into an offside position.
Exactly that. It'd be interesting to see whether that's deemed as a free kick or alternatively, well,
as the ball comes in, he's pushed by Diaz, so surely they should either retake the free kick.
Well, while the ball's in flight, you cannot take a free kick, can you? You know, you've got to give a decision one way or the other. Either you deem it a penalty or you don't, and you play on.
Well, if that touch happened, we only saw the angle of him actually pushing it. We didn't see where the kick point was. If it happens before the ball is kicked, they have to retake it. If it's after the ball is kicked, it's a penalty. And we need to see another replay of that. Either way, Newcastle might feel a little bit hard done by. Hall trying to wriggle out of a tight little grasp with Rodri. Hall gets it anyway. Does so brilliant in tight areas. Hall. Elanga sent down the side. Gay comes across to meet him. He's on the left side of the area here. Elanga getting to the edge of the box. Gordon wants it. Gordon takes it. Gordon moves into the box now and tries to go in between the 2 centre-backs. He takes a bump off Gay, goes to ground, but the referee's not going to give anything for that. And it's cleared away by Donnarumma. The one thing I will say about this first half, Stuart, with 90 seconds to go before we blow the half-time whistle, is that there's some encouragement here for Newcastle United.
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say, certainly until a third goal comes. Brilliant hold-up play.
And that might come now because Semenyo has been released by Haaland, and he's tried to tuck it left towards Marmoush, and he just drove the Egyptian a little bit too far wide. Ball collected again by Manchester City's Aït-Nouri. Midpoint of the Newcastle half is Rodri. He's square onto Nunez now. And Newcastle have got everybody back behind the ball here as Gay strides forward. Feeds it into Bernardo Silva. Back from Marmoush to Bernardo Silva again, who runs laterally. Then feeds Rodri. Rodri's got a new haircut for the weekend. Guides it back to the halfway line. And Manchester City inch towards the break. We've got 30 seconds before half-time. Newcastle haven't won at the Etihad since October 2014, and that is their only win here in That was in the League Cup. Here's Haaland from the edge of the area, striking low towards the goalkeeper's right. Nick Pope had that covered all the way, and it dribbles behind and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
I'll tell you what, Haaland's done well today. I've seen him have a lot of interactions. He's held the play up well, and there's a lot of times you've come here and, well, it's a bit harsh, this statement. A lot of times you come here and you think, well, he's not participating. What's he doing? You know? But in this game especially, he's held it up well, he's running behind, he's created the goal, he's been a jack of all trades.
5 minutes of added time at the end of the first 45. Seems like quite a lot, really, for not very much in terms of transgressions in that first half of the game. The ball's gone out of play anyway, and it's out for a throw-in in the right full-back position. I'm sure Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall would have some positive things to say about this first half. A couple of negative things would be the scruffiness with which the 2 goals that they have conceded have come by. A bit of a mistake by Trippier, actually, on both of the goals, really. Failing to deal with O'Reilly. And Newcastle United find themselves 2-1 down, but they almost sprung there because they had 3 players that were beyond the defensive line. The issue is that Matheus Nunes was playing them all on, Stuart.
It was, and it's those little interactions that City have got to guard against, you know. That's why Newcastle will be a continual threat from start to the end of this game, while the scoreline's only 1 goal. They've got the ability to go from back to front very quickly and in behind.
Motherwell beating St Mirren by 3-0 now as they look to chase the big boys at the top of the table. Celtic and Rangers play tomorrow. Hearts 1, stretching their lead at the top of the table to 5 points today. And we'll keep you updated with both Celtic and Rangers games tomorrow. Remember, the Steel City Derby is on TalkSport 2 tomorrow lunchtime. And that's live on TalkSport 2. What a big game that is. As Aït-Nouri moves up towards the edge of the area, feeds it in towards O'Reilly. It goes back to Elanga after a Newcastle clearance and then rebounds to halfway. And Manchester City have got it back again.
How old's Bernardo Silva?
Bernardo Silva is 31 years of age.
The distance he travels in games, it's just perpetual motion watching him.
Here is Marmoush up towards the edge of the area, right-footed shot, he unloaded one there and Pope went diving towards his near post, and actually I think if that had just tucked inside the post then Pope probably wouldn't have got there because he flung himself, and it was such an early shot from Marmoush, it might have caught everybody out.
Well, he's hit that with massive dip, but trouble is he just hit across it a little bit, didn't he, and pulled it beyond the post.
Yeah, and pulled that right towards the left-hand side, and that just dragged it away from Nick Pope. And it remains 2-1 to Manchester City as we approach half-time here on TalkSport at the Etihad Stadium. A couple of those who are Tunnel Club members have just walked up the gangway away to our right-hand side to get their a la carte half-time refreshments. Here is, you've got your a la carte half-time refreshments, we've got your dairy milk, I think. No? What's that, an Eccles cake?
Eccles cake. I've gone full Manchester.
Oh, good on you. We like that. Here is Trippier clipping the ball over the top for Elanga. Elanga brings it down, tries to travel infield. He's being marshalled by Aït-Nouri. Comes back to Tonali, who switches the play to the left-hand side, and Ramsey now takes it on. And he went to go and dance towards the edge of the box, but it was offside. I mean, that's pretty negligent, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Good switch of play, good hold-up play by Elanga. And then, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure it is offside. It's really, really tight. Now,
and the decision flagging for that
time, well, the linesman to our left flags for everything. The one to our right lets play go to a finish. Very strange.
Well, you're supposed to if it's within 5 yards.
Well, that
keep
was
the flag down.
That was within 5 centimetres.
It wasn't even that.
No.
Ball cleared by Donnarumma upfield. The problem is if that is so marginal, and they went on and, what if he scored in that situation? Then they went back and found out that actually he was onside.
Yeah.
Which is what is supposed to happen.
Indeed, that's what VAR was designed for.
Rodri, it's 3-on-2 here in Manchester City's favour as Newcastle overcommit. He's fed Marmoush to the edge of the area, tries to come back in past Chiao. He shoots towards the near post instead of trying to get it in the far post, and that's smothered by Pope rather easily. He didn't get behind it. I think as he cut back in, it just took a nick off Malik Thiaw, which did enough to put him off.
Yeah, Thiaw has got to keep him outside him. He can't let him check inside. When he's let him check inside him, Marmoush has got to go for that far corner, like you said.
Here is Aït-Nouri over on the far side. We've nearly played our 5 minutes of added time at the end of the first half, and it looks like they just want to get in at half-time, both teams now, and they will do that. Eddie Howe is not happy. He goes down the touchline. He's got a few words to say at the break. Newcastle have won just one of their 8 Premier League games in which they were trailing at half-time, which statistically doesn't give them that much encouragement, but there has been encouragement in that first 45 for them, and encouragement for Arsenal fans as well. 2 Nico O'Reilly goals, though, have given Manchester City the edge at half-time. Newcastle United did score in between those two, but they trail at the break by 2-1.
Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team here at the Etihad, and the live football keeps on coming across the TalkSport network over the next few days. The Steel City derby tomorrow at high noon at Bramall Lane. Wouldn't Sheffield United just love to be the team that relegates Sheffield Wednesday, the first team ever to be relegated from the Championship in February? That's a 12 o'clock kickoff with Jim Proudfoot and Chris Owellamo, your commentary team, whilst Sam, who's alongside me tonight, will take you around the grounds here on TalkSport from 1:30 with Game Day Live. 4 Premier League games, 3 of which kick off at 2 o'clock, and the North London derby, which Paul Hawksby famously calls akin to being a trip to the dentist. Spurs against Arsenal. They will sneak Perry Groves into the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium with the comedy nose and glasses so he can get down the Tottenham High Road without being accosted, and he'll be alongside Sam and Alex Crook for that North London derby. And it's all a question of how close Manchester City get to Arsenal by the time we get to that kickoff at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Stuart Pearce is alongside me at half-time, and the first half has all been about the slickness of Manchester City's approach, play and finishing. That second goal in particular had class and quality, Stuart, written all over it. You've got Semenyo's ball, the run of Haaland, the cross of Haaland, and the strength of O'Reilly was magnificent to watch.
Yeah, I think you've probably named 3 players there that would stand out players in this first half. I think there's been some good performances, but Semenyo's got on the ball in a more central area and driven with it pretty well. Haaland has been integral in a lot that's played, and O'Reilly's 2 goals, absolutely beautiful.
The first one in particular, the way he lets the ball run across his body, and that's a very difficult skill because the ball was travelling a bit. He lets it run across his body, doesn't take a touch, and cuts across it first time. I mean, I know you mentioned Pope. I think the fact the ball's swerving away from him makes the save more difficult. He did get fingertips to it.
Yeah, he certainly got fingertips. I just think his body position should have been to his right half a yard, Pope, maybe.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, I've got to say, you're absolutely right. He's taken the shot at the optimal time. He's put enough pace, enough swerve on it to cut the reaction time of Pope down.
In between that, Newcastle got themselves back in it. It was you don't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket, and that's exactly what Lewis Hall did. Right, I'm smacking this back into a crowd of bodies, and he got the benefit from it, Stuart.
Yeah, I thought the opportunity to shoot was gone, actually. The City players got out and shut him down reasonably well, but managed to get his finish away. And as you say, you take a chance, you get a solid deflection, and they're back in the game, and you think, well, you know, you're waiting for City to go on and win this game. I think it's up in the air because Newcastle have got attacking threat, Dan.
So exactly what I was about to say to you. That jeopardy still remains. You had that moment towards the end of the half where there was a potential 3-on-1 break for Newcastle, but the ball was hit too heavy over the top. So that jeopardy does remain as we go into the second half, doesn't it?
You can see Newcastle's tactical approach in this game, and probably all the time they come. Because their attributes, they've got good pace in their ranks. They're looking to pop that ball over the back of Manchester City's back line and make a race of it. And to be fair, Diaz has had to galvanise a booking to stop one attack. And Mark Gahey, who's been flat out trying to stay with the likes of Elanga and Gordon, that's why he's been brought to this football club, to deal with these one-on-ones, has done well enough to stop them getting clear finishes.
And somebody's going to have to explain to me why VAR is happy to investigate an offside from a free kick, but not a push before the free kick is taken to put a player in an offside position. Because I think, Stuart, that Ruben Diaz pushed Dan Burn before Sandro Tonali took that free kick. So they're happy to look at one thing but not at another. That's what drives me crazy about VAR. They're happy to inspect some things but not others. Just let the game go.
I would love to throw some clarity on that statement, but I have none for you, I'm afraid. Totally agree with you.
It is 2-1 to Manchester City at half-time here at the Etihad Stadium. Let's get the latest odds from Betfair, the official partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Joe Dyer is back with us from Betfair. Joe, what have we got in running so far?
Yeah, well, sitting with that lead, they are short odds on, as you'd expect, to go on and take all 3 points, which they desperately want. So you get 2-9 on City going on and getting the win here. Newcastle, a massive 14-1 for a potentially unlikely comeback, let's face it, and it's 9-2 on the draw, which does seem a runner, given how many goals we've seen in this game so far. And I said in the preamble that we expected to see goals in this game. It was 4-9, that was the over 2.5, and we've already breached that target. So how many more will we see? It's 3-4 that will get more than 4.5 goals, 13-5 that will see an absolute cracker with over 5.5 goals. And again, just a little touch in on the players who might score those goals. Well, the big man, Erling Haaland, no goal yet, but he has an assist. You can get odds against 5-4 on him scoring in the game now with another 45 minutes to go. But attempt a few. And for the visitors, it's Walter Marder is 9-2 and Gordon 6-1. But the headline is that City are just 2-9 to get that win and close the gap to Arsenal to just 2 points.
Top man Joe, thanks very much indeed. That odds update, all thanks to Betfair. For verification, see betfair.com. It's over 18s only, please. Conditions apply. Go to gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So the groundsmen hard at work on the field with their pitchforks, tidying things up ahead of the second half, which we will bring you live here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. The half-time score, Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Sir Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Okay? Mo?
Mo? Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stopping you. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a tree, playing on the lawn.
We're playing real life football.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then...
Substitution.
His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
The beautiful game doesn't stop at the final whistle, and neither does the sun.co.uk. So you can go beyond the last kick with expert insight into the big moments and in-depth analysis of tactics, plus the latest breaking news and exclusives. And you can get it whenever and wherever you want it. To keep up with every kick, just head to thesun.co.uk. It's unbeatable.
The Philly cheese stack is back at McDonald's and it's still intensely cheesy. Imagine the cheesiest thing ever. Now cover it in cheese. Add 2 beef patties, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy onions, and even more cheese. The Philly cheese stack. Did we mention it's cheesy? Available until the 16th of March 2026 from 11 a.m. Fees apply to delivery orders. Price and participation may vary, subject to availability.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rooms, inspiration and expertise, where you can laze in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast from 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You've just imagined a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's pub and grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue, unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there! His favourite ice-cold beer. What a result! Catch every game live in the pub and grill at Village. Get in! Find out more at villagehotels.com.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Award-winning live football commentary. Game day exclusive. TalkSport.
Well, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. Ami and Dante at the Etihad Stadium. The half-time score here in our exclusive commentary is Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1. 2 goals from Nico O'Reilly, a left-footed pile driver and a wonderful header from Erling Haaland's cross. Lewis Hall with a deflected effort in between those 2 Manchester City goals. And there is some jeopardy in this game when you consider the pace that Newcastle have got up front. Can they bring that to bear to pressurise Pep's men in the second period? Players are still yet to come out. As Sam mentioned, throughout that first half, we've had the men's curling final in the Winter Olympics going on at the moment in Milan Cortina. And sadly, Team GB lost that final for the second successive games. They're going to pick up silver. They lost 9-6 to Canada. The penultimate end was what did for them in the 10-end final. It's Team GB's 4th medal of these Winter Games. 3 golds and a silver. Coming up after us, it's Fight Night with Adam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davis. There's a big fight in Nottingham tonight. Lee Wood's super featherweight rematch with Josh Warrington. They'll keep you updated with all of that on Fight Night, plus all the fallout from the Tyson Fury press conference and John Fury and Carl Froch and all that, frankly, nonsense pantomime stuff that went on at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in midweek. Is there going to be any pantomime at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium tomorrow? We'll find out. Perry Groves will be alongside Sam and Alex Crook as part of Game Day Live. 4 Premier League games, including the 4:30 kickoff with the Gunners against the Lily Whites. And on Monday evening, TalkSport's going to bring you live and Premier League exclusive coverage of Everton taking on Manchester United at Hill Dickinson Stadium. And I'd also like to point you in the direction of TalkSport's current podcast series entitled How to Win the World Cup. There's a new episode out of that show. Comedians Matt Ford and Lloyd Griffith, they sit down with journalist Henry Winter to discuss his experience of covering 9, count them, 9 World Cups in a row, and just how much the media can influence what happens on the pitch. That's available now on the TalkSport app or your favourite podcast provider. Let's look back at the tea time kickoff, which did finish goalless between West Ham United and Bournemouth at London Stadium. Let's hear from the West Ham boss Nuno Espirito Santo, who remained positive despite his side failing to secure all 3 points.
It was a tough game. We knew that Bournemouth is a very good team. But you look at the game overall, I think we did a good game. We performed well, we were compact, we were solid, we had good situations. And we had chances. We had chances that unfortunately they didn't game through. But the team showed resilience, showed composure, organization. So once again, we are sad about the result, but keep believing that as long as we keep competing like that, things are gonna improve.
Meanwhile, his opposite number, Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola, he spoke after the 0-0 draw. He downplayed Bournemouth's chances of European football at this moment in time.
I think we need to win one more game. Right now we are 38, arrive to 41, and forget about every problem we can have, no, about a relegation battle or whatever, that we shouldn't, but the sooner we win this game, the better, and then we'll see where we are there. I think the distances now in the Premier League are especially in those positions, minimal. Yeah. I think in 3-4 points you find 8-9 teams, so it's going to be a matter of who finishes in a good moment.
Andoni Iraola, the Bournemouth manager, who came close. Rayan with a shot that grazed the post on its way wide after a silky run downfield from this new wunderkind who's arrived at Bournemouth, but it stayed goalless. Referee just on his way out here at the Etihad Stadium. Don't forget that when it comes to midweek, we've got all the football covered on the TalkSport network. Tuesday night, Adrian's back with Kickoff, going around the grounds in the Champions League and the EFL with Charlie Adam and Darren Ambrose alongside him. I'm going to be at the Riverside on Tuesday night for a TalkSport 2 exclusive EFL commentary. Middlesbrough dropped points at home today in the Championship at home to Oxford, who themselves are in the relegation zone. How will Middlesbrough fare against Leicester, who got a point in Gary Rowett's first game in charge? That's our Tuesday night offering on TalkSport 2. Back here, as we prepare for the second half, Manchester City are making a change at the break. To talk you through that and the rest of the second half, alongside Stuart Pearce, is your match commentator Sam Matterface.
Yes, well, interestingly, Ruben Diaz has come off at the start of the second half to be replaced by Abdulkadir Kusanov, which I can only think is to do with injury, making sure that he doesn't get himself into further trouble with the yellow card that he picked up just before half-time. Stuart Pearce, we'll see. A bit of footballing history for you, Pearcey. 50 years this week since Manchester City beat Newcastle United in the 1976 League Cup final at Wembley. Dennis Stewart's famous overhead kick, winning it by 2-1 as we get back underway. It might be nice at some point in this second half to reflect on 1976. Flares, sideburns, Main Road. I'm sure that you at the time were getting ready for your punk era.
It was just creeping in at the time. I think I was 14 years old at present. The hot summer.
We'll get, yes, the drought, as it used to be known, of 1976. We'll reflect a little bit on 1976 because we know you're the man with the big brain very shortly, especially when it comes to top UK hits from around that era.
You're dripping sarcasm at the moment.
Manchester City, though, on the run, up through the middle of the pitch, looking to try and reach Haaland. Haaland runs into Trippier. The ball bounced back to Antoine Semenyo, and it's cleared away. Manchester City in light blue jerseys, white shorts and light blue socks, attacking the goal away to our left-hand side in the second half. Newcastle United in dark blue with orange trim, sort of orange trim, attacking the goal away to out right in the second half, and no changes for them. Lots of space on the far side for Ramsey if Baltamada can find him, and he does that now. He gallops towards the edge of the area, gets into the box, hands it off to Hall. His cross hits a hand, does it? The referee says no. The Newcastle supporters behind the goal certainly asked for it. Baltamada's got it again. Ramsey out to the far side. 2-1 the score here, and Newcastle just causing a bit of a problem there for Manchester City, and there was a lot of room for Ramsey to gallop into. Maybe they didn't make the most of it. VAR would have checked that, but nothing doing at the moment. More space on that left for Hall, and then to Ramsey once more. And Ramsey now on the left angle of the penalty area, looking for a way to get to the 18-yard box. He nudges it back to Tonali. A good little body weave from Hall past Rodri. Into Gordon it goes. He then gets tackled by Rodri on the edge of the area, and the ball is cleared away by Nico O'Reilly. Here's Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, it just run flat, that last attack. And just the substitute from City, I think, Sam, was a combination of the yellow card for Diaz, but they put a lot more pace in their back line now with Kusanov, haven't they?
Yes,
so
good point.
Sensible, very sensible.
Kusanov very speedy. Yellow card out for Elanga. Or was that Joe Willock who's got it? Referee was sort of wafting it in Langa's direction, but I think it was Willock who certainly made the offence. It's a free kick anyway, and Willock is the man who I think has picked up the yellow card here. It remains 2-1 to Manchester City. Free kick on halfway. VAR would have had a look at that incident inside the penalty area, but doesn't appear to have been anything in evidence. Given away sloppily by Semenyo and then picked off by Rodri. I think because Semenyo's wandering into a more central position, it has just left a little bit more room out on that left-hand side, and with Hall and Ramsey now stationed out there, it means that when Newcastle do break, it's Nunez against those two, and that's where early in the second half they've got a bit of space, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, it certainly is. As I say, Semenyo quite enjoying playing in that tucked-in sort of role. He drifts out wide every now and then, but he quite enjoys it, sort of almost a number 10 role on occasion.
Here is Bernardo Silva. Kusanov out to the far side. Goes back infield to Kusanov once again, and then it's picked up by Bernardo Silva. 4 minutes into the second half. It's been pinched again off Semenyo's toes by Ramsey this time. That was a challenge that was a little bit over-exuberant from Bernardo Silva, and he might too be walking into the referee's notebook. Yellow card.
Yeah, poor challenge.
He sort of almost had to make that decision.
He's got a hint of ball, but he's took a big dollop a leg as well.
1976 then. I know that you would have been listening to the charts around that time. So a big chart here, a UK rock song that was dominating the charts at that time. A couple of clues, no passes, no help from Ian Danta. It was sitting at number 1 in the UK singles chart early in 1976 after first hitting the top of the chart the previous year. It's by a British rock band who would go on to become one of the biggest in history. Huge hair, big guitar solos.
I'm going for Queen here.
Oh, okay. It's a song.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, he's got it in 2. Fantastic. I thought we were going to have to go right into the clues that included Wayne's World, but no. Ball sent long by Trippier up towards Byrne. Bit of a push there by Aït-Nouri, and he's given away a free kick. It might be Bernardo Silva actually who was guilty of the push here. Byrne, and then, well, Bernardo Silva probably deserves a second yellow card for that, because he went up to Byrne, jumped into his body with his shoulder. His eyes were not on the ball. He should be sent off.
Yeah, and that was... He's got away with probably being small in stature and baby-faced. He's like Deck, our producer, gets away with murder where me and you couldn't get away with anything.
I know, we don't get away with nothing.
But as I say, very, very premeditated by Bernardo Silva, but Newcastle got the opportunity to pop one in the box now.
Well, it could have been a second yellow card in quick succession for Bernardo Silva. It's not, it's just a free kick to Newcastle United. Dan Burn complained about that. He's got the Newcastle captain's armband on again tonight. The free kick about to be taken by either Tonali or Hall, who are standing over it. It's left side, 6 yards outside the penalty area, and it might be a in-swinger from Hall here, which will aim to cause damage at the far post, where Byrne and Voltemade are being marshalled by Haaland. In it goes towards the near post, and it ripples the side netting, and the Newcastle fans behind the goal, some of them thought that had snuck in beyond Donnarumma, and it almost did.
Yeah, I've got a feeling the replay will show this was well wide of the goal. I may be wrong there. Yeah, that was well wide of the goal, to be fair. It's hit the back of the side netting outside of the goal.
Well, the Newcastle fans got excited for a moment, which rather pleased the gleeful Manchester City supporters, who realised very quickly that it wasn't in. It remains 2-1. 5-0 to Motherwell in the Scottish Premier League tonight. Another good victory for the boys from Foyle Park. They're away from home at St Mirren this evening. Here is Marmouche at the other end, trying to get into the penalty area, seeing it back for Semenyo. Semenyo takes a heavy first touch. Rodri recycles it, keeps it alive. Offside flag is up over on the far side by Mr. Trigger Happy. And eventually a goal kick is given. Irrelevant, by the way. There's no need for him to flag there, because the ball did not go in the direction of the player who was in an offside position.
You know what? Yeah, I think he's flagged for that one. I had a feeling that the one earlier, the actual through ball, might well have been offside as well, which we played on with.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that it was offside. I think he's getting a little bit. I don't know. Maybe he's got big biceps and a big strong chest, as Hatzidakis. He's just, maybe he's doing a bicep exercise.
A few curls over there, do you think?
With that flag, that's what he's doing. He's getting confused. Thinks he's back down the gym. Here is Ilanga. Back to Trippier. Trippier tries to send it forward. Stooping low to head it was Gay. Heading forward again was Trippier over the halfway line. A flick on by Gordon. Voltemade trying to get there. He holds off Rodri, who's tugging his shirt. The ball's been played to Ramsey. Outside of the penalty area, left side is Hall, whose cross is too big. It goes right the way through the box. And Langer can't keep that in, and it goes out on the far side. But again, more encouragement from Newcastle United in this second half. It's City 2, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport with Sky Sports. And don't forget, that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Spurs versus Arsenal live tomorrow. Search Now Sports. Here's Semenyo bustling his way past Ramsey, getting to the edge of the D, left-footed shot, 3 points for a conversion over the top of the crossbar. Talking of which, actually let's not talk of which, because it was so bad for England today, wasn't it, that we probably shouldn't even bother mentioning it. But well, Scotland beat Wales by 26 points to 23. Didn't have the best of days, but they ended up winning that match. And Ireland absolutely ripped England to shreds, 42-21.
I think Goldstein went to that one, his first ever rugby game.
So what you're saying is he's the jinx.
Well, has he got any Irish in him? I don't know where his loyalties lie.
Well, I'll tell you what, reaction to that defeat will be available on the TalkSport Breakfast Show this Monday morning from 6 o'clock when Eddie Jones joins Ali McCoyce and Arsenal invincible Ray Parlour. Monday morning, 6 a.m. on TalkSport Superstar Breakfast. Looking forward to that. Well, a bit of wrestling going on over on the far side. Dan Burn and Bernardo Silva. Well, Dan Burn now being barracked by the crowd for a second yellow card. I tell you what, Bernardo Silva's got a cheek, hasn't he? He was wrestling with Haaland. It was 50-50 that. And there was a little push at the end from Dan Burn, but it wasn't warranting of a second yellow card. Whereas I think Bernardo Silva, who was asking for the second yellow card, needs to remember that he's just launched himself without looking at the ball with his shoulder into the chest of the former Asda employee.
Yeah, I think there was a definite, maybe a pull on the shirt. I accept that. Dan Burns just trod on the back of his heel and took his boot off. That's where the problem lies, not so much the push.
Right.
Been a good battle, those two.
Yeah. Cherky about to come on. Ball clipped forward. Burn prods it away. Hall gets there ahead of Marmouche. It's 2-1 to Manchester City on TalkSport live at the Etihad Stadium. Ball sent wide out towards the right. A little trickle down the right-hand side for Elanga, who tries to squeeze between Rodri and Aït-Nouri. And then it goes all the way back to Abdulkadir Kusanov, who finds his goalkeeper Donnarumma.
He's looked a little bit more with it, Rodri, hasn't he, in this game than I've seen him in previous games.
Semenyo down the right-hand side, back to Nunez. Well, the last couple of weeks I've noticed that he's just started to find his rhythm again. He was out of tempo, not 100%. And I think Pep talked about that this week. You know, he said he's getting back to his best. He's getting back to it. We rushed him. It was our fault. And I think the nadir of that was that Bodo Glimt game where he just can't cover the ground as much as he used to. I think he's been helped by having Nico O'Reilly alongside him in midfield because he covers so much ground, Stuart.
Yeah, that would be fair to say. Yeah, good little balance between the two.
Here is Rodri trying to get away from Willock, and now they can make that substitution we referenced earlier. Rayan Cherki about to come on. It'll be interesting to see who he comes on for. I think it might be Omar Marmouche who is going to come off. It is Omar Marmouche who is replaced, and Rayan Cherki who comes on. That's done me for curse of the commentator. I had Marmouche to score. Nightmare. He's off anyway, and Cherki is on. Do we do safe sub on curse of the commentator? We should. Maybe we should add that in next season. Here's Rodri to take the free kick. We're talking about the Friday morning little battle between me and Ray Parlour that we have on TalkSport Breakfast. Harvey Barnes is about to come on, and so is Joel Linton as well. So two changes in just a moment for Newcastle United. As the cross comes in towards Haaland inside the penalty area, he nods it back towards Cherki. It works its way out towards the left-hand side of the box that Newcastle were defending, and Manchester City still on the attack with Rayan Aït-Nouri. Aït-Nouri into Rodri, back to Mark Guehi. Newcastle have just scored 4 second-half away goals in the Premier League this season, which is the joint fewest with Wolves. To give them a better chance, they're going to send on Joel Linton and Barnes. Here is Nunez, right side, just coming up to the hour mark on TalkSport. In it goes towards Bernardo Silva. He flicks it into the path of Semenyo. Bernardo Silva again to halfway. Kusanov across to Silva. Newcastle trying to escape. We haven't seen much of Anthony Gordon in the second half, but we might now as Willock picks the ball up off of a loose pass. It's gone out to Ramsey left side. He's danced in, found Gordon. Gordon is dispossessed by Mark Gay, alert as ever. Nabs it, gets it to Ryan Shirky. And a chance for Manchester City to get away, but it was a bit loose. The ball was won by Tonali. They've turned it over again after losing it again. Hall now breaks down the left-hand side for Newcastle. Needs a bit more support, plays it against Rodri, goes out of play. It's away for a throw-in level with the edge of the Manchester City penalty area.
Yeah, changes being made now. Foul to Mulder.
Yeah, on comes Harvey Barnes, on comes Joel Linton, off comes Willock. Great to see Joel Willock playing so many games after so many months out with injury, and great to see Joel Linton back as well in the midfield, because he hasn't featured since being taken off against Aston Villa. He missed 5 games before tonight with a groin injury. 2 goals in 19 games this season, but he's such a powerful figure in the middle of the park. And I think this will mean that Gordon is the lone striker now, with Ilanga on the right hand side, Barnes on the left, and Tonali, Ramsey and Joel Linton as the 3 in midfield.
Yeah, definitely looks that way now. You're taking they're going to try and dominate this central midfield area if they can, and then feed the speed merchants in front of them.
Well, Manchester City desperate to try and pile the pressure on Arsenal tonight. They know that a victory takes them within 2 points of the league leaders ahead of tomorrow's North London derby. City 9 points better off than at this stage last season. And they've scored 2 more goals and conceded 13 fewer. And of course, if they win this tonight by just a solitary goal, the goal difference between between Arsenal and Manchester City is only 1 as well. But all the while it's 2-1, there is opportunity for Newcastle United just to maybe cause a bit of a stir here. And just looking away at that away end, certainly a lot happier than they were 60 minutes into the second leg of the Carabao Cup semi-final, I would have thought, even though they're still behind.
Yeah, indeed. As I say, the game's all to play for, and it won't surprise you, another twist in the turn before the 90 are out.
We do like a twist and a turn, don't we?
Absolutely love it. It's a thriller, isn't it?
Here is Nunez over on the far side, trying to twist away from Harvey Barnes, and Barnes drags him back, gets someone in the eye and a yellow card. Welcome to the game.
I didn't think his first interaction in the game would be a yellow, but game's sort of just stagnated slightly, hasn't it, in this sort of last few minutes. City haven't gone forward with the verve that they showed before, and Newcastle are yet to sort of create anything.
It does feel a little bit like another one of those games where Manchester City have just started to run out of steam as they've got into the second half again. You know, that's happened quite a lot this season, especially in recent months, where they have just sort of almost applied the handbrake in the second half, and now they've seen the accelerator go on from Ilanga, who's been played in by Ramsey. A lovely turn and a play in towards his feet. The Swede goes down the outside of Aït-Nouri, who's wrestling with him and uses his body and just helps him off the ball, and Ilanga not strong enough to withstand it. It goes out of play.
Really good set-up play there by Newcastle, freeing Ilanga up in behind the back line. Great run. Very, very high line in comparison to the ball, and then, to be fair to Ilanga's teammates, they would have expected slightly better.
And the assistant on this near side didn't raise his flag, even though it was tight. Kept it down, just in case. Goal kick away to our right. 2-1 the score to Manchester City on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Haaland has been released down the left-hand side. Tonali comes back at him to try and block his path to the penalty area, but he scoops past him, and then Cherki finds Semenyo inside the box, left-footed. It's low. It's hard, but it didn't have enough pace or direction to get beyond Nick Pope, who dropped on the ball inside the 6-yard box.
Yeah, great set-up play there. Donnarumma just finding the space this time for Haaland to run into and spring off of Byrne. And then from that moment on, the opportunity arose for Semenyo. And you get the impression that the City fans need this next goal, don't you, to ease up the any potential fight back from Newcastle.
Yeah, the longer it goes on with the margin being so slender, and then there's always the possibility of late drama. We know that Newcastle love a little bit of late drama in matches. And of course, Arsenal would love a little late twist in this game too. Oh, Trippier, he's overcommitted to that challenge. And he completely mistimed it. He's going to get a yellow card. And I don't think you can have too many complaints about that, Stuart, because he came out to meet Aït-Nouri and he was never going to win the ball.
I'd look at the replay before you make a statement like that. I don't know whether he's pulled away from that. You know, he's committed. Well, he's tried to pull away from it, and I think Aït-Nouri just sort of toed his shin just to make sure there was contact there, potentially. He's not gone through with the full challenge.
No,
he's realised he was too late to it and tried to pull away from it, but the pace in which he was coming forward was a giveaway.
There was contact, I think, between the two of them, and Aït-Nouri went spiralling. 5-0, it's finished to Motherwell in the Scottish Premier League. Here is Bernardo Silva with a left-footed free kick in towards Haaland, who tries to hit it first time but missed the target, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. Pep's record against Eddie Howe is his joint most wins against any manager, 17, level with Daishi and Marco Silva. How is Haaland getting on today, do you think? He scored in his first game against Newcastle in a 3-3 at St James's Park back in August 2022, but he's failed to score in 8 consecutive appearances against them. He hasn't scored as many goals in the second part of the season as he did in the first. It was, it's 29 in 37, but he's only got 4 in 13 since the turn of the year. He's almost sort of turned provider more than anything else tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, where I wouldn't have a concern about him, let's say, but where I'm sort of a little bit disappointed in him is in games where he doesn't score, you can accept that, but what's your interaction within the game? I think today he's played his part within the game, and he's build-up work, and he's, link play, if you like. I think he's done pretty well in that, so I think he's had a decent game.
Free kick to Manchester City, 5 steps inside the Newcastle half, 2 on the score. The GB men's curling team lost their gold medal match. They finished with a silver medal around their necks. And that's the second time in 2 Olympics that they've picked up a silver medal. A disastrous end to that game. Their 4th medal at the Winter Games in total. 3 golds and a silver now for Team GB. Here is Hall trying to bring the ball out of the sky. It's fouled by Ryan Cherki. Then the ball is kicked away by Matthias Nunez. No yellow card for delaying the restart. Lewis Hall and Dan Burn reminding the referee of that protocol. Stuart Pearce just raises his eyebrows.
A little reminder every now and then.
Little reminder.
Just in case the officials forgot any laws of the game.
23 to go before the end of the match. It's still Manchester City who lead. But Newcastle have a free kick just left of the centre circle. Dripped over the top by Trippier towards Dan Burn, who's duelling with Haaland. It falls to Barnes, edge of the area, wouldn't come down for him. Here's Donnarumma. Oh, he comes for a punch. And then Ramsey scoops it back up into the 6-yard box. That's going to run to the far side. Bernardo Silva stops it from going out for a goal kick, oddly, and keeps the ball in play. And Newcastle on the front foot here with Lewis Hall. Goes back to Barnes, who centres the ball once again. Burn with another foul in the back of Haaland. He's got to be a little bit careful now, Dan Burn, having been booked in the first half. He was sent off in the 3-1 defeat at Brentford in November. And he and Haaland have had a bit of a running battle tonight, and I don't think he's going to get away with much more.
Oh, I think they've had a brilliant battle. And you know what? He's given offside. He hasn't actually given a foul. Whether it's a foul or not, I don't know. But the bottom line is Haaland's back in there. He's competing with Burn at both ends of the pitch at the moment.
Yeah. He's getting a little bit spicy, though, and Dan Burn has to be a bit careful.
I think if you ask both players, look, to the referee, do you want to give fouls every time we have a coming together? They'd say, no, just
absolutely.
let's get on with it, you know.
But I don't think they work like that, the officials. I don't think so. You can walk into the referee's room beforehand and say, by the way, me and Big Dan are going to have a bit of a ding-dong today, so just let it go, ref. It's Bernardo Silva down the right-hand side, moving towards the edge of the area. Oh, it comes all the way through to O'Reilly, looking for his first senior hat-trick. He sends it out to the left-hand side for Silva. Silva crosses into the box. It's headed away by Hall, and then it's picked up by Gordon and Joel Linton and then cleared away. It's currently Manchester City 2, Newcastle 1. Here are the latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. We'll come back to that in just a second because Tonali and Elanga are escaping. Elanga trying to get the ball into the centre, gets it back towards Tonali after good defending by Abdulkadir Kustanov, and then Ait Nouri then tries to clear it. Gay manages to clip it forward, and then O'Reilly can't get hold of it. Chiao has it. O'Reilly drags him to the ground. And here are those latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where right now you can back a Manchester City victory at 5-1 on. The draw is 9-2. It's 20-1 for Newcastle to come back and win the game. That's all thanks to Betfair. Playing a different league this season with safe sub from Betfair. 18 plus, gamble.org.
Yeah, I still feel as though there's that element of nervousness around here. They're desperate for this third goal just to extend things, make it a possession-based game for City. And Newcastle pushing.
Well, we've got 20 minutes left of normal time to play. Trippier up towards Byrne, who's still wrestling with Haaland again on the edge of the area. It's collected by Hall, who's being pursued by Semenyo. He travels back to the halfway line and feeds it to Nick Pope. And now coming forward again is Kieran Trippier for Newcastle United, who have managed to stick in the game here against Manchester City, who are chasing Arsenal at the top of the Premier League. The gap will be 2 points before they play in the North London derby tomorrow. And by the way, that's a good representation of what the table should look like if they win here today, because Arsenal have played a game more by the end of the weekend, and will have played a game more by the end of the weekend. They played their game, which has been displaced for the cup final in midweek. Here's Ramsey down the right for Newcastle United, trying to get the cross in, but Matthias Nunez blocked it and then looked to escape. Joel Linton mops up for Newcastle United, who win it inside opposition territory. Dan Burns stayed up from the free kick. It's a really good challenge by Kusanov, who's getting cheered every time he puts a tackle in now, Kusanov. I think Stuart and I have talked about him quite a lot, haven't we? And we're saying he's going to develop into a very good player once he settles into the rigours of the Premier League. And I think over the last sort of 2 or 3 months, he's shown that in different matches.
Yeah, when you consider the start he had to his City career, it was absolutely woeful, you know. He's come through that, and sometimes you've got to go through that and suffer a little bit to come out the other end a better player, and he has got that commodity of sheer pace.
He's 21 as well, isn't he?
Exactly
he
that.
was 20 when he joined, poor fella. He had a difficult debut in January 2025 against Chelsea when he was hooked at half-time. Here is Haaland running towards the edge of the area, getting towards the D before unloading one which is blocked by Byrne, and it rebounds into the path of Tonali. And now Newcastle United, they look to escape, and it's picked up by Elanga on the right hand side. He moves up towards the right wing position, gives it back to Trippier, and then Elanga the Swede takes it on again. It's given by Tonali to Barnes with a swirling pass which meets Barnes on the edge of the area. He bundles his way to the edge of the box and then gets it back to Tonali. It's picked up by Trippier on this near side, and then now Elanga, right side of the box, produces a cross which takes a whack off the back of Ait Nouri, and it goes out for a corner kick to the away side, trailing by 2-1.
Yeah, Murphy being readied on the Newcastle bench at the moment. I don't think that'll happen before this corner.
Well, he's going to replace Elanga in just a moment. But first of all, Elanga and Hall are going to discuss the machinations that are required from this corner kick. There are 17 minutes to tick away here on TalkSport. And it's Manchester City 2, Newcastle 1. They're attacking the goal away to our right. All of the Newcastle supporters in a thin slither from the bottom tier right up to the very top, waiting for some sort of action in front of them to cheer. Elanga to take the corner kick from the right hand side. Byrne, Joel Linton and Chiao a threat in towards the near post. It's a poor delivery by Elanga. And it's easily cleared by Kusanov. Back to Elanga again. His last action before being withdrawn. Into Ramsey. Now Trippier with a chance to ready his body before getting across it. He took too long to do so. It goes back to Tonali. He needs to get this into the area where the big defenders are still up from the back, but he's hesitating, and Chow throws his arms up in the air as if to say, why didn't you get it forward quicker? Back to Trippier. Now tries to bend it round the corner. Gordon trying to get in behind here. Haaland comes across. It's nicked against the Norwegian. It goes out of play, and it's away for another corner kick. They'll need a better delivery this time.
Yeah, I think Haaland's enjoying the sort of challenge of sort of keeping his team in it. He's doing plenty of work defensively as well as leading the line.
Well, I think it actually went down by the corner flag for a throw-in, did it? No, it is a corner. Trippier's just gone to retrieve a ball from one of the little plinths because the fans behind the goal didn't give the ball back. It is a corner, as we initially said. With Lewis Hall to take it. With his left foot, this will be an in-swinger. Need a good delivery here. And again, Byrne and Joel Linton and Thiaw will be the targets. It's sent short to Trippier. Trippier sends it towards that far post. It's headed down by Thiaw. It hits the back of the defender, goes into the air, and it's an easy catch for Donnarumma.
You've got Dan Byrne and Chow at that far post, and competing with them and stopping them getting a clear header is Bernardo Silva.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Here is Hall bursting forward, runs into Rodri. Referee says no foul. Manchester City turn it over and they come forward with Haaland, who was pulled by Joel Linton but kept going anyway. Now he's trying to get past Chow and Byrne and runs into the big German, who nabs the ball, and Byrne has it. And Newcastle United, who have had a lot of possession in this second half, Stuart, actually, and had most of the more inspiring attacks, are coming forward again. Kusanov away. Gordon was chasing. It's forward by Nunez back to the Uzbekistani, and it's all the way back now to Donnarumma, who will clear upfield towards Haaland. Still Murphy waits on the sideline, waiting to come on. Big Dan Byrne and Haaland clash again. The referee says no foul. You like this, don't you?
I do. I think the gloves are off now. I've just seen gum shields being strewn across the pitch. It's a proper contest between Byrne and Haaland. I think they're both enjoying the evening's work.
Yeah, maybe they did go and see Thomas Bramall at half-time and say, let's get on with it, mate.
Get on with it.
Let's get on with it. We'll see who wins at the end of the day. Jason Tyndall just pulling now back on Jacob Murphy. Stephen Purchase, who is one of the coaches, deciding instead that they're going to bring on Willa Sula here, which is interesting. Yeah. Maybe they're going to do both of them at the same time. We'll see in just a second. Still Murphy stays up there. But, of course, because of the windows, they want them to happen at the same time. Here is the free kick for Newcastle United, who I think have had a better second half than Manchester City, but without really causing Donnarumma too much damage. Tonali, right-footed delivery towards the edge of the box. Byrne goes up there, headed away by Rodri, falls towards Joel Linton, who scoops it goalwards, but it's well wide of the right-hand upright and goes behind and away for a goal kick. It remains Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1. On comes Murphy, on comes Asula, off comes Elanga and Gordon here. So a double change for Newcastle United as they look to try and get a way back into this game, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I'm surprised at these changes, to be fair, because you thought potentially these two are their best way back in the game, but he's juggling the pack.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well. I was a little bit hesitant just to confirm that, because I didn't believe for a minute they were going to take off Anthony Gordon, but they've done that. They've made 4 changes now. They've got one more window and one more substitution available, Newcastle United. And they've thrown their dice. There's no Wissa tonight. Could be back for the second leg against Qarabag. Here is Murphy toiling with Ait Nouri down the right-hand side. Ait Nouri just edges the ball out of play, and it goes out for a throw into Manchester City in the left full-back position as they look at it. No Bruno Guimaraes tonight. It's usually a disaster when he doesn't play. They haven't won any of their last 10 Premier League games that he's missed. In fact, any of the 10 games that he's missed since his debut in 2022, which is a real problem. He is their top scorer in the Premier League this season with 9 goals. He's their top creator. He's got 4 assists this season in the Premier League. He's their heartbeat, really, isn't he?
Yeah, and probably those stats probably tell you why Newcastle are slightly underachieving where they are at the moment in the Premier League.
What, because they rely too much on him? Or
no,
because he's missing?
No, because they haven't got a goal scorer that's got more than him,
Right.
personally. Simple as that. If Valtamauda would have got 10, 12 goals, all of a sudden I think you could be looking at them at least another 4 places up the division.
Yeah, because most of the goals that Valtamauda and Gordon in particular have scored have come in the Champions League this season.
We're talking Premier League goals. If they had someone in double figures, which isn't outlandish for this squad, you would think they should have at this stage of the season.
Here is Gay forward towards Ryan Cherki, who sends it round the corner, and Ryan Aït-Nouri is scampering away. He's got Haaland in the centre. Aït-Nouri then falls over the ball. Well, he got caught in two minds there because he raced away into acres of space and he couldn't believe his luck, just how much room there was to operate in. He got right up to just inside the penalty area and he saw Haaland bearing down on the edge of the 6-yard box, and he thought, I should really pass it here, but I could have a go. I should pass it. Oh, I've fallen over.
Yeah, to be fair, you've got to give some credit to Dan Burn there. He didn't come across quickly. He gave Aït-Nouri an absolute chasm to run into, and he ran into it, and then all of a sudden he pulled the shutters across both Aït-Nouri's eyes and the goal.
It's a little bit slippy out there. Here is Joel Linton just proving that fact by diving in with Aït-Nouri. Ball goes out of play and it's out for a throw into Newcastle United. It is tumbling down again, the rain here. I can't remember the last time we had a dry day, and they tell me that 2026 every day has been wet. Yeah. I haven't been here for a couple of days, so I don't know if it's still been the same, but I hear it has been.
Oh, it's beautiful sunshine when you were away, my friend.
I bet it was, yeah. Murphy to take the free kick on the near side.
I tell you what, there's a nervousness creeping in here.
There is a little bit.
You can feel
a
it.
Bit agitated, isn't he, down on the touchline? I mean, he's usually quite animated anyway, but he's getting a little bit agitated. James French, who is the set-piece coach, just trying to organise the defence here as this free kick comes in from Murphy. It's a lovely delivery towards Byrne, who dives towards the ball, doesn't get a significant touch on it. It flashes through the 18-yard box. What a chance for Newcastle United, and what a delicious delivery.
Yeah, it certainly was. And City on the back foot. It's that man Bernardo Silva filling in for right backs at the moment.
And the ball goes up to halfway, doesn't reach Haaland. It goes all the way through to Pope, and again kicking the ground on this near touchline. Old Pep Guardiola's getting a little bit antsy, more antsy as time goes on. 45% possession Newcastle have had, but a lot more in the second half. They've had 11 shots on the Manchester City goal, 5 on target. It's only really managed 2 fewer shots overall than Manchester City throughout the whole game, and both have had 5 shots on target in the match. It has been a fascinating second half where Newcastle really have looked the more likely, and Ramsey's got it now on the halfway line. He's looking to release Murphy through the middle, but he doesn't get the ball right. It goes all the way through to Donnarumma.
Yeah, I can't help thinking that the substitutions, the last window that Eddie Howe had there, he's probably weakened the team more than strengthened it with that attacking threat in many ways.
I'm not making excuses for him, but I just wonder whether or not there was a little bit of the fatigue element creeping in with the 5,000-mile round trip that they've had in midweek.
Yeah, I get that, Sam. As I say, it's easy up here to make statements, but certainly he'll know his squad better than I.
Here's the issue. They've had 5 shots in the second half, and they've had none on target, Newcastle United. They've had 57% of possession. You know, our eyes weren't lying. They've had 2 corner kicks. Manchester City have none. Manchester City have had only 43% of the ball in the second half, and it has very much felt like that.
Yeah, and City's game now with probably another 10 minutes or so to go. They just need to keep hold of this ball and kill the momentum of Newcastle.
Yep.
I think they've almost given up on getting the next goal.
Here is, well, that's a dangerous game to play, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit of an Arsenal game to play. It's the same that Mikel Arteta has been criticised for.
Yeah, indeed. They're enjoying this quiet period of the game now. City just knocking the ball around, moving it from left to right.
Yeah, got to make sure you're crisp with the pass though, and Dan Burn has just intervened and won it back for Newcastle United on the halfway line. And 7 minutes still remain here at a rainy Etihad Stadium in Manchester, where it's 2-1 to the home team, who are looking to close the gap on Arsenal at the top of the table. Into Ramsey, just right of the centre circle. Back to Tonali with his dark hair almost wet to his skin. Just receives the ball back from Trippier and looks up and bounds forward. He came up with 2 big moments in the game against Aston Villa last week. Maybe he could come up with another big moment before the end of this game. Manchester City's crowd getting behind them now, trying to urge them on. And they need them at this moment in time, because they're not quite hanging on, but they're not over the line yet, and they need to be driven over the line. Tonali flicks it round the corner, looking for Osula. Back there was Gay to manage to win the challenge, and then that's a sloppy challenge by Joel Linton, but they're on the escape with Cherki here. He runs over the halfway line and then just stops because Antoine Semenyo is down, and eventually the referee will pause play, and it gives everybody a chance just to have a little bit of a time-out. We've got live football for you tomorrow, the Steel City Derby, Sheffield United against Sheffield Wednesday. Oh, it's going to be a real tough day, I think, for Sheffield United. Jim Proudfoot and Chris Awilamo on TalkSport 2. Sheffield Wednesday really struggling at the bottom of the table. From 1:30, I'll take you round the ground to Mickey Gray and Perry Groves, as we've got all the goals that go in from the Premier League, the EFL and the Women's FA Cup. Tottenham, Arsenal, Nottingham Forest, Liverpool, Crystal Palace in action as well against Wolves, and Sunderland against Fulham. Monday night football, we've got live commentary from Everton against Manchester United. Jim and Steve Bruce will be bringing you the commentary of that. Tuesday night round the grounds with Adrian in the Champions League, including that Newcastle Carabao game. And on Wednesday night, we've got Sheffield United commentary on Talk Sport 2, whilst we bring you Real Madrid against Benfica with Jim and former Benfica defender Scott Minto. And usually around this time, I would remind you that for a very long time, for almost 15 years, maybe 20, Scott Minto was a Champions League record holder. But he doesn't like mentioning it because it's not the nicest record in the world to have. But as he says often, you have to play in the Champions League to have a Champions League record, which is true.
And that was what?
The fastest own goal in Champions League history. I think he had it for about 17 years. Hey, listen, not many of us can say we've got a Champions League record. There you go. We love $1 Million Minto, and he is back on the show later in the week, and he's actually very good on Premier League All Access this week, talking about the title race and talking about Arsenal from Wednesday night's game. Going to get a change here, and off comes Semenyo after his little bump, and he's replaced by Phil Foden with 3.5 minutes to go.
Do you know what? I'm always astounded by players this season having one of their hands taped up. I think this is a record for me, actually. 4 Manchester City players have all got hand strappings.
It's fashion, isn't it?
It is
for about a year now,
yeah. We'll get the summer out the way, they'll forget about it, and no one will have their hand strapped first game of the season.
It's weird, isn't it? What is that all about?
I really don't know.
Because, I don't know, I'm not cool, so I wouldn't know whether or not it was trendy, but it doesn't look particularly good, does it? It's not like a fashion statement. It's not like you're trendy. No, I've gone down the wrong avenue there.
No.
I nearly said you and trendy in the same sentence. No. Can't be right.
It's a cheap shot, fella. I was back in 76 when we done the quiz earlier, when we side pockets and high waistbanders.
Here is Murphy trying to escape. He feeds the ball forward, and all of a sudden they found themselves the wrong side of the Manchester City defence, and then Murphy plays the ball forward, expecting Asula to make a run, but he just doesn't do that. And then Murphy stops, looks along the line to see if Ian Huston is going to raise his offside flag.
Yeah, they're great opportunities that Newcastle have had, but I just think with Gordon not on the pitch now, or maybe even Alanga, who's running well when he was on.
Yeah, just lost a little bit of threat, haven't they? Barnes hasn't really managed to get in the game, has he, really? It's been a little bit like that, but we've still got 2 minutes for Newcastle to Fashel. One more chance. There'll be Arsenal fans everywhere listening to this, hoping for one last development, and the game doesn't peter out as it appears to be doing at the moment. Joel Linton's going to be booked here for a totting up process. He's not happy about it. He's moaning to the referee, but really and truly they just need to sort of crack on, Newcastle. He was wrestling with Rodri. He did have his forearm in the back of his neck and then grabbed him on the shoulder and dragged him to the floor. I mean, he can't have too many complaints, can he?
And the referee didn't book him for that. He booked him for a totting up process, having pointed in about 8 directions on the pitch.
Well, it could be a big weekend in the Premier League. No game for Manchester City till next Saturday. Leeds away is their next fixture. Arsenal take on Spurs tomorrow, then Chelsea at home next Sunday. We'll be at that one for Game Day Live as well. It's a big week in the Premier League. It's always a big week in the Premier League. Here is Tonali, back to Trippier. Tonali again, wants to drive his team on. He finds a brilliant pass to Ramsey, who then tries to send Asula down the right-hand side, but the speed is in favour of Kusanov, who gets there and guides it back to his goalkeeper, and Donnarumma gives it back to the Uzbek on this near side. Away by Bernardo Silva. Lovely touch by Haaland. Now Cherki takes over. He's got Foden sprinting down the inside right channel, and O'Reilly to his left. He gives it to Foden, but he sends him too wide. Foden's cross hits the back of Lewis Hall, and Cherki has to run over and try and make the most of it. Foden eventually gets it back after a little deflection. We've got 30 seconds of normal time plus added still to play. At the moment, Pep Guardiola's side about to record a 17th consecutive home Premier League win against Newcastle United. That is a ridiculous record. Here is Bernardo Silva, dripping the ball over the top for Aït-Nouri, who takes it out of the sky. Again, there's no urgency to get the bodies in the box to attack the final few minutes. They're happy to just stay as they are here. There are 4, though, added minutes at the end of the 90 for them to survive. And for Newcastle to fashion just a chance would be good to get a shot on target, Stuart, because they haven't had one of those in the second half, despite all their possession.
Yeah, indeed. To get anything out of the game, they're going to have to do that.
Gueye, lovely ball in towards Haaland. He can kill it here, but Pope is out very quickly. It falls to Foden, edge of the area, and Pope makes another brilliant save down to his left-hand side to deny Phil Foden what would have been a certain winner, and all 3 points for Manchester City.
Got to say, a lot of credit's got to go to Nick Pope there. I think he was the one who managed to get the block on Haaland and then extended a leg on Foden.
Double save from Nick Pope to deny Manchester City a 3rd goal in the game. Could that be an important moment? Tonali is down. At the moment, they're down to 10 players here, Newcastle United. Eddie Howe stands, hands on hips. And he's just looking at Tonali, who's got a whack, I think, on his shoulder, has he, or on his arm. But that was a great ball in from Gueye after a little body swerve to release Haaland. Haaland duelling with Byrne, and Pope was out very quickly to make the first save. And then when it came back to Foden, who tried to draw the ball down to the goalkeeper's left, Pope makes another brilliant save, and it remains 2-1 to Manchester City.
Yeah, really good double save there by Pope. And it just extends this game on a knife edge for the next 3 minutes or so.
The ball is out of play over on the far side. Manchester City fans trying to roar their team on to victory here. They've been a lot louder, haven't they, tonight, I think?
Well, I think they certainly have the latter end of this half when the nervousness has sort of come into the game a little bit.
It's really helped drive their team on. 21 Premier League games, still 0 wins here. The most any team has played at a single venue without winning in Premier League history. That's Newcastle United. But the gap at the top is what everyone will be talking about, and it's going to be just 2 when we kick off tomorrow at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Igor Tudor, his first game in charge of Tottenham. Mikel Arteta taking his team across North London, looking to win for a 5th consecutive time. Is that a foul throw by Lewis Hall?
No, it's Haaland and Byrne wrestling each other, nowhere near the ball now. They've just left the ball alone, which is magnificent.
Ramsey flicks it on. Asula's nowhere near it. It's away by Joel Linton, and the ball breaks for Chow. They've got to get it forward here quickly, Newcastle United. Trippier has it on the halfway line. He needs to push it into an area. He gets it back off of Murphy. Barnes makes a run. Trippier declines the invitation to play it in behind. Ramsey gets tied in knots. The ball slid forward by Chow. Now it's into Murphy. Murphy into Asula. What a challenge that was by Gueye. He read it perfectly. And now a chance to escape for Bernardo Silva. who bounds forward, releases Haaland. Haaland against Burn, edge of the area. Chow comes across, makes the block, and Newcastle United can bring it away here, but they just can't get out of City's grasp at the moment. Nico O'Reilly gets the sponsors man of the match here. 2 goals for him, 2 goals, they're going to win the game. The second of which that came on the 27th minute. Pep Guardiola just saying, get back, make sure you don't concede anything in the final few seconds of this match. There's only 30 seconds of stoppage time to play. It's Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1. Nick Pope's going to launch this high up the field. No, he's not. He's going to play it short to Trippier, and Trippier then is going to launch it over the top of the defence, up towards Joel Linton, who heads it down. Barnes to volley it! And it's touched round the corner by Donnarumma, and it's out and away for a corner kick for Newcastle United in the final few seconds of stoppage time. Harvey Barnes with the effort on the volley, and it caused Donnarumma a bit of a panic.
It certainly did. It was the deftest of saves just to edge it past. It might have been going wide. Pope's in the box.
Nick Pope is up from the back. The final action of this game. The ball sent in from the corner, in towards the near post. Nick Pope with the effort. It's saved by Donnarumma. Comes back out to Murphy. Murphy trying to get it down the side. Late drama here. Back in by Trippier. They want the whistle, the City fans. The ball's dropped into Tonali's path. He sends it high into the box. It's away by Bernardo Silva. And then that is the full-time whistle, and it's victory for Manchester City. And in a Premier League season with more twists than a Netflix drama, as we reach the last few episodes of the season, Manchester City are on the hunt. The gap is just 2. The goal difference is just 1. And the message is clear. We are coming to get you. Newcastle United's horror run at the Etihad continues despite their second half dominance in terms of possession. They didn't fashion enough chances till right at the very end, and Manchester City have Nico O'Reilly to thank for another 3 points. Arsenal will have to respond tomorrow, but they knew they would, because realistically Newcastle, with no Bruno, no sleep, and 5,000 miles of travels in their legs, probably had not much of a chance. But they certainly gave Manchester City more than 1 or 2 scares over the course of that 90 minutes. But Pep Guardiola's team just about got the job done. With 11 games to go, this is going to the wire. Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce, your commentary team, and stay with us on TalkSport, because Sam is on his way down to the tunnel now. You will hear live reaction during the course of Fight Night once that gets underway, with Adam Cattrall and co. from Pep Guardiola and Eddie Howe in the tunnel with Sam, live on TalkSport. So to reiterate, 11 games to go, because Arsenal have played the same number of games as things stand as Manchester City. 27 games apiece, 58 points to Arsenal, 56 to Manchester City. The long unbeaten run here against Newcastle continues. Newcastle have still not won here in the league at the Etihad. You've got to go back to Main Road days for the last time that Newcastle succeeded on the road, and they've disappeared down the tunnel sharpish. Whereas for Manchester City, they're doing their mini lap of honour, and they got the job done, Stuart Pearce, but that was a nervy moment right at the end with that Harvey Barnes snapshot. And Nick Pope did get something on that corner kick, didn't he?
He did. He was the one challenging Donnarumma, and it's going to be like this, I think, for the next 11 games, both on the east side of Manchester and the north side of London. It's going to be nervous affairs. You've got to see games out, and it was on a knife edge. The longer the game went on with just 1 goal advantage for City, the more Newcastle felt as though they might grab something out of the game. Pep will be delighted with this result.
Yeah, because the quality wasn't quite there in the second half, but the industry was.
Yeah, without a doubt. As I say, I think both teams added to a decent game here, no doubt about that. But listen, City coming out on top. We said before the game we thought that Newcastle had to score more than 1 to get something out of the game, and it panned out that way, Dance.
Tell you what, you can have your Lee Wood, Josh Warrington super featherweight clash in Nottingham tonight. I want to see a few more rounds between Erling Haaland and Dan Burn.
I tell you what, it puts a smile on my face seeing them two go head-to-head. Every time I see them, they give as good as each other have got. There's a physical presence about both of them. But I think it's done in the right, there's no kidding referees. They stand up to each other, and it's just a throwback, to be honest with you.
I think what you both said latterly in the game is absolutely right. There was a noise about this place tonight that sometimes you don't get, but fair play to the City supporters right behind their team. Just when Newcastle was starting to get a little bit of their hooks into the game, the City fans stood up and gave their team the backing they needed.
Yeah, certainly they did, and they're going to need that. They're going to be roared on here for certainly all the home games on this run-in. And Pep, you can see in Pep's face, sometimes he hides those emotions, but other times when the relief's off and the result's been won, he knew how important this result was tonight.
He had ants in his pants from about 20 minutes into the second half, and he was not standing still from that moment on. But Pep Guardiola, vastly experienced in these home stretches of Premier League title races, has just asked the question of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, what have you got? As for Newcastle, Stuart, we should look at their side of the coin. I think what you also said was right. I think those changes that Eddie Howe made in the second half were born out of necessity because of players maybe being in the red zone rather than trying to find something clever to unlock Manchester City.
Yeah, I think if you look at both managers, at half-time Pep made the substitution, Kusanov on, Diaz off. I think it was made on twofold. The yellow card and certainly more pace in the back line. When Eddie Howe had to, I think, probably make those two changes with Elanga and Gordon coming off, I think it hurt them a little bit on their attacking prowess.
Well, I'll tell you what, as the Etihad Stadium starts to empty out, fans heading back out onto the rainy streets of Manchester, because it is still throwing it down here, as it has pretty much everywhere in the country across this weekend. It's high time for us to pick our player of the match with our friends at Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
So we leave this decision in the very capable hands of the former Newcastle fullback and former Manchester City manager, Stuart Pearce. Where's your nod going, Stuart?
Yeah, I've got to go to O'Reilly. I thought he played very well in the game. His general play was good. And the fact he scored two fantastic goals, for such a young man. We talk about all the riches that they've got on here, all the money that's been spent on players, and O'Reilly's the one that comes up with the goods.
So Nico O'Reilly gets the nod from Stuart Pearce. That was our Here For It hero, player of the match from tonight's game with our friends at Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here For It. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
There's another player, Stuart Pearce, I'd like to talk about with you, and that's Matheus Nunes, right back from Manchester City. Yeah. When he was first asked to cover that position, he looked like a fish up a tree. Yeah. Now, he's first pick. He looks a natural position for him. He's learnt the position.
Yeah, he has. You've got to give a lot of credit to his manager for that. He put him in that position, and even when he was struggling somewhat, he persisted with it. He saw something there. He saw a right back in there. He saw a gap in the squad, I think, and he persisted with it. And now his defensive work's pretty good. He doesn't get caught out, and his positional play's pretty good as well. So it's really good in that respect, you know?
Absolutely right. And in these days of full-backs that like to maraud in field, and he's perfect for that role. It's what Cancelo did when he was here a few years ago.
Yeah, good legs. I mean, both full-backs for City here are very athletic, I think, can get up and down really well. So it's really good in that respect. So, he's certainly been a plus for Pep.
Sam's heading down to the tunnel with our producer Declan to go and have a word with the two managers. So stay with us on TalkSport and you'll hear from Pep Guardiola and Eddie Howe during the course of fight night with Adam Catchell and Gareth A. Davis. We'll be with them in a few minutes' time. Just to look back on the rest of the day in the Premier League, Stuart, we can look at Chelsea, 8 red cards in the season. Yeah. Enzo Maresca had that problem. Liam Rossigny appears to have inherited it, and they've thrown away 2 points again at Stamford Bridge, like they did against Leeds, this time to Burnley.
Yeah, as I say, if you lose 8 players over a season being sent off, chances are you're not going to win more than 50%, probably a lot less than that. So you're throwing points away, and you know, Burnley at home, Chelsea would have been expecting an early goal as well in the game. They should have got that game over the line, but credit to Burnley getting a point out of it. They carried on. Things sort of fell in their hands, but disciplinary wise, 8 reds is some going,
isn't it? Just Brighton got a very important win at Brentford, 2-0. No Michael Coyote for Brentford today, so the long throw was not available to Keith Andrews and co. And a word for James Milner, record Premier League appearance maker today. Stuart, you can appreciate that, playing at the age of 40 and still doing it.
I certainly can. It's no surprise to me that he's played to that age. The levels of his professionalism are absolutely incredible. I've been fortunate enough over my career, certainly going back with the under-21s. He's the record cap holder, I think, at under-21 level as well. Throw that in the mix with the amount of games he's played in the league. Incredible professional, and it's no surprise to me that he's a great role model still at Brighton and still playing.
Another important point for Leeds. It could have been 3 actually at Villa Park, but for Tammy Abraham getting a leveller. Daniel Farke appears to be getting to the pitch of Premier League management and what it takes after those 2 seasons with Norwich where he had no financial backing.
Yeah,
he's at a team in Leeds, and I mean, they're not safe yet, but they're edging their way ever closer, Stuart, Leeds United.
I thought it was really unfair before Christmas, Stance, that having got Leeds promoted, that he was under the pump a little bit, but in certain quarters suggesting his job was in threat. And slowly but surely he's nibbled away and got some fantastic results. His team are playing with a level of consistency, and they look as though they're going to be more than comfortable from the relegation threat.
Seem to be, although Villa got themselves a late leveller through Tammy Abraham to make it 1-1 at Villa Park, but that of course means that Villa lose ground on Manchester City and indeed Arsenal towards the top of the table. So I think Villa's season now rests on making sure top 4 is theirs and guaranteed, right, Stuart?
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, Unai Emery was one of the first ones to point out us finishing in the top 4 wasn't guaranteed, and people thought, he's just saying that, but the squad's proved not to be thick enough maybe to consistently. We probably had this at West Ham a few years ago when we were in the sort of 3rd and 4th positions in the league with about this amount of games to go, and just couldn't sustain it week in, week out because of the thickness of the squad.
And West Ham, every point's a prisoner, as Mick McCarthy wants 17. I didn't understand it at the time, but I kind of do. Another point for Nuno. He'd have liked all 3, but just edging again, like Leeds, ever closer to maintaining Premier League standards for next season.
Yeah, I think every time you tick a game off and there's a lot of draws at the bottom of the league, that can only play into the hands of the teams that are not in the bottom 3 at this moment in time. I think tomorrow's result for Forest will be a big result, whichever way that falls. It'll be either big for the teams around them or big for them pulling away from this zone.
And looking at the race to get into the Premier League next season, Euro club Coventry City, I went to the Hawthorns and watched a bit of that at lunchtime. Very comfortable 2-0 winners at West Bromwich Albion. And do you know what, Stuart? There's something about the way that their midfielders are playing and what they're learning from their manager in training, I imagine. Jack Rodoni scored. Make sure you check it out if you get a chance on YouTube or on television. Jack Rodoni's goal, the second goal of the afternoon, quite beautifully struck. And I've got a funny feeling his gaffer has showed him how to do that on the training pitch more than once.
Well, if you need a role model about how to play central midfield, Frank Lampard is the man for the job, you know. He come into the Premier League scene when at my end of my career at West Ham, and I saw firsthand his levels of professionalism, his focus, his intensity, and he just went on an upward spiral and got better and better, scoring 15 odd goals each season, every season, a level of consistency similar to James Milner in many ways, that level of consistency. And I'm absolutely delighted to see Coventry. They've had some tough times over the last couple of decades, but I tell you what, if Frank can get them back into the Premier League, more power to them.
That's a quarter of a century, I think, since Coventry City were last playing Premier League football. On the flip side of that result, Eric Ramsey appears to be a man whose job is under threat at West Brom. It's horrible, isn't it? You know, we've had 4 managers at West Brom, at Nottingham Forest this season, a potential for 3 managers at West Brom this season. He hasn't won a game yet, Eric Ramsey, since coming into the job. and it all got a bit toxic, I'm afraid to say, after the second goal went in. And if your own fans are singing you're getting sacked in the morning, boy oh boy, does that take some coming back from.
Yeah, as I say, it's tough. The championship itself is a really, really tough, and I can tell you that by experience, a tough place to manage. The games are relentless, the workload's relentless, and you can get on a good run and you know, you think, well, we don't know where the next defeat's coming from. You get on a run of defeats, and all of a sudden that could be a string of 5, 6, 7 defeats.
Quickly on to tomorrow, to round things off before we hand over to Adam and the boys with Fight Night. Little matter of the North London derby. Paul Hawksby calls it a trip to the dentist. He hates it. Everybody seems to hate the local derby that their team plays in. But we're going to see what Igor Tudor ball is like. 3 at the back, I'm assuming, Stuart, and he's had a whole week with the players on the training ground. He can't affect change that quickly, can he?
I wouldn't have thought so, but the first game for a new manager to come in there, I don't think it's a bad one. You know what I mean? They're not favourites to win it. Arsenal are. They want to spoil the party. A draw will seem like a victory, I would suspect, in regard to the fans and taking points off of Arsenal. My thoughts are that Arsenal will win it by the odd goal in a low-scoring game, but listen, who knows? You've got to handle the pressure of the occasion, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting affair, that is for sure, and another segment of the title race.
Well, that's the 4:30 game. One final thought. We've got 3 other 2 o'clock kickoffs tomorrow, Stuart. Palace against Wolves. Palace in disarray, it seems. Oliver Glasner almost talking himself out of a job. And then you've got your old club Forest against Liverpool. Vitor Pereira with a home game in the Premier League in charge. And then Sunderland against Fulham. Those are the other 2 o'clock kickoffs tomorrow. But yeah, Crystal Palace, what a strange fall from grace after all the euphoria of last May.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke on the show yesterday when I was on with Goldstein, and we talked
Mr.
about...
Goldstein to you.
Sorry, Sir Goldstein. or as he likes to be known, Gold Member.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, you're looking at teams that have won silverware in Postecoglou recently, Palace as well, West Ham with David Moyes, and silverware isn't an immunity now of changing managers in the near future, which you would have thought was absolutely impossible, but that's the nature of it.
Stuart, been a pleasure being with you tonight, fella. Thanks so much.
As always, my friend, thank you.
Stuart Pearce alongside myself, Ian Danter, and Sam Matterface. Sam's down in the tunnel right now, and during the course of Fight Night you will hear from Pep Guardiola and Eddie Howe live on the show. So it's ended here. Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1, and as we are in the hometown of the Smiths, let me ponder this. Panic on the streets of London, North London specifically. Over to you, Arsenal. The next instalment of the title race plays out tomorrow afternoon, and Game Day Live with Sam Matterface will have all the goals as they go in from 1:30, including from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where we will sneak Perry Groves in past the Arsenal faithful. Spurs hosting the Gunners in the North London derby. That is then followed by Natalie Sawyer and the former Newcastle boss Alan Pardew taking your calls on TalkSport from 6:30 Sunday evening. Shabana Hearn and Tony Cascarino back from 6 a.m. with Weekend Breakfast. They'll be joined, amongst others, by the Celtic legend Jackie McNamara. Celtic play Hibs tomorrow in the SPFL. We'll have that covered on Game Day Live as well. But for now, Adam Cattrall and Spencer Oliver coming up with the best boxing show on radio, keeping you bang up to date with events in Nottingham tonight, where it's Lee Wood's super featherweight rematch with Josh Warrington, plus much, much more. That's Fight Night. That's up next, right here on TalkSport.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
In 10 metres, take a left at the pile of washing.
Sorry, what?
At the Valley of Toy Dinosaurs, approach the kitchen with no room to cook. Turn right at the Floordrome. You've reached Chaos. Recalculating. Suggest immediate course correction to IKEA for fitted wardrobes, children's storage and cupboard organisers.
Find your way back to calm. Discover smart storage at your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then... substitution. His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice-cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
McDonald's wraps, all flavour, no mess. No drips on your drip or grease on your shirt. No crumbs on your keyboard or sauce on your dashboard. Just all the flavour of sweet chili chicken, barbecue and bacon chicken, and new tikka chicken. Wrapped up neat. Served after 11 a.m. Tikka chicken wrap available until the 13th July 26. Fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim. No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the free pull-out goals. Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers, in-depth tactical analysis, unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action.
Think you've said it all there, Clive.
Sorry, Jim.
Not to worry, I was reading my copy of Goals anyway.
Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in the Sun.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Sir Mo Farah is still getting to grips with things.
So, Mo, with Sprint Delivery, we get the order to them in as little as 20 minutes. Okay, Mo?
Mo? Done. He was on the 18th floor.
Nice work. But, you know we use delivery riders, right?
Oh, now you tell me.
Sprint it in as little as 20 minutes. Screwfix. No stopping you. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like West Ham United versus Bournemouth live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Fight Night on 1089 and 1053 medium wave on your mobile and on your smart TV.
Sensational boxing radio with a ramrod left hand. Born under punches.
Show-stopping, eye-popping, jaw-dropping.
Hell's Bells Boxing.
Fight Night on Talk Sport.
Welcome to it. It is Fight Night on TalkSport. I'm Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver alongside me. We've got an action-packed night lined up for you. Lots going on in Nottingham, which we're going to keep you up to date with. The main event is currently in the ring between Lee Wood and Josh Warrington. They're into the fourth round. We'll keep you up to date with how that fight plays out. We'll also give you a preview of the world title fight in Las Vegas tonight between Mario Barrios and Ryan Garcia. And as well as that, we've got all the fallout from everything that's been happening over the last 24 to 48 hours, including Conor Benn leaving Eddie Hearn for Dana White. If you want to get involved with the show, you can. It's 03717 22 33 44. It's Fight Night on TalkSport. Now then, on top of all of that, at certain points throughout the course of the show, we are going to cross back over to the Etihad, where Manchester City have just turned over Newcastle by 2-1. We're going to be hearing, hopefully, from Pep Guardiola and from Eddie Howe. Sam Matterface on standby with his microphone in the tunnel at the Etihad, waiting for both of those two gentlemen. When we get them, we will cross back over to the footy. Spencer, how are you, my man?
Very well, my friend. Yourself?
Very well indeed. It's not like we ain't got much to talk about tonight, is it?
Oh, my God. Yeah, everything happening in the boxing world, and yeah, this breaking news with Conor Benn. Who saw that? Listen, we always get a whisper in boxing, right? We always get a little heads up that something big's going to break. We spoke earlier on today about this, didn't we? No whisper at all. Totally unexpected. Conor Benn leaving Eddie Hearn. That was the last thing that anyone could imagine in boxing.
What was your initial reaction last night when it came through?
I fell off the chair. It was one of those moments. I literally fell off the chair. I thought, no, this can't be right. I must be reading this wrong, because I'm not going to lie, Adam, that was like the ultimate betrayal for me from Conor Benn and what he had been through, and the way that Eddie Hearn stuck by his side through thick and thin, through those 2 failed drug tests and, the whole country turning against Conor Benn at that moment. And Eddie Hearn stuck by him, believed him, went through it all, went through that process, lent him hundreds of thousands of pounds to get him through those tough times, got him those big fights against Chris Eubank Jr., life-changing money. You thought, this is a relationship, 10-year relationship. These two have been together, and this relationship will last until the end of Conor Benn's career. And for Conor Benn to send an email to say, it's over, I'm leaving, I'm going to Zuffa Boxing, was honestly, it blew me away.
It is a huge bombshell. I've seen loads of people's comments on it throughout the course of the day via various social media sites. Lots of prominent names having their say. And obviously Eddie Hearn spoke about this late last night. This news dropped last night around about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And around about 12 o'clock, he gave an interview to IFL. And this is what he had to say.
Like I said, I blame myself. I made a mistake because I misjudged the character. And again, I'm not going to hang him out to dry. And he will say, well, it was a big offer, right? But, when I received the email from his lawyer, I texted him and said, I think we should have a call. I think for everything I've done for you, I think I deserve a call. And he said, no. Feels a little bit of a wasted few years, because I gave a lot. You know how hard I fought, when no one believed him. No one backed him. I did. I believed him, and I backed him, and I never gave in. When he was done, out, loaned him hundreds of thousands of pounds. And Conor's, sometimes you live in that world and you just lose your head a little bit, You just kind of lose an understanding of reality and what's right and wrong.
Eddie Hearn there, speaking to Kugan Cassis, IFL TV, late last night, 12 o'clock. A very raw, emotional interview. You can see that is a dejected man, a man that feels like he has indeed been betrayed by someone that he trusted immensely. I've got to take my hat off to Eddie Hearn, because he always fronts it. He always comes forward with those types of interviews. I'm sure that if he had PR or a PA or people around him, the advice would have been, listen, let's just leave it, let's sleep on that, and we'll come back with a different attack plan tomorrow morning. But you've got to admire the way that Eddie approaches all these things, and he does really give fight fans in particular a proper insight to the emotions that he feels and how he is connected to the game. So I take my hat off to him for doing that interview and speaking the way that he did, so openly and so candidly. My overriding thoughts on this scenario, and I've said this on a couple of places today, is that you cannot begrudge any single fighter from doing what is best for them. Listen, Spence, you know this game more than anybody, right? It's a dirty business. Promoters, broadcasters will cash you aside. You're used as a commodity. You've got to get out of this game as much as you possibly can during the short period of time that you are in this dirty, dangerous business. However, there is a way to conduct that business, isn't there? For Conor Benn to not even grant the opportunity of a conversation, a phone call, a heads up, here Eddie, this is what's going on, this is where my head's at, I think he's really damning on his character. I really do. For him to do and behave in this particular manner, I mean, the phrase that keeps going around my head, who needs enemies when you've got friends like that, I think he didn't owe the fact that he had to stay with Matchroom. As I said, moving on, it's business at the end of the day. It's the way that you go about conducting that business. For him to not even have a conversation with Eddie Hearn, I think he's pretty disgusting, to be fair.
There is a code of conduct, and he didn't stand by that. I think that the way that he treated Eddie was disgusting, if I'm honest. And this is not normal circumstances, right? Had what happened to Conor Benn not happened, I would have said, well, I get it, that's the game. Like he's been offered a better offer and he's jumped ship. All right. They acted like they were best mates, and really it was maybe something that it wasn't, and Eddie may have misread the character, but it was the circumstances that they had been through. When Eddie stuck by this kid's side, when nobody else did, There was 2 failed tests that are still unanswered, by the way. And Eddie stuck by his side. He stood at the top of the hill taking bullets for this kid. And you've seen interviews in the past with Conor Benn saying, listen, I respect Eddie Hearn and how loyal he's been to me. Loyalty means everything to me. Loyalty means everything. Well, does it? It means nothing to you. Because the way that he treated Eddie, by not even giving him a phone call, Eddie said he texted that kid and said, let's have a call. Let's just have a chat. And the answer was just a plain, simple no. That kid wouldn't be fighting today if it was not for Eddie Hearn. That is factual, right? Because he would have sustained a severe ban. He would never have got the opportunities that he got. He would never have got the money that he'd got. Eddie Hearn dug him out of a hole by loaning him, not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds. Come on, man. I just think that, you know, whatever you think about Eddie Hearn, I think that he's been mistreated here in a bad, bad way.
Yeah. I think the majority of people from a human point of view will absolutely share that same sentiment, that you can empathise with where Eddie's at. What do you think this means for boxing going forward? I mean, it's a massive, massive statement. It's a bit of a mind blower, if I'm honest, from a Zuffa boxing point of view, when you think of all the world talent that you could go and snaffle and have under your remit. With all due respect, I get it from a commercial point of view and a profile point of view, but when we're talking boxing ability point of view, I wouldn't say Conor Benn is at the top of the tree of some of the other guys that maybe would interest Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh with this project that they've got going on with Zuffa boxing. So what do you think this means going forward?
Well, this is what I'm trying to work out, right, Adam, because Zuffa boxing coming to the game, we go, yeah, brilliant. You know, competition is great. You know, and I think that Dana White coming into the sport, we see the model that he built with the UFC from scratch. We know he's a success. We know that he's very good, very business-minded. Turki Al-Sheikh then teams up with him. So we think, okay, he might be doing something with him over at stateside, but we're still going to get, you know, our big Saudi shows and Queensbury and Matchroom putting on these big fights. Now I'm going, where are we at here? Because the fighters that Zuffa boxing are signing up, Jai Opetaia, first of all, was originally a Matchroom fighter. Conor Benn, arguably the biggest star in the Matchroom stable. They've signed them up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've signed him up. So you go, what is it now? Like, so what? I know they're in competition, but where does Turkey stand in all this? Is he still working with Queensbury? Is he still working with Matchroom? You know, how is that going to affect the relationship moving forward? You know, I know it's a business. I know it's a big game, if you like. You know, things like this, you just go, who's next on the list, by the way? Who's next on the list?
This is the interesting thing, because Zuffa are on record saying that they're not going to work with sanctioning bodies. When I say Zuffa, I mean Dana White. He said, I'm not going to be working with sanctioning bodies. We want one single, one song. There's going to be a lower amount of weight divisions that they cater for, and they only want one champion per division. We're obviously seeing Jai Opetaia fight for this Zuffa belt that they've created, obviously, in a couple of weeks' time. Now, Conor Benn has managed to somehow become the number one with the WBC off the back of this crazy relationship that he's had with them over the last few years. He hasn't fought in that particular division for the last 4 years, but he's the number one at welterweight. The welterweight title fight is tonight. Mario Barrios is taking on Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia has been very vocal this week, saying, I'm a free agent after this fight. They're all in Vegas tonight.
Yep.
Well, you've just asked the question. The next one. Is the next one Ryan Garcia? Is the next fight? Because reports coming out of America, right? There's two journalists that I paid attention to yesterday, Chris Mannix and Dan Raphael. Dan Raphael, who's always on TalkSport, and I respect his opinion very, very much. And he said, listen, this is an 8-figure, one-fight deal. That doesn't ring true to me from my experiences of how Dana White and Zuffa Boxing have done business over in the UFC for years. They don't do those types of deals. But those respected journalists are saying that that's what it is. So if it is a one-fight, 8-figure deal, the fight has got to stack up. You can't do that against the limited guys that Zuffa have already got on their roster. It's got to be something else. It's got to be a blockbuster. It's got to be something that drags the eyeballs in. The only thing that would drag the eyeballs into that magnitude, $15 million for Conor Benn to fight, it has to be something like a Ryan Garcia.
I totally agree with that. You know, Ryan Garcia has a massive online profile. You know, he's a massive online star. And, you know, he brings that crowd. You know, you go, where are they going with it? What is the network? Will it be Netflix? You know, Conor Benn, Ryan Garcia on Netflix would be a huge fight that would generate loads of money. I get that. But here it is, Adam. Right, so Dana White, as you know, very clever guy, very clever businessman. Turki Al-Sheikh, the same. They're trying to build Zuffa boxing. I know reports are saying Conor Benn on a one-fight deal. Do you think that they're going to let him have one fight
No chance.
and leave? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. They're not going to give him, the reports are $15 million that he's getting for this one fight. And let's say it is a Ryan Garcia fight, and let's say he beats Ryan Garcia and he becomes world welterweight champion. What, you think they're going to let him walk free after that? Then what is the point of that? There's no way that would be the situation, because they are very smart guys, you know, and we know what they're doing, and they're very powerful guys, and we know that a lot of fighters are very interested in going over there, because some fighters like the opportunity, they like the big money, and that's clearly where it's heading. You know, like Zuffa Boxing said they were going to make a statement. Well, guess what? They've done that.
2 final thoughts on this, right? Before we move on to our first guest. Right? Reports are saying that it's going to be before the end of May in the UK that Conor Benn fights, right? How are the fans going to respond? How are they going to come out for him? How are they going to respond when they're sat in their seats? Are they going to cheer him? Are they going to boo him? Because he came out of the Eubank double-header with a bit of credit. So how are those fans going to respond to him once he's back on British soil fighting? And then the other thing is, I keep thinking this, right? Because I still can't believe that it's happened. So I'm thinking, are we all being played? Is this a hoax? Is it going to be like some random WWE narrative, some storyline where Eddie Hearn's currently acting and Conor Benn's been sent in as some type of undercover agent to discover what Zuffa's all about? Because that's, in my head, I'm thinking, something's not right here.
There is definitely a missing piece to this jigsaw, without a doubt. And I don't think it's the latter, what you've just said there. It really can't be, because...
Eddie Hearn's getting an Oscar if he's acting.
I was just going to say that.
He's getting an Oscar, man.
I was just going to say that. You know, this is very real, very unexpected, and you just go, you know, where's it going to play out? How's it now going to play out? Where are other fighters going to follow suit? And to answer your question, how will Conor Benn be accepted when he returns back to the UK in May? I don't think it will go down particularly well if you're going by the online, you know, response from this, because I think after the 2 failed drug tests, the way that the kid's personality changed massively and become arrogant in many ways and sort of turned against the public, turned against all of us, the journalists, all the people that had our opinions on what was happening. Factual opinions, exactly. You know, I go, this is sort of like the final nail in the coffin, isn't it? Like, you know, like I say, whatever people think about Eddie Hearn, he's a great promoter. He puts on big shows, he puts on big fights, he gives us the entertainment, you know, and I think that he's been badly done here. He's been stabbed in the back. That is factual as well.
You can join us on this conversation if you want. One man that's going to be joining us in the studio in a moment is Jordan Thompson. Don't be going anywhere. This is Fight Night on TalkSport.
A team flying high at the top of the table faces a team battling relegation with a brand new box. And it's a London derby. Could it get more exciting? Well, yes, actually. With a TalkSport Bet Sunday broadcast super boost. Tottenham versus Arsenal. A goal to be scored in both halves of the match. Current price 4-6. Broadcast super boosted price 5-4. TalkSport Bet. Back of the net broadcaster. Bring it on booking. Offer available from 8 a.m. this Sunday. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
I've got that feeling. Yeah, butterflies in the stomach. Yeah. My heart is racing. I'm smiling for no reason at all. I can't think about anything else.
Well, what's their name?
It's Skoda.
With 0% APR for 3 years across the Skoda range with Solutions PCP, it's love at first drive. But this love story ends March 1st, so visit skoda.co.uk. Indemnities may be required, maximum 36-month term, Skoda Finance.
So I'll now hand you over to my best man, Eddie. Wow. Second time's a charm, eh, Billy boy?
Oh, God.
Substitution courtesy of Paddy Power. Embarrassing Eddie makes way for sensible Samuel.
God, that was close.
You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
At AJ Bell, we believe investing is for everyone. Even people who know nothing about investing. Like Keith, who thought dividends were a boy band. Jessica, who thought compound interest was a prison dating app. And Sue thought FTSE 100 was a bit of under-the-table fun, which surprised her accountant.
Oh, no.
If If we can make investing feel good for them, it's no wonder Which have recommended us 7 years running. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of your investments can go up or down.
Total Football is about teamwork. It's built on trust, support, and responsibility. LiveScore Bet sees responsible gambling in the same way. So if you're under the cosh, it's time to slow the tempo down. We've got tips and advice on how to stay in total control of your betting. Visit the safer gambling section of livescorebet.com to learn more. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Bet responsibly, 18+, gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
We're here at the Coral Fan Derby, where racing fans are ready to play Coral's Reward Shaker. Listen to that roar! And what's this? They're all being rewarded. We've got the tweeters shaking their phones. They've won a £5 free bet. The Form Fanatics backing those special offers for the Cheltenham Festival. Play Coral's free Reward Shaker to win free bets and offers this Saturday. Oh, that's rewarding. Coral, we're here for it.
18+, UK online only. Max 1 reward offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Guy who's tall and big and mean looking, Jordan Thompson. Boy, he looks like a legit heavyweight.
Oh, there's that right uppercut. He throws that well, doesn't he, Jordan Thompson? Another destructive win inside the first round for Jordan Thompson.
I was playing tennis not long ago in my white shorts and my white socks. And then fast forward, bro, man's fighting for a world title. Like, I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Jordan Thompson.
You listen to Fight Night on TalkSport. I'm Adam Catterall. Spencer Oliver is alongside me, currently in Nottingham. I think they're about to enter the 9th round, if I'm not mistaken. It's a shutout so far. Lee Wood has been superb, mastering the range, doing a real job on Josh Warrington. It's looking now that Josh is going to need some type of stoppage, knockdowns in order to get himself back in to this fight. We will keep you across that. We've also got Michael Venom Page coming up at around about 11 o'clock tonight. We're going to be talking about his new project that's coming up on ITV, a new fight promotion. He's also got a fight coming up in the UFC in March. But right now, our first guest of the night has kindly given up some time on a Saturday night to come join us. I'm sure he could be doing better things than hanging out with me and Spencer, but you know what I mean? He's given up a bit of time. Jordan Thompson, how are you, mate? You well?
Good, mate. I'm good. Thanks for having me on the show.
Always a pleasure to have you on, especially when you've got a fight coming up as well. You've got one booked in. Altrincham, you're on the Pat Brown undercard there. You're back in business, mate.
That's it. Back home as well, back up north. So looking forward to it. It'd be good to get back up there, put on a show for the home fans. It's been a while since I've been back up to Manchester fighting, so looking forward to getting up there and putting on a show, man.
How important is that to you, you know, like, because you've travelled around a little bit. Your last fight was out in Orlando. Your first fight at heavyweight as well.
Yeah.
You lost that one.
Yeah.
You're coming back. Home advantage must be nice for you.
Oh, it's a nice feeling. Obviously, it was a good experience getting out to Orlando, Florida. It was a completely different ball game. You know what I'm saying? But I took it all in, handled it best I could. Came up short, but we keep it moving, man. That's the thing I always say. Just keep it moving, learn from it, crack on, keep it going. Head up, chin down, chest out, and just keep pushing. So I'm grateful. Eddie and the team, Eddie and Frank, they came through. They said to me after the fight, they said, "Now listen, mate, good performance. Unlucky, but we'll get you back out, keep you nice and active," and they've come up good. So massive props to them. And I'll be going up to Manchester and putting on a show, mate.
I want to talk mentality, right? Because you've had a bit of a roller coaster over the last 12, 24, 36 months, haven't you?
Yeah, man.
Because everything was building nice.
Yeah.
We're all ticking along, doing the business, and then the opportunity comes. Opportunity of a lifetime. And we say in this game, sometimes you just got to roll the dice and you've got to have a go, ain't you?
Yeah, man, that's what I've always said. Like, I'm definitely one that I've never been shy to roll the dice. You got to bet on yourself, and life's too short, man. Like, the way I thought when I got the phone call about the world title shot, it was simple. It was really simple. It was like, there are opportunities that you're not going to get. You know what I'm saying? If I'd have turned that down and been like, oh no, let's wait a little bit of time and whatnot, and then it could have gone slipping by. So I look back, do we have any regrets? No. Not at all.
But boxing's about opportunity, innit? And It's about taking that chance, you know, and you get that opportunity and you take it with both hands. Your opportunity come against not just a world champion, but an elite fighter in Jai Opataya, a kid that, you know, many say is in the pound for pound rankings.
For sure.
You know, you took that one. You come there, and we'll get into your backstory, Jordan, because you know it's quite an incredible one, really. The way that you fell into boxing and learned on the job, really.
I'm still learning on the job.
Yeah.
Actually, I was laughing about that the other day to someone. I was like, I was playing tennis not long ago. You know what I'm saying? I was in my all whites playing tennis, and then next thing you know, I'm fighting for a world title. Like, I'm blessed. I'm truly blessed, man. And it's something that I've got to like take in my stride and make the most of. And gratitude's been a big thing for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, don't get too hung up on woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's just remain present.
That's what I want to touch on, right? Where does that come from? Because you have a nice rise, you run into Jai Opataya and well beaten in that fight, right? So therefore that can affect somebody mentally, how obviously you perceive that particular contest. Then there's a change in weight. You go up, and then that doesn't go your way. You don't get your hand raised in that particular fight as well. So it's that now back-to-back losses. You seem like a really down-to-earth, switched on, know what the crack is type of character. I want to get into that. Where does that come from? And how does whatever that external influence is, whether it's parents, whether it's family, whether it's friends, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
How is that helping you deal with this crazy game?
Well, I say it's all about the people that you got around you, and I've been very grateful in my life for, first of all, it's the family more than anything. I'll be honest, I think that's where I've learned most of my life lessons. Like, life's been a roller coaster in itself, but the family that I've got around me, the mum and dad being as successful as they were in their respective sports, brother and sister, amazing people, individuals in themselves, and I think having those people around me through those times is what's made them a lot easier to handle, or more, it's made it a lot easier to handle, just because they've had that network of I've had that network of support around me.
Just explain a little bit more about your parents' success in various different sports.
Yeah. So mum and dad both world karate champions. Dad was 5 times world karate champion. Mum was a world karate champion in her own right. So again, they were brother, superstar tennis player. He went to American college. My sister, she's performed on in the West End.
Before he goes, get some of the DNA, mate. We need to bottle it, yeah? We need to take it down to the lab, mate, and make some clones. That's what we need to do.
When I first met Jordan, Don Charles, me and Don go back a long, long way, so I've known Jordan for some time now. When I first met him, and Don said to me, like, ask the kid his story, and you give me the story, I was just like blown away, you know what I mean? Playing in his all whites himself, goes from tennis to boxing, and the background with the parents, and you know how successful they were as that. He was always going to be, I think you're one of those guys, it's a little bit like Anthony Joshua as well, and how he fell into the
athletic,
and
could just do it.
Whatever you do, whatever you turn your hand to, you're going to be good at, and you could see that with yourself, because you had no amateur experience. You learned on the job in the professional ring, but when you see you box, right, you see him shape up, you see him warm up, and it's all about natural ability and whatnot, and athleticism and all of that, and you go, he's got it. It's like, you know what I mean? You know when to pick the pace up, when to slow it down, like how to do it, and you just go, this kid looks like he's boxed for years. AJ was a little bit like that when he first come into the Finchley ABC gym. When you watched him the first time he ever put a pair of gloves on, you go, how long's he been boxing? Like the first time.
Just started.
Really? Yeah, it was one of those. But you're sort of like cut from that cloth that you was going to be good at whatever you put your hand at.
This is the thing. I was blessed. I was blessed, like you say, with a mum and dad like mine. I had to be good at something. I had to make the most of my potential. I've always been someone who has been spoke about to have a lot of natural talent, natural potential. Anything I put my hand to, like I'm pretty good at it, just naturally. I pick things up very quickly. But it's been one of them. It's a cliche. Don't be guilty of being a jack of all trades, a master of none. And it was one of them. Played football to a pretty high level. Played for the City Youth Academy. Played tennis to a very high level, and it's one of them, like, I didn't go looking for boxing. I didn't choose boxing. Boxing chose me, and then it's one of them, like, ever since boxing chose me, I've chose it every day since. And
when you say that, how did it start?
How did it start? I had to stop tennis, and that was tough for me. Having to stop tennis was tough for me. And
what was that, through injury or something? Or
no, it was just through lack of money. Honestly, just couldn't afford it. Couldn't afford to take it to the next level. I missed out on going to American uni. Just didn't get all the things worked out in time. Once I missed that, it was just tough to fund the tennis career. You know, it's a tough sport to fund, man. It's an expensive sport, and I felt a lot of pain. I felt guilty. I felt like I'd let everyone down. I had a lot of support, a lot of backing in that sport. Mum and dad did absolutely everything they could for me in the tennis world, so to not see it through and to not, what I believe, fulfill my potential, it was tough, man. It was a tough pill to swallow. knocked me down a pretty bad path, to be fair, a bit of a shaky road. And yeah, boxing literally came and grabbed me. And I don't want to say boxing saved my life, but it is a little bit cliche.
It gave you purpose, though.
Boxing gave me opportunity, gave me purpose, gave me a sense of meaning. And that's something that I love boxing for, man. And it really has taught me a lot about myself, shown me a lot about myself.
How boxing, though? Like, you go from playing tennis, right, which is a non-contact sport, right? And I'm just trying to process it, right? You go, how did you fall into boxing? And like that first moment when you go, because I remember mine quite clearly, and I was like 7 years of age, and I still remember it. That first time you get slammed in the face with that bit of leather, which is a glove, by the way. Then someone hits you in the face, and you think, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Like, there's a little bit of insanity around that. You go like, when you go from tennis to boxing, I need you to explain the
strawberries and cream to to fight.
Did you do just before you answer Spencer's thing? Did you do martial arts like your parents? Did you do it at any point earlier?
Funny story. There was one time I went to a friend of my dad's. He had a dojo. Can't remember where it was, and it was the first ever time I'd actually done some karate.
Right.
And I remember sparring with this kid there, and I don't know, the guy was in front of me trying to hit, what I thought, he's trying to hit me. I just stuck one on him, and I thought, that's not really what you do in karate, it's all about controlling that, so I was naturally heavy-handed, I had a bit of snap. And yeah, that was it. My dad was like, okay, maybe not. But my dad didn't want to pressure me. My mum and dad didn't want to pressure me into the sport, which they were so great. That's why I got a lot of time and a lot of admiration for anyone in boxing whose father was a superstar Hall of Famer, who have chose to take up that career. So I'm just like, because I can only imagine like the pressure that they must be under, man, that's living under that sort of shadow. It's tough work, because you've always got to try and live up to that name, and you don't want to let him down. I mean, my mum and dad are in karate, and I still, even when I fought for the world title, people saying, you fought for a world title, man, like, you should be buzzing, like, you should be gassed. I'm like, you think you can sit at my table talking about, challenge for the world title? Nah, mate, that ain't gonna cut it at my dinner table. So it was one of them, man. I just had to keep it cracking, and I'll get my world title one day, no doubt.
Some story though, isn't it? Like, you go, you turn your hand to boxing after the knockbacks from your tennis.
Yeah.
You go 15-0. You had no amateur experience. You go 15-0, and all of a sudden you find yourself boxing for the IBF world title at Wembley Arena against Jai Opatari, and you just go like, mate, that is just like, that's not in the script. No, that doesn't happen like that. Do you know what I mean? And it was like you was going through people like rice paper, like, you know what I mean, racking them up, and all of a sudden you go in against Jai Opatari.
Just 1 second. Hold that thought. Yeah. We're just going to cross back over to the football. We're going to go to Man City because Sam Matterface is with Pep Guardiola.
I am indeed. A tough win for you and your team tonight. How do you assess that performance?
Could not put it different. Premier League, Newcastle, one of the strongest teams we've faced in the last 5-6 years since they how is there. So incredible, well played, and because what I said to the team, until the end of the season, this type of game today we play is what's going to happen.
Yeah, it was a tough, tense game, and you needed the crowd a little bit at the end, and they really came to the party for you.
Yeah, the Bible had. So please come back. The last 5 games left in the Premier League and Champions League, we need him when we have that connection between them and ourselves. We know where we are right now, so the soul of the players are there. So there's no doubt about that, except last season, 2 months, 3 months, the rest. In 9 years, 10 years I've been here, always have been, I give everything, so. And win this type of games, and they prove, when you go in Champions League or here, these are the games you have to play.
You say the soul of the team is there. How important is that connection between the group?
Always have been there, yeah. The beginning of the season against Spurs, the first game, the second game, but then we start to talk. We have to hug, we have to have five, we have to celebrate the difficulties, work together, and that's why we are there in the 4 competitions and closer to the top than the 6 for the qualification Champions League next season. So, and with 65-70% new players, and many things have to listen and work, and the habits that we didn't have, and now we have step by step. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
You made a change at half-time. Kusanov coming in. How impressed with you with the way he adapted to the game? Immediately he came off the bench.
He knows everything. So the reason why was the yellow card from Ruben and the pace they have. I didn't want to take a risk. One ball in behind and make a second yellow card. That's why I made it. And Kusa has this, So, but Ruben gave us an incredible leadership, an incredible vibe, many actions, how always concentrated he is. But we said many times, Ruben is a final product, and Kusanov is a guy like will be for many, many years in this club.
You've got some incredible defenders in your squad now. Mark Gay is settled in really well, but one of your best defenders today, maybe Erling Haaland, who seemed to enjoy his battle with Dan Burn, created the goal and got back and helped you out defensively quite a lot.
Yeah, they put long balls, set pieces, they are so strong, so good takers. With Tonali, a hold, and look what happened, Joelinton, a Voltamate, and all of them. So they put this flat ball there, second ball, so it's so difficult. Of course, we have to use Erling. Erling is so good in that.
Yeah, and just one more thing. You said you didn't really want to think about the title race up until this point. You said you didn't talk about it with your team. When do you start thinking about it?
Leeds. Now 3 days off. We're going to rest what we need, and Leeds. We'll see.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Sam Matterface there speaking to Pep Guardiola. Stick with us. Jordan Thompson's going to stick around. We're going to continue the conversation next year on Fight Night.
Nobody knows Vegas like BetMGM, and we know just how loud it can get. So sometimes it's important to turn it down or take a break. Because a little pause keeps the fun in play. To find out more about BetMGM's safer gambling tools and how we can support you to keep your play safe, visit the safer gambling area of our app or website. BetMGM. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
At AJ Bell, we believe every customer deserves brilliant service, which is just one reason we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. And we all trust pilots, with their smooth, captainy voices that make you feel like you'd let them land anywhere they like. Sorry, where was I? Right, AJ Bell, rated excellent by sexy pilots. I mean Trustpilot. I'm a flight risk. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of your investments can go up or down.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in!
You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, gamblingaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
This season, LiveScoreBet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. No goal? No problem. VAR payout to the rescue. 2 goals ahead? Cha-ching. Rest easy and enjoy the game courtesy of 2UP. Celebrate every goal, every twist and every turn this season with LiveScoreBet, bringing you more ways to win. LiveScoreBet. Total betting. Eligible leagues and markets vary. Full T&Cs apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Hey Sainsbury's, have you got anything to help my money go further?
Well, if you want to make some big savings, make sure to use Nectar Prices and your Nectar Prices at Sainsbury's. Together, they can save you over £450 a year on your food shop.
Bring it on.
Download the Nectar app and tap into great savings. Sainsbury's. Good food for all of us. 18 plus Nectar app required. For full terms, see help.sainsburys.co.uk/help/Nectar prices.
We're here at the Coral Fan Derby, where racing fans are ready to play Coral's Reward Shaker. Listen to that roar! And what's this? They're all being rewarded. We've got the tweeters shaking their phones. They've won a £5 free bet. The Form Fanatics backing those special offers for the Cheltenham Festival. Play Coral's free Reward Shaker to win free bets and offers this Saturday. Oh, that's rewarding. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, UK online only. Max 1 reward offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Fight Night with Adam Catterall on TalkSport, the home of boxing.
You listen to Fight Night on TalkSport. I'm Adam Catterall, Spencer Oliver alongside me. Jordan Thompson's in the studio. Before we get back to the conversation with Jordan, just a quick one. It's looking like it's going to be a unanimous points decision victory in favour of Lee Wood. He's put an absolute clinic on in Nottingham. 10 rounds to 2 minimum, maybe even a little bit wider against Josh Warrington. We'll keep you up to date with the officials once that comes through. Spence, as you were saying to our illustrious guest, you were just talking about the opportunity fighting for world titles and the mentality needed to do that.
I was saying to Jordan what an incredible story that he has, coming into boxing, the way that he come into boxing, no amateur experience, he turns professional, goes 15-0, going through fighters like Rice Paper. He gets this opportunity against Jai Opataya. Always going to be a tough ask, but it was one of those where you worked yourself into such a position, you go, this kid might have a chance, because of your natural athleticism, you go like, yeah. But you obviously found that level, and Jai Opataya was elite. You fell short, and like you say, you go, right, okay, I'll come back, that's it, dust myself off. It's all about the development, and that's very much what it is for you at the moment, isn't it? Because you're still very much learning on the job. A novice, I may say.
That's what I tell people. I'm like, I'm literally learning on the job. It's not like, I wouldn't say I'm bluffing it, but there was no experience. There was never any boxing, never any amateur, never sparred. I literally started boxing when I was 19 years of age, man. So I've literally gone from tennis straight into boxing. Jumped in the ring. Remember the first person I got in the ring with was the Burtons at the local gym. Remember Jose Burton? Yeah. I got in the ring with his brother, one of his brothers, Zach Burton, who did a bit of boxing. And that was literally my first introduction into boxing, and I just loved it. I thought, yeah. Obviously, having a mum and dad like mine, family like mine, I'd always grown up watching Rumble in the Jungle. Dad's a massive fan of Muhammad Ali, so I was always captivated by boxing. I thought it was always inspiring, like learning about his story and whatnot. And once I got in that gym, man, and got in the ring and got a feel for it, it's addictive. It's addictive, man.
What did you learn against Jai?
What did I learn against Jai? In the fight itself or after the fight?
No, I think it's more of a wider thing, because as an event, fighting in the stadium, Wembley, the preparation for that, getting in against the world level operator, dealing with all that, everything connected to it.
That's the thing for me. It wasn't so much about anything that happened in the ring. I wouldn't say I really learned anything in the ring. It can get like that. It can get like that. I was well aware of that. Didn't really want it to happen, but I was aware that it could get like that. But it was more so of all the stuff out the ring. I say that's where I learnt my most valuable lessons. Those people who were actually there for you, those who ain't really there for you, the harsh reality of boxing. But it taught me more than anything. It taught me about myself. It taught me a lot about myself, and it taught me resilience, persistence, and just that keep it going mentality, man. Just keep it moving. I've always said that. One thing I've always gone to is keep the boat moving, and gotta let you steer it. And that's just leading back into my faith, which, again, at the time of the Jai Opataya fight, there was a lot going on. Like my grandmother, God bless her soul, she was on a deathbed at the time, and that was the person I was living with, I was helping look after. So there was a lot going on. That was an element of motivation for the fight. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm not one to speak, never one to throw out any excuses. There was a lot more going on than that, but it was never something that I had to overthink or second guess. It was like, this is a world title shot. You got a chance not only to change your life, but change your family's life and those around you, and again, fulfill your potential, man. And you're not going to get that by waiting around for opportunity or passing off opportunities and thinking, no, I'm going to wait for the right time. Forget all that, man. Jump in the ring, roll the dice. If not, guess what? Get the dice back again and keep them rolling. You know what I mean? Like, I think boxing's one of them. It gives people, you see, once you have a loss in boxing, I feel like boxing gives people too much of an opportunity to make excuses as to why they were. This went wrong, that went wrong. Bro, at the end of the day, I lost to the better man on the night, and we'll keep it moving. Like, it's as simple as that. I lost to the better man on the night. He did his job. Fair play to you. Well done. Right, what's next? What's next?
You know what that is? That's a sportsman, a person that's been brought up in people understanding what sport is. You're not out there having a fight. We're having a sporting contest. I know that there's a fighting element to it, but you're having a sporting contest, and therefore someone can win, someone can lose, and it's understanding that is part and parcel of the game. So with that in mind, what's the ambition now? Where are you at? What are you looking to achieve? Is that what it? Do you have targets of what you're looking for?
I have targets, just fulfill my potential. Honestly, I've never been one to get hung up on this is what I want to achieve. I am a winner, first and foremost. I'm a winner, so I hated the feeling of losing that fight. It was the first loss as well in professional boxing. It was sickening. And I remember I got back to the hotel after the fight, and I remember I got to there was a bar where all the fighters were at the fighters hotel, and I'm stood in the doorway and I'm looking and I'm like, I'm either going to go to my room or I'm going to go in there and I'm just going to face it. And I just thought, you know what, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you going to go to the room? How do you feel sorry for yourself? For what, bro? Like, you got in there, you rolled the dice and you come up short. It is what it is. You're going to keep it moving. Just got in there and just got cracking. I think that was a big thing for me, going in there, because if I'd gone in the room, you never know, it can go one way or another. But again, I had good people around me, I had my brother with me, mum and dad were there. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that helped. A lot of people, some people don't have that. It's unfortunate. But for me now, it's all about just filling my potential, being better each and every day, just making sure I'm improving, making sure I'm still grinding, still dedicated, still motivated, and just getting in the mix, man. Getting in the mix and expressing myself. I feel like I've always been a little bit guilty of being a bit reserved in my boxing career. Like, you've got to be crazy to get involved in boxing, but I am a little bit off my head. I feel like I've only shown like one side to me, and there is many sides to Jordan Thompson. Troublesome, I am a Gemini through and through. Like, that is me. So it's exciting times, because I'm starting to give less of a damn now.
What you recognise about boxing, the Wild West though, is that the highs are high and the lows are low.
The lows are low, man.
You just have to deal with that and feed off that. Like,
what I'm taking from what Jordan was saying there, you're only competing against yourself.
No, that's it. This is what I said. You know what? I can't remember who was having a conversation with. Someone was talking about, someone was asking me who's my opponent for my next fight. I said, you know what, I've realised now more than ever, you see that, and it's cliche, you hear it a lot, but literally my only opponent is me. The only person that can beat me is me. I'm the only person that gets in the way of what I either do succeed, or do achieve, or don't achieve. Like, I'm my biggest opponent. It is literally, it's always been that way for me though. It's the man in the mirror. That's my biggest opponent, my only opponent.
Where are you at with weights? Are you staying at heavyweight? Are you coming back down?
Sure. No, definitely staying at That was the thing for me, I think. Even that, like the weight thing, that was a massitive thing for that appetite fight. Like, I was already 2 fights before that even came about. I was already talking to my team at the time. I was like, guys,
I'm ready to go up.
No, I have to go up. Like, there's no I want to go up. Like, I literally have to. Like, this is killing me. IBF as well.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Second day weight.
And a quick one. You're training with Don Charles in the barn.
Don Charles.
Yeah. Daniel Dubois in there as well. Are you doing any work with Daniel? I know in the past you've worked with the likes of Alexander Usyk and those sort of fighters. So you tasted a little bit of the heavyweight.
On my CV, that's the thing. Like, even on my apprenticeship into boxing, I call it. My sparring CV. Like, I've been in the ring with all of them. Done hundreds of rounds with Fury. Done a lot of sparring with Usyk, Joe Joyce. A lot of them. The only one I've not got in there with AJ yet. Dubois is another one. I've not got in there with him yet, but he's got the Wardley fight coming up, so you never know.
Listen, you ain't got to travel too far, mate. Right. It's just there, isn't it? Like, and just to give you an idea of this barn, like, so it's like stripping it back in it. It's like a Rocky movie. And some fighters, you can smell the atmosphere when you walk in this place. It's like,
is that what you call it? Atmosphere?
It is atmosphere, because you walk in there and there's something magical about the place. You know what I mean? It's an old barn on a farm, and it's freezing cold in there.
It's cold, man.
So you have to work, man, just to get warm. When I say cold, it's freezing cold, and you've got these bags just swinging in this barn, and then you've got the ring. Just like picture the scene, mate, and they've got a ring lighting like the ones that you have actually at the boxing.
The Rocky movie where he fought Drago.
Yeah.
And he went to the barn to train. It's like a big version of that. Yeah, it's just old school. Like, as soon as you walk in, it's just real, raw. Just real and raw, man. Like, that's what you want from a boxing gym, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want from a boxing gym. I also train with Daly as well.
Yeah.
Daly Perales. He's got a good little gym at Trench down at Highgate as well, man. So the combination of him, like, it's special things to come, man.
Nice.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to what's to come.
It's been a pleasure having you in.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
April 3rd. It's a Friday night, isn't it?
It's a Friday night. Back in Altrincham Ice Rink.
It's the night before Wilder and Chisora, if I'm not mistaken, in Manchester.
Aaron Chisora through Matt. So yeah, and I'm looking forward to that as well. That's going to be good. You can only look forward to that. It'll be good, man. It'll be good, mate.
There you go. Stick with us. Michael Venom Page is on the show next. Don't be going anywhere.
Get it. Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
The hottest ticket in cricket is here. Stream Sky Sports on now and catch every match of your team in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Oh my goodness, what a beauty!
Watch Sri Lanka take on England tomorrow in their first game of the Super 8 phase. Head to nowtv.com to get Sky Sports with a flexible Now membership and fire up your side.
Unbelievable.
18+ UK only. Broadband 2.5 megabits per second required.
Switching to Virgin Media's lightning-fast broadband is easy. We'll handle everything for you. That's smooth broadband and smooth switching. Smooth like a walrus on a speedboat powering through open fjord waters. Yeah, that's smooth. Visit virginmedia.com. New customers only. Virgin Fibre areas. Restrictions and credit checks apply. No setup fee. Online only. Terms apply.
My classroom isn't just a classroom. It's a launch pad, a runway, a place where ideas fly on the back of paper planes. Sure, there are other ways to get students to speak up, but this is mine. All it takes is a bit of creativity and soon they're all joining in. It gives me a lot of joy to see one of my ideas working in the moment and the class learning something new together. That's when you know a lesson is really taking up.
Every lesson shapes a life. Start shaping yours with a minimum starting salary of £31,000. Search Get Into Teaching.
Going to the shops isn't everyone's bag. Like Toby here, he'd rather nurture his plants and get everything he needs to make dinner delivered by Tesco Whoosh, store to door from as little as 20 minutes.
Keep reaching for the sun, Arthur. You're growing so fast, little one. Blooming lovely, aren't you?
Carry on, Toby. Tesco Whoosh. Every little helps. These apply. Delivery times 20 to 60 minutes, selected areas. Whoosh specific pricing, see tesco.com/whoosh.
You have to wait in traffic. You have to wait for your coffee. But you shouldn't have to wait for healthcare. Nuffield Health offers online booking and consultant appointments within 48 hours. No hidden costs, with one price covering all your private healthcare during and after treatment. You can spread the cost over 24 months with a 0% interest payment plan. Search Nuffield Health Hospitals today. Subject to status, terms and conditions apply. Nuffield Health is a broker. Chrysalis Finance Limited, the lender. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With your latest sports headlines, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Good evening. City have turned the screw on the league leaders and closed the gap to just 2 points.
Haaland is poked down the right channel. He scoops across towards the far post. O'Reilly is there and he heads it across the goalkeeper and into the net. It's a super move and Haaland comes up with an assist for O'Reilly.
Well, O'Reilly bagged a brace as Pep's boys beat Newcastle 2-1 at the Etihad. All 3 goals were scored in the first 27 minutes. Elsewhere today, Brighton have eased some pressure on Fabian Hertzler with a 2-0 win at Brentford. James Milner broke the Premier League appearance record in that one, but he's told TalkSport it won't be among his favourite achievements.
I've never really been one for individual stuff. It's the team, and you look back at your career and you think of the trophies you've won. It's a nice thing to have, but you know, it's a team sport, and that cheer in the dressing room, that togetherness, that's what it's all about.
Meanwhile, the top flights also had another goalless draw, this one between West Ham and Bournemouth, but Burnley scored a stoppage-time equaliser to get what could end up being a crucial point at Chelsea. That one ended 1-1, while it was the same scoreline between Villa and Leeds. On to rugby now, and Scotland top of the Six Nations table following a comeback win in Wales. That one ended 23-26. Meanwhile, England were well beaten 42-21 against Ireland in Twickenham. And Great Britain's medal tally at the Winter Olympics has risen to 4 thanks to a silver for the men's curling team, but they lost 9-6 to Canada in the final. Our reporter Geraint Hughes has been watching in Italy.
Right now, this is going to hurt and it's going to feel terrible for the team, but I think in time they will see their achievements, because this team, they have won everything. Double world champions, they've won everything except Olympic gold.
Plenty more at talksport.com.
Talk Sport News.
Donald Trump has announced he's bumping up his global tariffs from 10 to 15%. And back here, police are continuing to search the former home of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor following his arrest, as the government considers whether to remove him from the line of succession.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're always there when you need us. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Well, we're expecting showers in parts of the UK overnight, a mix of cloud and sunny spells for most tomorrow.
Fight Night on the TalkSport app, online and smart TV. Blow-by-blow boxing that's never down for the count.
Saturday night, full fight, gory story. Universes collide.
The boxing show that bristles with gristle.
Not in the face, not in the face.
Fight Night on TalkSport.
It's Fight Night on TalkSport. I'm Adam Catterall. Spencer Oliver is alongside me. Still to come on the programme, we're going to be getting stuck into the fallout from the Tyson Fury Makhmudov press conference, which took place a little bit earlier on this week. Spencer was in attendance, and I've no doubt he's got a few thoughts on a few shouting fathers. Let's just say that, shall we? If you want to get involved in the show, you can do. 03717 22 33 It's Fight Night on TalkSport. Now we are waiting for Michael Venom Page, who is due to be fighting on March 21st at UFC London against Sam Patterson. Hopefully he'll be joining us very, very shortly. But in the meantime, whilst we're waiting, we can give you a little bit of a review as to what has just happened in Nottingham. I suppose the main fights tonight were the main and co-main event. Main event, Lee Wood taking on Josh Warrington for a second time, 3 years removed from the first contest. In the first contest, if everybody remembers, Josh Warrington was well ahead on the cards until he was knocked out by Lee Wood. Lee Wood switched southpaw, delivered a devastating right hook, landed on the whiskers and stopped him after the halfway point of the fight. Tonight, shutout, completely different tale, where Lee Wood continued the southpaw stance and just boxed beautifully at range, flicking out the jab. Single shots, out the back door, lots of lateral movement, and Josh Warrington, who could get his feet into place, just couldn't let his hands go. It was a comfortable night's work, really, for Lee Wood.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what Lee Wood does is he's a great student of the game. You know, remember when he boxed Lara, he got stopped by Lara, didn't he, in that first contest? He went back, he worked on his tactics, got it right. Ben Davison is a great student of the game as well.
Completely different approach second time.
Absolutely, completely different approach. He didn't meet fire with fire. He boxed on the back foot, boxed very cleverly. He applied the same tactics going into this fight, because the first fight, I think he took the fight to Josh Warrington. He was falling up short each time. Josh Warrington was building up a big lead. As you say, switched southpaw, nailed him with a shot, and then the fight was over. But you looked at this one and I go, I don't really know who's going to win this one. Yeah. It's about tactically who's got the... Who's going to get the tactics right? What motivation is left for both
Who's
guys?
got what left?
Who's got what left?
Yeah.
And I think that what Lee Wood showed us there is that there is still something in the tank, because after the Kakachi defeat last time out for Lee Wood, I thought, you know what, I'm not sure what ambitions left, what desires left. You know, I think the fight may have just left him. And I think he was talking like that afterwards as well. But this fight was always going to be up for it, because there's history between these two. And the controversy surrounding that first fight, should it have been stopped, shouldn't it have been stopped? Warrington was well ahead. So Lee Wood had something to prove, and he went in there and proved it. Tactically, he got it right. He kept on the outside. He controlled the space well. He was beating Warrington to the punch. Warrington couldn't close the space, and when he did close the space, couldn't get off with the shots. It was a boxing masterclass there from Lee Wood, and showed that what Ben Davison does in that gym tactically, the way that they approach fights, the way that they study fights, you know, pay dividends in the end.
What they're very good at doing in that gym is being able to understand the patterns of fights and the traits, habits of what opponents do, and how to navigate those particular things. Listen, it's no coincidence that they've come out and boxed the whole fight southpaw, given the fact that they had that's where their success came from the first fight. They just implemented it for a longer period of time, and Lee Wood, fair play to him, has stuck to that game plan absolutely brilliantly. Firstly, from my point of view on Josh Warrington, it wasn't there tonight. The feet were there, you're getting into range, but by the time you thought about throwing them shots, and he's a high output type of guy, Josh Warrington, isn't he, over the years? That's where his success has come from. He just couldn't let those hands go. He couldn't get a glove on Lee Wood because he was just too sharp getting out the exit patterns. So therefore, for me, listen, Josh, Love you to bits, mate. You've given us so much over the years. 2015 was your year, the year that you beat Lee Selby, the year that you beat Carl Frampton. That goes down, etched in time, man. You were the 2-time world champion. Yeah, I would absolutely love Josh Warrington to call it and say, that's my time. Thank you very much, everybody. And I hope that boxing looks after him and gives him some purpose and points him in the right direction of things to do post-career in the ring, because I think he's got an awful amount of experience and dedication and passion for this game to offer any young fighter coming through. So hopefully Josh stays in the game in some way, shape or form. But I think from a competition point of view, watching that tonight, I think we would all conclude that the time now has come to an end. And I'd actually say the same for Lee, because with all due respect, there's some killers in this division. Lee's been there, done it, got the t-shirt. I think both of these men, actually, mate, have exceeded expectation. To climb the mountains that they've climbed and beat the guys that they've beaten in the manner that they've beaten them, I think has exceeded most fans' expectation. So what a way for Lee to go out, to put a performance like that out in front of his home fans and just say, thank you very much, I've done my business. Because I just think the level of opponent he's done it against might flatter to deceive a touch. With all due respect to Josh, I don't think Josh is anywhere near his best tonight, right? So Lee's come through, he's looked fantastic, but if he goes in and fights against those higher caliber guys who can get the feet into range and let the hands go, I think Lee might come short. So I personally, this is me just loving both of these guys who've given us so much. I'd love them both to call it time tonight, right off into the sunset. And we'll see him, I don't know, doing some punditry or whatever.
Yeah, that would be the fairy tale for both of these guys, but I don't think that's going to happen for the winner. I think Lee...
You think he'll have another one?
Yeah, I do, and I'll tell you where I think that lands. Somewhere like Josh Padley, who's just won the European title. You can see a fight like that, and Lee Wood trying to get himself back in there, because he's coming off that victory and he put in a good performance. And I understand what you're saying, so I go, yeah, I would, in an ideal world, I would like to see them both retire. I think they've both had fantastic careers, and I think the Anto Kakachi fight for both of them was the telltale sign that you're not world class anymore. And I think that, you know, they're just off that now. And like you say, you've got this young guns, and boxing is one of those where you want the boxers to retire from boxing as opposed to boxing retiring the boxer.
How many do that?
Absolutely. Listen,
how many do it, mate?
99% of them. And that is facts. You know, that is facts that 99% of them do that. But you go, look, he's come on off a good performance, and there'll be other fights out there and other offers out there, and, you know, and so I can understand him continuing. For Josh Warrington, you summed it up perfectly. I think that he's been a fantastic ambassador for the sport of boxing. He's done incredibly well. When he started his career out, I looked at him and I thought, you know what? This kid wins a British title, he's done well. Then he won the British title, and I said, you know what? If he picks up a European, he's exceeded doing well. He won the European title, defied all the odds, really. Then he goes and wins the world title.
Beating Selby was unbelievable.
Beating Selby, beating Frampton as well. Frampton, who was a great champion at the time as well. You get the way that he went through those two good fighters. You just go, you know what? He's proved himself as world class. Mauricio Lara, the first fight was a devastating one. The second one was a controversial clash of heads, and the fight was stopped in the second round. But you looked at it there and you go, right, okay, is this the telltale signs that maybe he's just coming off the edge a little bit now? And then, like I say, the Kakachi fights told me that they both weren't world-class anymore. And I thought it might be a farewell from both of them after that. But they always had history. They were always going to get back in there, and they put on a great spectacle for the fans. But I think for Josh Warrington, yeah, maybe a time now to think about something else, a different direction, like you say, ambassador for the sport, go into training fighters, managing fighters, bit of punditry work, because he can do all of that.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Star of the show tonight, Bilal Fawaz. When's this 100%. Story going to end, man? He just keeps going, doesn't he?
Mate, this story is insane. You know, this kid's backstory on, you know, how he even landed in this country, you know, just, you know, and the battle that he had just to get citizenship here and all of that.
I still don't even think that that's fully gone through, you know. And I mean, that's amazing because he's British champion now.
I think it has, because he's British champion now. So I think that to be eligible, you have to have citizenship. And I think he's only just recently got it. I remember him coming in the studio, and he was granted it after I don't know how many years. You know, he wasn't allowed to box in the Olympics. Yeah, it was like 15, 16, 17 years or whatever it was. But anyway, it's a fairy tale ending, and like, you know, he's going...
Is it the ending though?
No. Fairy tale ending to that
story.
Part of his life.
All right, okay.
Yeah, and then, you know, his boxing career is going from strength to strength, you know, and that was a performance. He looked like he was going to lose that fight. After 4 or 5 rounds, you're thinking, nah, he might be just a bit off the market. Ishmael Davis is a quality operator, and I think he's going to get better as the rounds go on. But Fawaz just sort of turned it around, dug deep, you know, does what he does, complete entertainer, but can fight as well. Tick tough and a well-deserved winner. Fantastic fight.
He made Ishmael Davis in those early rounds fight at a ridiculously high pace. Ishmael takes probably the first 4, 5, guaranteed, maybe even the first 6. I mean, one of the judges tonight had it 6 apiece. The second half of the fight, it was a completely different tale. He just took over, turned the gears up, and Ishmael Davis looked like he was struggling from a conditioning point of view to stay with Bilal. He was absolutely fantastic down the back end of the fight and takes it on a majority decision. Congratulations to him. Becoming British and Commonwealth champion. What a story. Unbelievable. I've no doubt he'll be back in the studio at some point over the next week or so.
I can't wait, by the way. And if you guys haven't heard him in the studio, we've had him in a couple of times, haven't we? And he's just like, he's so articulate, so charismatic. The kid comes full of energy. Like, you just gravitate towards him because you can just feel the energy that when he comes in. Like, he's such a likeable guy. Can't wait to get him back in.
Stick with us. Hopefully Michael Venom Page will be with us in the next couple of minutes or so.
I'll now hand you over to my best man, Eddie. Wow. Second time's a charm, eh, Billy boy? Oh, God.
Substitution courtesy of Paddy Power. Embarrassing Eddie makes way for sensible Samuel.
Cool, that was close. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleware.org.
The hottest ticket in cricket is here. Stream Sky Sports on Now and catch every match of your team in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
This is quite an incredible moment, folks.
Watch Sri Lanka take on England tomorrow in their first game of the Super 8 phase.
Are you not entertained?
Head to nowtv.com to get Sky Sports with a flexible Now membership and fire up your side.
Here we go, folks.
18+ UK only. Broadband 2.5 megabits per second required.
Welcome to Paris Pizzeria. Your blind date is already at the table, and there she is. Cousin Brenda, what are you doing here? You're married anyway.
Substitution brought to you by Paddy Power. Cousin Brenda makes way for Beth, the office crush.
Oh, get in. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleware.org.
Evening. How's your night shift going? Just a quick check-in from Acorn Insurance, the taxi specialists. We've been by your side for over 40 years, helping new drivers earn a no-claims bonus from day one and accepting up to 9 years no claims from veteran cabbies. That's why we're the largest taxi insurance specialist in the UK. Find out more at acorninsure.co.uk/taxi. Bye for now. Acorn Insurance and Financial Services Limited is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
When life gives you that Friday feeling, get your restaurant faves in as little as 25 minutes on Deliveroo. Whether it's zesty lemon pepper wings from Wingstop, tasty noodle soup from Pho, or peri-salted chips from Nando's. So when you've got that last email sent, the to-do list ticked, we've got dinner sorted. Deliveroo, now just got even better. Geographical restrictions, T's and C's and fees apply. Delivery times vary. See app or web for info.
Total Football is about teamwork. It's built on trust, support and responsibility. LiveScore Bet sees responsible gambling in the same way. So if you're under the cosh, it's time to slow the tempo down. We've got tips and advice on how to stay in total control of your betting. Visit the safer gambling section of livescorebet.com to learn more. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Bet responsibly, 18+, gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
We're here at the Coral Fan Derby, where racing fans are ready to play Coral's Reward Shaker. Listen to that roar! What's this? They're all being rewarded. We've got the tweeters shaking their phones. They've won a £5 free bet. The Form Fanatics backing those special offers for the Cheltenham Festival. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win free bets and offers this Saturday. Oh, that's rewarding. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, UK online only. Max 1 reward offer per player per day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
It's a fully forged Sunday of Championship football on TalkSport 2. United face Wednesday in the Steel City Derby. Awe-inspiring build-up begins at 11:45 ahead of drop-forged live comms from noon. It's a molten Sunday afternoon of live Championship football on TalkSport 2.
Bob and weave your way through 3 hours of knockout radio. Fight Night on TalkSport, the home of boxing.
Fight Night on TalkSport. Hope you are well. I'm Adam Catterall. Spencer Oliver is alongside me. We haven't had a chat actually since the Tyson Fury press conference this week, which you were in attendance for. It looked like it were all going off in the crowd, mate, at certain points there. Fury versus Makhmudov coming up at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, April the 11th. Netflix. Mm-hmm. What was the vibe like to see the Gypsy King back doing his thing?
Listen, I think that he's a welcomed addition back into boxing. He's been a huge character over the last 15 years, really. Well, 2008, he turned professional. He's going back a long, long way now, and he's had an incredible career, and I think that boxing has missed Tyson Fury in a way. He's been involved in some unbelievable fights, unbelievable trilogies, with Deontay Wilder, Do
you think it has missed comeback? I mean, what is it, 15, 16 months it's been since he's been out, right? Yeah. Do you think he's been missed?
Absolutely, because I think we're at a stage here where we've got good young fighters coming through. Moses Atauma is the leader of that pack.
Yeah.
You're looking at that, and you're looking at Fabio Wardley has done an incredible job, turning over Joseph Parker against the odds, and he's been the underdog in a lot of fights, hasn't he, Fabio Wardley, and he's coming through as well. But you go, that elite group, like when you had Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, they're all coming to the end now. Deontay Wilder fighting Derek Chisora. I expect Derek Chisora to win that fight. I can't even believe I'm actually saying that, but that's where Deontay Wilder is positioned right now. Mm-hmm. He's very much at the tail end of his career, but a huge character of the sport, and I think they're good when they're as good as that. Like when he was at his prime, he was one of the most feared heavyweights of not just of this generation, but of all time. One of the biggest punchers of all time, but charismatic, and I think that the game needs that. Tyson Fury equally, you've got Derek Chisora that's surrounded. All that pack now going, but we need the younger generation still to develop, still to grow, and I think that, this...
So you're talking from a character point of view?
From a character point of view, but also they can fight as well, and I think that Tyson Fury has been very much missed because, it's a quiet period. I want Moses Atauma to get more exposure, develop a little bit more, and whilst Tyson Fury's here, he can still do that and come through. So I just think... And I know a lot of fans will be screaming at the radio now or screaming at YouTube watching it saying, no, we've had enough of Fury, he's retired 5 times, he keeps coming back, we want to see the back of him. But listen, when he's gone, he'll be missed because he's been a big character and he's been involved in some big fights. The Alexander Usyk fights, Deontay Wilder fights, you look at those, the big stadium fights, Dillian White, Derek Chisora, all of that. They are big nights for boxing. So of course he'll be missed.
What do you make of this one? Makhmudov.
It's a live opponent to come back to be fair, because I think with Tyson Fury at the stage of the career that he's at, that layoff, where he's at, keeps having those layoffs and maybe not lives the best life outside of those layoffs. He puts on a lot of weight, probably lives the wrong life, and that takes its toll. And Makhmudov is a guy that's big, he's strong, he's dangerous. Yeah, he's a little one-dimensional. He beat Dave Allen last time out. Or we go, okay, but that is levels and levels and levels below. But he's big, he's dangerous, he's heavy-handed. So it's a good test for Tyson Fury to test himself to see if he still belongs at that elite level. Not saying Makhmudov is elite level, by the way, but it's a good test to see if you've still got it there.
Well, Fury should style off against him, mate.
Fury should, stylistically, should be perfect for Tyson Fury. But if the legs are not there, and the legs are a little bit off the pace, then we're talking like that he's a dangerous opponent. He's heavy-handed. 19 of his 22 victories come inside the distance. I think 13 of those have been inside one round. The guy can whack. He's heavy-handed. Yeah, he's a little bit one-dimensional, but in heavyweight boxing, as you know, Adam, this is like, it's not an old man's sport. And Tyson Fury is falling into that bracket. And I think that Makhmudov is a dangerous opponent. A good test.
I just think it's the perfect opponent to come back.
I totally agree with you, by the way. I'm saying I totally
15,
agree with
16
you.
months off.
But I think it's that ifs, buts and maybes surrounding Tyson Fury now. You go...
Yeah, they're the only questions.
If we get 60-70% of the old Tyson Fury, that's enough to win.
Well, let's put it this way, right? 2-3 years ago, Tyson Fury was the WBC champion of the world, right? Makhmudov was rated number 5 in the division.
Yeah.
I proposed on many occasions that maybe Makhmudov should be fighting Tyson Fury, and I was laughed at saying, no, absolutely nowhere near. Makhmudov's not ranked by the WBC anymore because he's been beaten by Ajit Caballel.
Yeah.
Sorry, Frank Sanchez, wasn't it?
No, Ajit Caballel. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was Ajit Caballel that...
Caballel stopped him in 4 rounds, I think.
He lost in Canada as well, didn't he? And obviously Tyson Fury's been out for 15 months. So it makes sense from a matchup point of view for Tyson Fury to come back and try and recapture the imagination of the fight fan. I've just been a little bit... I'll be dead honest. From speaking to fight fans, I've just got the vibe that people are a little bit underwhelmed by it all because of the 5 retirements, because of the consistent inconsistencies. I think people are a little bit underwhelmed by Tyson Fury's return. And obviously this opponent doesn't really capture the imagination because I think everybody thought that we were heading in the direction of Tyson Fury versus AJ. We know what's happened, obviously, in AJ's life, and we wish him all the best, and I hope that he can get back to a peaceful place first and then consider whether he wants to fight again. And if he does, then hopefully we can lead ourselves towards Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. That would be absolutely tremendous for fight fans, I think. And I think that would then reignite people's attitudes towards Tyson Fury being back in the ring. The major talking point, though, that came out of middle of the week, mate, was Tyson Fury's dad. The actual press conference and the build-up to the fight and this happening on April, whatever it were, and the stadium and the Netflix and all this type of stuff, kind of pale into insignificance because of his dad rocking up.
Yeah, and this is what I take from that press conference. It was never going to ignite in many ways because Makhmudov doesn't speak particularly good English, and he was sort of like very appreciative of the opportunity, right? So it was always going to be that way, and Tyson Fury's going to come in, he's going to talk his talk, but there's nothing really going to catch fire there. So John Fury come in, done what he'd done, and sort of took control of this whole press conference. Didn't enjoy it too much, if I'm totally honest. It become a little bit of a John Fury show, starting on Cole Frotch, even had a little pop at Lennox Lewis, and you go, all right, let's get back to the fight and about what's really happening here. Your son is making a return, and all roads lead to Anthony Joshua, and please God, we do see Anthony Joshua back in the ring. We're hearing rumours that he could be fighting in July, and then if he comes through that fight, then we get Tyson Fury. But anyway, that's another conversation. That's a long way off. But hopefully we do still get that fight back. That's what this comeback is all about. All roads lead to Anthony Joshua, and I think that, Tyson Fury was coming back for that fight. Obviously what happens to Anthony Joshua in those tragic circumstances, that's put all that in jeopardy now. But Tyson Fury's still coming back thinking, well, I'll capture the world title. I'll try one more time. So, you've got to accept that, because the other route for Tyson Fury, if it wasn't the AJ one, was always going to be Makhmudov and the winner of Fabio Wardley and Daniel Dubois, and to recapture that WBO title, and all roads lead to Alexander Usyk a full fight. That would have been, that's the roadmap, basically. They're the two roads. They're the two paths that he was looking to go down. And I don't mind it. I don't mind it, because I think that he's a good addition to the heavyweight division. While, like I say, you've got good young crop of heavyweights coming through that need to develop, known to the wider audience, but Tyson Fury's still there. Let's see if he's still got it. I don't mind it at all.
Would you agree, though, that there are... I mean, we're quite blessed at the moment to have a lot of fights to get excited about, especially on British soil. I think it's a really good start to the year.
Yeah.
We've obviously experienced a couple already. We've got a heavyweight fight in Wilder Chisora. Now, people will have their opinions on that, but I would look at it on paper and think it's actually you'd think it's relatively competitive. I agree with you. I think Derek would come through that because of where I think Wilder's at. But I think people will actually pay to go and see it. The heavyweight contest between Wardley and Dubois is absolutely outstanding, coming up in May. You've got a nice one in Dublin between Jazza and Kikachi, which is a cracker. Callum Smith just had his fight announced in Liverpool. That is not an easy fight against David Moreau. That is a fantastic, fantastic fight.
This is where we go. March the 28th, Moses Atama versus Jermaine Franklin. April the 4th, Derek Chisora versus Deontay Wilder. You've got April the 18th, David Morrell versus Callum Smith. You've got May the 9th, Fabio Wardley going in against Daniel Dubois. We've got some great fights. Kakachi, March the 14th as well. Sorry, didn't even mention that one. Kakachi, Jazza Dickens. We've got loads of fights coming up.
So the reason why I bring all that up is this is kind of an option. Do you know, like, when Tyson Fury would announce a fight in the past, right? It would be, I'm going to that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas this feels like, because of the calendar that we've got, it's like, well, it's an option. If I'm a fight fan with a few quid in my back pocket and I'm thinking I like to go to fights, well, the first one out of them, I'm going to Wardley Dubois, right? Yes. Bang. So there's me money for that. What have I got left? So then I'd have a little bit of a look around. I said, do you know something? That's a little bit different in Liverpool. Callum Smith and David Morrell. I know what I'm talking about here. I know that that's going to be an absolute cracking fight. I might go down there first and foremost. Secondly, I like Dublin. Jazza versus Kakachi is going to be good. So now I'm 3 down.
Right? Can I throw one at you? And this, I'm interested in this one.
Go on.
You got an option. You're getting a ringside seat for one of these two. What one would you choose? Deontay Wilder versus Chisora.
Yeah.
Or Tyson Fury versus Makhmudov.
100% Deontay Wilder, Derek Chisora.
I'm with you.
100%.
I'm with you.
The reason being, if Tyson Fury is even a shadow of his former self, I know what's happening in the Tyson Fury.
One-sided fight.
Yeah. There's going to be absolute mayhem in the Wilder Chisora fight.
There you go. Yeah.
I would 100% pick that. So what I'm saying is, it's an option for people to go to, and but on my list it'd be number 4 and number 5 out of the current calendar. The other struggle that as well, the other thing that people have got to consider here with that particular fight, it's on Netflix. Everybody's got it. Making the trip out to Tottenham for this particular fight, if it was for AJ, listen, it's a no-brainer. We're all going, right? Everybody wants a piece of that pie to be there for that historic night. But for this particular one, I'll sit at home and watch it on Netflix. It's easy work, man.
See, I suppose where I'm coming from with this, with Tyson Fury, is I'm saying it's good to have him still in the mix, right? Take this fight out of the equation. All right, he's got to come back. He's got to give himself a test. Makhmudov fits the bill because it's a guy that shouldn't pose too much of a threat, but there is that if, buts and maybes. Is Tyson Fury's leg still there? Can he still take a shot? This guy might test him there. So, you know, it's a decent enough fight, right, for him to before...
It's decent. There you go. That's the word. It's decent. The other ones I'm talking about, they're bangers.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is Tyson Fury in the mix of all this...
It's a nice addition.
A good thing.
It's a nice addition.
That's where I'm going with it.
It's not the jewel in the crown. It's a nice addition.
Absolutely.
The jewel in the crown, by the way, is Wardley Dubois, and I'll keep stressing it until
mate,
the cows come home.
I'm with you. You've got 2 live opponents there. Yeah, forget Dubois coming off that 5th round knockout against Alexander.
It's a shootout.
That will not affect him at all. Right? People are talking about PTSD and all that. Will he have all that? No. The answer's no. Daniel Dubois will go in there and he will go straight at it.
He'll try and knock him out.
Fabio Wardley will go in there and go straight at it. Fabio Wardley, we know, has a heart of a lion and he can come through a crisis and all of that. But let me tell you something, mate. Daniel Dubois might be the hardest hitter he's ever come up against. And if you get hit with one of those big right hands early on, like the first 6 rounds, Fabio Wardley are dangerous. It's a shootout. It's a 50-50.
It's a wrestling. I love it.
We want to be there. Can't wait.
We're going to be speaking to 2 young men next who are aiming to become the British flyweight champion. That title is vacant. It's going to be live on TalkSport next week. We've got Alfie Clegg and we've got Sean Bruce, who's going to be on the show with us next.
We're here.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade with an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search army jobs.
I'll now hand you over to my best man, Eddie. Wow. 2nd time's a charm, eh, Billy boy? Oh, God.
Substitution courtesy of Paddy Power. Embarrassing Eddie makes way for sensible Samuel.
Cool, that was close. You might not always pick the right starter, but your sub can still deliver. Because with Paddy's Super Sub, your bet rolls over to the player coming on. Paddy Power.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+, gambleware.org.
Say yes to summer with the biggest ever TUI sale with a My TUI account. Say yes to flexible payment options. Say yes to free kids' places, even in the school summer holidays. With so many holiday options to choose from, you pick it, we sort it. Holiday countdown started. TUI, ATOL and ABTA protected. Booking T's and C's apply. Selected departures. Minimum spend applies. Subject to availability. See website for details.
Going to the shops isn't everyone's bag. Like Toby here, he'd rather nurture his plants and get everything he needs to make dinner delivered by Tesco Whoosh. Store to door from as little as 20 minutes.
Keep reaching for the sun, Arthur. You're growing so fast, little one. Blooming lovely, aren't you?
Carry on, Toby. Tesco Whoosh. Every little helps. Fees apply. Delivery times 20 to 60 minutes. Selected areas. Whoosh specific pricing. See tesco.com/whoosh.
Chase is the digital bank that gives your savings a boost. Anytime, anywhere.
Even when I'm visiting family?
You bet. You could earn 4.5% AER variable, including a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months. Right now with Chase, you could be boosting your way to...
a new kitchen.
Exactly. Search Chase Boosted Saver. 18 plus UK residents available to new Chase current account customers for their first 31 days. 4.41% gross. Interest paid monthly. Eligibility and terms apply.
But though, not the Mad Radio. Never stop fighting. Fight Night.
And they're off.
Win a trip to Cheltenham, Alan Brazil style on Talk Sport.
Friday, March 13th, Gold Cup Day. We've got an opportunity for you to experience some hospitality with your pal. You'll get a full VIP treatment, 4-course lunch, complimentary bar all day, celebrity tipsters, all the usual gubbins, and you'll get to hang out with some of the TalkSport crew. For your chance to win, text the word WIN to 83338. It'll cost you £2.50 plus your standard network rate. You could ring 0343 418 7260. Lines will close on the 27th of February at 4 p.m. when you need to answer the phone if it does ring. You've got to be over 18. UK residents only. This is a TalkSport promotion. Full terms and conditions at talksport.com. For your chance to win, once again, it is text the word WIN to 83338. Do that now.
And they're off.
Win a trip to Cheltenham, Alan Brazil style on Talk Sport.
Now then, you've got a bit of boxing to bring to TalkSport next week, haven't you?
Yes.
A vacant British flyweight title fight.
Yep, at the York Hall, Bethnal Green, Alfie Clegg versus Sean Bruce. It's vacant British flyweight title in the magical York Hall. The atmosphere in there is going to be absolutely bouncing. Nielsen Boxing, TM14 putting on the show. Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Well, let's get both of these gentlemen on there because it is an illustrious title, the Lonsdale belt. This title vacant at the moment, and the two men going up for it, Alfie Clegg and Sean Bruce. Very kind of giving up a little bit of time to come and join us. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Alfie, if I start with you, mate, 26 years of age, of course, opportunity to become the British flyweight champion. What does getting a Lonsdale belt mean to you, mate?
Listen, it's a dream every boxer lives to dream. Ever since coming into boxing, I think it's been a title I've always aimed to get, and it's always been a goal of mine. And it's always been a massive dream. To even box for it is a great thing, and it's history in the making. One of the first ever to do it, doing it from Guildford. So I'm over the moon. I'm very, very happy, and I'm overwhelmed with the opportunity.
Just cut out at the end there. We got you there, mate. Don't you worry. Sean, if I could bring you in, obviously you've had an opportunity to fight for the Commonwealth Championship before. Just fell slightly short. What did you learn from that experience as you head into this one this next weekend?
Oh, everything. I mean, that fight there, it's just set me up perfectly, really, for this opportunity. I won the Midlands title in the away corner in my fourth fight. Defended it in my last fight, again in the away corner, and now I'm going to win the British title in the away corner. So, the wins, the losses, they've all built me to who I am now as a boxer, and yeah, just can't wait to get in there now, and looking forward to going to sleep tonight because I know it's another night closer to getting in there and doing the business. So
yeah, listen, Sean, it's tough for you guys, isn't it? When you start out boxing, you haven't got that big promoter, so you have to work hard, fight hard. You know, you're boxing, you say, for Midlands titles, only your full fight, Commonwealth titles, soon after that as well. It's always very tough. And going into the Lions Den, somewhere like York Hall, where Alfie, I've seen box there before, he brings a great crowd there as well, but that's always tough as well. Are you mentally prepared for that? Because, that is a cauldron in there.
Yeah, like I say, I've boxed in the Lions Den numerous times now. Even my last fight, we had people hanging in the ring in Northampton, and I come away with the win there. So this is no different to me. It's always if I'm honest, it's always been a dream to box at York Hall, and to box there for the British title is just, it's not something I'm going to let pass me by. There's just, in my mind, there's not a flicker of doubt that that's not coming back to Leicester, and I'm taking 50 down with me that are going to be loud, and you'll know they're there. So I just can't wait.
Sean, before I go back to Alfie, quick one on the weight, mate, because obviously the previous challenges for titles were up at Superfly. This is down at Fly. How have you found that transition?
If I'm honest, I should have probably always been boxing at flyweight. I've just boxed at Superfly because that's where the opportunities are.
Right.
But now I feel like I'm going to show my true potential at flyweight. Losing those few extra pounds, obviously, power comes with speed, and that's all comes together this camp, and it's I just feel like this fight is perfect timing for me.
Alfie, talk to me about the mentality of being an undefeated fighter, mate. 13 people have tried, and nobody's managed to perforate that drum just yet.
Yeah, listen, it's learning on the job. Didn't have a big amateur career. I feel like I'm made for the pros, always have been. Everyone can come try, they can come have a go, but that's all they're going to get. That's as far as they're going to get. I'm going to stay undefeated. I'm going to go win this British title. It's coming home with me, that's for sure. Dreams to reality. I'm living the dream every day. I've got a big fan base. I'm running the gym. I'm doing a lot for the community, and this is all a part of the journey. We're going on to world titles. We're going on to bigger things. This is just another stepping stone for sure.
Alfie, talk to me about what it is, how good it is to get that opportunity to box at the York Hall for that British title as well. It's a historic moment for you, and for Mark Nielsen and TM14 to put on this big fight. But it must mean the world to you to get that home advantage.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, thanks to TM14, Nielsen, Zav, my team, Dean. It come out quite fast in the circular. Obviously, I think it was about 6 weeks, and then as soon as it come out, was over the moon. I'd just done the opening day for my new gym that I opened as well. So it's nothing but blessings. It's been blessings on blessings. It really has.
Give the gym a plug, man. Come on, name it. You've got to get it filled up.
Classy's boxing gym.
Good lad.
Obviously, coming after the name of Classy Clegg. We built it from the beginning, and now we're on the way up for sure. Got a lot of good members in there, kids to adults. We're helping the community, and I love it. I enjoy every moment.
Well, I tell you what, boys.
Listen. Yeah. It's our job now to stir up a fight between these.
Oh,
they've got to be doing a bit next week.
That's just where I was going.
Go on then.
That's just where I was going.
I'll let you stir it up.
So the York Hall, a place that I boxed at, actually, amateur and pro. But you know what you get there? You get magical fights there, because there's something about that place that you don't get a favourite going into that one. Even if a guy's starting a firm favourite on paper, there's something that brings something out of fighters.
It's a British title fight, mate.
It's a British title fight, which is one thing, but the York Hall as well, and that's what I'm expecting from both of these guys. You look at their styles make fights, and this one is guaranteed to be explosive.
Right, Alfie, your turn then. First up then, mate. What does he do well?
What does he do well? Listen, I think he's strong. He's tough. Bit of a cardboard cutout, but listen, I'm classy. I've got that dancing, I've got that moving, and we can stick and hold it. I've been sparring big people, and listen, I'm gonna show them all 28th February. That's for sure.
Sean, right, obviously, right. He's basically just called you a cardboard cutout there, mate. You know what I mean? This young whippersnapper's coming along. He's chirping away. What's your response, Sean?
To be honest, I've been told by quite a few people that it's a bit embarrassing if I don't win because his head's that big. I shouldn't be able to miss it. So. Easy work.
I tell you what, Adam Catchell's doing a great job of stirring it up here, mate.
Do you know what I love? I tell you what I love between these two, right? You could tell we're a week away from fight week. These lads have finished camp. I assume that you both finished camp. Now all it is about is making sure that weight tapers nicely as we head towards the scales. First battle there, get that sorted. You could tell that it's near enough fight week. Just by looking in both of these guys' eyes, they want to go to bed. They don't want to be speaking to us, man. They want to be getting the rest in. I'm right, aren't I, Alfie?
Yeah, I'm tired. Listen, I'm looking forward to it. We're a week away. It's going to be a great night, that's for sure. Like you said, it's going to be explosive. It's going to be fun. As long as we both go in there and both come out healthy, that's the main thing. But the British title will be coming home with me, and I'm very, 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 very much looking forward to it.
Alfie's confident. Sean, are you finishing this, or is this going to be a point?
Well, in my mind, I'm going to win. Full stop. No shadow of doubt in my mind.
Right, I'm buying the ticket. We're buying the ticket.
Just a last one to both of you guys. What does it actually mean? That Longsdale belt is